April was the cruelest month for grown-ups, but for kids it was definitely September. The wild ride of summer came crashing to an end, and the return to school was like being dragged back to prison after weeks of freedom. Heather had never minded, though, because September gave way to October, and October was her favorite month. The air turned crisp and the leaves were at their most vibrant and colorful. And best of all, there was Halloween. It was a magical time, a time when the world transformed, putting on one last show before the long cold winter set in. Heather had turned 14 the month before, and her dad was letting her throw her first party to celebrate both holidays. Together, they spent a week transforming their boring little house in the Austin suburbs into a haunted palace. They decorated it with orange and black streamers and stuck rubber blood spatters on all the windows and mirrors. They turned the kitchen into a gruesome abattoir, with peeled grape eyeballs and pasta intestines laying in dishes under low lights. A cauldron filled with dry ice bubbled ominously on the stove. The bathrooms were crawling with plastic spiders, while glow-in-the-dark skulls and ghosts grinned from every shadowy nook and corner. Outside, a hideous animatronic scarecrow rose up to scream at anyone who came near enough to wake him. It was total overkill, but it was totally worth it. Sam and Mia said it was the sickest party they'd ever seen. Word got out on Twitter, and soon the house was full. You knew a party was a success when kids you didn't even know started showing up. They gleefully drank blood punch from plastic goblets and ate zombie cake off black paper plates. And even though they were technically too old for it, the costumed teenagers went trick-or-treating up and down the block, then gorged themselves on candy and pumpkin pie when they got back to the party. Heather had dressed as Wednesday Addams, her dad's idea. But she was having such a blast, it was impossible to stay in character. Her deadpan demeanor gave way to shrieking and giggling along with her friends at every manufactured scare. Of course, they also took great delight in terrifying any kids brave enough to come knocking. Heather's dad jumped out from his hiding place, dressed like a medieval executioner, swinging a huge headsman's axe. One younger group of trick-or-treaters ran screaming back to their mother's car and were too afraid to return for their treats. Heather and her friends had laughed themselves into hysterical tears over that and declared that Dave Barton was the coolest dad ever. It was the best night Heather could remember in a long time. It was almost enough to make her forget that her mother had vanished without a trace the year before. "Night, Mom," Heather whispered to the creased photo she kept tucked under her pillow. "You would have loved it." But even as she said it, she realized that the raw, aching wound in her heart had finally begun to heal. A year ago, she'd never have imagined herself capable of smiling again. Her dad either, for that matter. But if the trauma had brought the two of them closer, the party had made them best friends. She'd always secretly believed it was a magical time of year. Now she knew it for a fact. So of course she began counting down the days until they could do it all again. "We're going where?" She could remember the moment like it was yesterday. Her father had sighed and looked down at the table, where loads of important-looking papers were strewn out in front of him. England. Just for a while. Just to get things settled. England. The other side of the world, where she didn't know anybody. But why do we have to go now? Because otherwise the farmhouse is just sitting there abandoned. It's already been broken into twice. We can't afford to leave it and let it get trashed. Heather hadn't been able to stop herself resenting Ruth, her dad's recently deceased maiden aunt. She'd never even met the woman who'd surfaced from the distant past just to dump her creepy old farm on them. Besides, her father added sheepishly, "We need the money we'll get from the sale of whatever's inside." She apparently had a lot of antiques. "So why can't we go over Christmas?" Heather persisted. Missing out on Christmas was vastly preferable to being deprived of another awesome Halloween. Because it's too expensive. Everyone flies over Christmas. But our party. Heather. For long moments her father stared down at the scattered papers, shaking his head sadly. Suddenly, he wasn't Dave Barton, her BFF anymore. He was just Dad. When he finally met her eyes again, He seemed profoundly weary. Heather knew that look. He'd worn it every day until the police told them they'd abandoned the search for her mom. And then every day after that. There had been no evidence of foul play, no suggestion that she'd run off with another man. No, nothing. It had broken her father. Heather's face burned as she realized how selfish she was being. Last year's Halloween/birthday bash had been the first time they'd had fun since the nightmare began, the first time they'd been able to cut loose. But love wasn't just about the fun times. What had the school counselor told her? 2 steps forward, 1 step back. Her dad hadn't known his aunt well, hadn't even seen her in 20 years. The death of a virtual stranger was nothing compared to what they'd gone through over Heather's mom, but it was still awful. Aunt Ruth was dead, not missing, not vanished without a trace, stone cold factually dead, and she'd left them her farm. "Hey," Heather said, her voice catching. She moved to her father's side and flopped down on the floor, resting her head on his knee. "It's okay. I understand." It was all she could say without breaking down. She felt her father's hand in her hair, ruffling the pixie cut. "Thanks, kiddo. I knew I could count on you. And you never know. We might actually like it there." She'd forced a brave smile at the time, even though she knew there was no way she would. It was raining when they landed at Heathrow, and it rained during the long drive that followed. Heather's first impression of England was that it was very green and very wet, presumably one because of the other. Thorpe Morag was a small Somerset village nestled in a valley in the middle of wet green nowhere. It was near places with even weirder names, like Middlezoy and Hoosh Champflower. Her second impression was that everything was old, like straight out of a history book old. The roads, the houses, even the trees all seemed impossibly ancient. America was all shopping malls and Starbucks and nail salons and car dealerships, all of it new and shiny and clean. Here, Heather wouldn't be surprised to see medieval peasants plowing the fields. A battered sign finally told them they'd reached Thorpe Morag, and a winding road led them into the village. 2 rows of cottages faced each other across a wide patch of grass with a little duck pond and a couple of rotting park benches. The village green, apparently. There was a pub, the White Mare, and a shop that looked like something from an old black and white movie. As far as Heather could tell, its name was just The Shop. At the far end of the green, a cluster of trees sheltered a narrow track that led to the Barton farm. The house was a blocky stone structure that looked more like a storage building than a home. It was almost hidden in the shadows of the foliage surrounding it. The trees looked intent on consuming the upper story, and the view from at least one window was entirely obscured. Heather shuddered at the thought of branches scraping her bedroom window like bony fingers before breaking the glass and reaching in for her. "It's, nice," she said, staring in dismay at the farmhouse. The photos emailed by the solicitor had clearly been taken on some enchanted spring morning when sunlight had conquered the gloom. Heather glanced at her father, but his expression was unreadable. They were really going to stay here, live here. A glance back at the sparse village didn't reveal any alternatives. It wasn't like there was a hotel down the road or anything, but there had to be a city nearby. How far away was London? Surely they could find somewhere else to stay, anywhere else. Her dad took the first step toward the farmhouse, and Heather had her answer. She heaved a morose sigh as she trudged after him, resigned to her fate. That was when she saw it. Her gasp must have sounded like one of pain because her dad whirled around. "Heather, are you okay?" "Oh my God," she breathed. She didn't so much walk as float toward the fence, where a beautiful horse stood gazing at her with huge dark eyes. Its coat was a rich, deep red, its mane and tail long and black. Without hesitation, Heather reached out to stroke the animal's sleek neck, and the horse nickered softly and tossed its head. It seemed to be laughing. When Heather pulled her hand back, the horse thrust its nose underneath her palm, nudging her. It felt like velvet. "I think she likes you," her dad said. "Or he likes you." "You were right the first time," came a voice from behind them. They both jumped and turned to see a man standing there. Wisps of white hair framed a thin but rugged face, and his bright blue eyes shone with friendliness. "Didn't mean to startle you folks," he said. His accent made him sound like Hagrid in the Harry Potter movies. "I'm Chester." He stuck out his hand for each of them to shake. His grip was so firm it made Heather wince. "You must be the new owners." "Yes. I'm Dave Barton, and this is my daughter Heather. Ruth was my aunt." Chester bowed his head, revealing a bald patch he made no effort to hide. "Damned shame," he said. "She was a fine woman. Always good to me, was your Ruth. I take care of her animals for her. That is, I took care. Still will if you'll have me." "Well, I think." Dave glanced at Heather, who could only offer a shrug. Behind her, the horse was nudging her roughly in the back, demanding attention. Dave laughed. "I'm sure that would be just fine. Just tell me what your arrangement was, and I'll continue to honor it. For as long as we're here, that is." "Fair enough," Chester said, nodding with satisfaction. He turned his attention back to the horse. "Her name's Callisto." Heather stood on tiptoe and pressed her forehead to the horse's. "Hi, Callisto," she said softly. "I'm Heather, and I think you just made things a whole lot better for me here." From that moment on, Heather and Callisto were inseparable. Heather had never ridden a horse before, but Callisto didn't seem to mind her inexperience. She would stand patiently while Heather clambered up onto her back from the fence. Chester had shown her how to put the saddle on, but Heather preferred the intimacy of riding without it. She loved the feel of Callisto's warm flanks beneath her and the rich animal smell she left on Heather's clothes. Ruth had clearly loved Callisto and spoiled her with treats and attention, a responsibility Heather was happy to assume. The horse shared the pasture with a flock of 6 sheep who seemed to be terrified of absolutely everything. They allowed Chester to get close, but they scattered whenever Heather went near them. The noises they made sounded like the voices of angry old men. The farmhouse itself wasn't actually as awful as Heather had imagined, but she still spent as little time inside as possible. There was nothing good on TV and her phone wasn't set up to work overseas. And of course, reclusive old Aunt Ruth didn't have a computer. Heather felt like she'd gone back in time. But because of Callisto, she found that wasn't so bad after all. By the end of the first week, she was hardly even missing her friends back home. Sam and Mia and the others would be stuck at school while Heather had a month-long pass. While her dad sorted out the legal headache of unloading the house and all its dusty antiques, Heather explored the outside world with Callisto. Occasionally her father went too, walking along beside them. And sometimes they both walked and took turns leading the horse. But she was by herself the day she found out just how cut off she was from the world that she knew. Callisto hadn't wanted to come out of her stall that morning, so Heather walked down to the shop to see if they sold sugar lumps. Dave and Heather did all their food shopping at a supermarket on the outskirts of town and had never even been inside the little village shop. The sugar lumps were easy enough to find, but getting a treat for herself proved more difficult. "Hi," she said, approaching the ancient lady behind the counter. "Do you have candy bars?" The woman blinked slowly at her, like a tortoise. She didn't speak for so long Heather began to wonder if she was deaf. "Candy," the woman repeated, dragging out the word as though she'd never heard of such a thing. Just then, the bell over the door clanged, and Heather turned to see 3 teenagers, 2 boys and a girl. They were laughing and shoving each other, but they stopped and stared when they noticed the stranger in their midst. Relieved to see someone her own age, Heather smiled and gave a little wave. She expected one of them to speak first, but all 3 merely stood where they were, staring at her. The girl had her arms crossed over her chest and looked bored. Unable to handle the awkward silence, Heather took a brave step closer. "I'm Heather. My dad and I." "We know who you are," said one of the boys. He was tall and gangly, his accent so thick Heather could barely understand him. He nudged his shorter friend, whose blank expression showed he wasn't up on current events. "They took over the Barton farm, Harry. I told you." Heather shifted uncomfortably, not liking the way he had phrased it, as though they'd invaded and conquered the place. We inherited it, actually. It belonged to my dad's Aunt Ruth. I never even met her. You inherit that horse too. This time it was the girl who spoke, her voice devoid of inflection. The tall boy sniggered. Chloe's jealous, he said, earning a black look from her. Shut it, Ian, Chloe growled, glaring at him. You could come see her, Heather offered, eager to keep the peace, but no one responded to her invitation. You want these or not, love? She glanced back at the old woman who was holding up the box of sugar lumps. Heather hurried back to the counter. Yes, and a candy bar, chocolate, or something. Anything, really. That provoked a giggle from Chloe. Heather affected a laugh as well, assuming the joke involved the idea of her feeding candy to the horse. The woman rummaged behind the counter and produced a bar of chocolate with an unfamiliar name. She quoted an amount, and it took Heather some time to fish through the exotic coins to pay for it. She turned to go, slightly unnerved to see that the group still hadn't moved. She wanted to believe they were just awkward around a newcomer, but she was beginning to get a darker vibe from them. She decided to make one last attempt to make friends. So, what are you all going as for Halloween? She asked. Ian blinked. Going as? Yeah, Heather said. Won't there be a party somewhere? Or trick or treating? Chloe snorted. Trick. Or treating. She enunciated each word, as though it was the stupidest idea she'd ever heard. Heather felt herself shrinking, her face burning as she looked down at the ground. I just thought. I don't know what you do where you come from, Ian said, putting on an exaggerated American accent. But Halloween ain't some kiddie fun fair. Harry was the only one who didn't seem eager to make fun of her. We have old customs, he said without elaborating. Maybe you think they're strange. Oh no, I'd never. Or beneath you, Chloe sneered. Bet she thinks we're all just ignorant yokels. Heather desperately wanted to leave, to hide her face before the shame made her cry. She decided to keep quiet and let the moment run its course. You Americans with your stupid costumes and parties, Ian said, now making no attempt to conceal this hostility. What are you going as, Heather? A Disney princess? A unicorn? The Statue of Liberty? At each insulting suggestion, he gave her a little shove until her back was against a shelf. Something wobbled behind her and fell to the floor with a thud. Tears were blurring her vision, but she refused to give them the satisfaction of seeing her cry. The old woman was clearly not going to intervene, and the only way Heather was getting out of the shop was by pushing her way through the awful trio. There's things here you don't want to see, Harry said. Things you have to appease. Don't warn her, Ian said. She don't care. Her and her rich daddy and her fancy horse, riding round like she owns the place. He edged closer, getting right in Heather's face. She'll find out, though, when they come through. Heather felt like she'd been doused with ice water. She tried not to flinch away, but his cold eyes and colder voice were too intimidating. She couldn't hold back her tears any longer, and she pushed him aside and fled. Their laughter followed her all the way home. She spent the rest of the afternoon with Callisto in her stall. She threw the chocolate away without eating it. The woods behind the farm were ancient and obviously haunted. Callisto wasn't normally skittish, but in the woods she often shied at nothing. Nothing visible anyway. Each time Callisto jumped at a shadow, Heather would lean forward, stretching along the length of the horse's neck, stroking her and murmuring softly until she was calm. Sometimes it felt as though their souls were connected, as though they had a language all their own. She'd heard the term horse whisperer before and liked the way it sounded. She couldn't necessarily whisper to all horses, but this one understood her perfectly. Even her father could see they had a special bond. The three of them were taking a walk one day when Dave remarked that they could throw one hell of a party in the woods, among the trees. Heather laughed, not wanting to admit that the idea made her uneasy. There's things here you don't want to see. When she didn't say anything in response to the suggestion, Dave swooped his hand over the top of her head. Heather frowned. "Huh, what did I miss?" Her dad blinked in astonishment. "Really? Come on, kiddo. You forget the date or something. Sure you didn't fall off Callisto and hit your head?" Suddenly, she realized he'd been serious about the party. She blushed and lowered her head, stroking the lean, muscular leg of the horse walking beside her. "Oh," she shrugged. I don't know anyone here. I'd rather wait until we get home." "What? No way. It'll all be over by then." But his enthusiasm only made her feel more uncomfortable, and she pressed closer to Callisto, who leaned down to snort a burst of hot air down the back of her hoodie. Dave sensed her discomfort and drew them all to a halt. "Hang on. I thought you met some of the other kids in the village." Heather shrugged again. "Yeah." She didn't want to say more, didn't want to tell him how they'd made fun of her accent and her customs, and hinted that something horrible was coming for her. "That's not like you," he persisted. "You're the one who walks into a room full of strangers and leaves with 10 new friends." "Maybe back home," she said. "Here's it's just you and me and Callisto." Seeing concern in his face, she hurriedly added, "But that's fine. I'm having a great time." But Dave didn't seem convinced. "I know you love the horse, but you've always been a pack animal. Are you sure you're okay? Sure you don't want a party? We're going to get quite a lot of money for some of the stuff in the house, you know. We can afford to splash out, as they say over here." Heather smiled. "You really are the best dad in the world, you know." He looked down at the ground, embarrassed by her praise. "But," she continued, "no party is ever gonna top last year's. You don't have to try so hard. I'm okay. Really, we're both okay now." She wrapped her arm around him and squeezed, knowing he would take her meaning. He was often guilty of trying to fill the hole left by her mother. And if the past year had taught her anything, it was that he was all she needed. After a while he nodded, understanding. "If you're sure," he said, "we'll set our sights on next year then. A Halloween to remember. One for the ages." She had successfully quashed the idea of a party, but her father still pressed her about Halloween. It was out of character for her not to be excited about it, and planning what to wear, narrowing down costume choices. "They don't really do Halloween over here, Dad," Heather mumbled. She picked at her dinner. Frozen pizza with the thinnest crust they'd ever seen. But Dave persisted. "Don't be ridiculous. They had all kinds of stuff at the supermarket." Heather shrugged. The supermarket was only 2 miles from Thorpe Morack, but it might as well have been another country. "I'd rather just hang out and watch TV," she said, trying to sound convincing. "Save all the real fun for when we're back home." But even the thought of home wasn't entirely comforting, because going home meant leaving Callisto behind. Chester had promised to take care of her in Heather's absence, but that didn't change the fact that Heather would never see her horse. And she had come to think of Callisto as her horse. Again. Dave didn't respond. Heather kept her head down, pretending to be absorbed in spreading the sparse toppings around on her pizza. She counted 3 whole pieces of pepperoni. When the silence began to feel awkward, she finally looked up, only to frown in confusion at her dad's expression. A cryptic grin had spread across his features. "What? Oh, kiddo," he said with a good-natured chuckle. "Don't you think I know why you've been so moody lately?" She froze with her pizza slice halfway to her mouth. He knew. Now his chuckle became a full laugh. "Your face. You look like you've just seen your own tombstone." He reached across the table and pushed her pizza slice back down to her plate so he could grasp her hands. "It's Callisto, isn't it? You're upset about leaving her behind." Heather relaxed a little, relieved that he'd only guessed half of what was eating at her, the safe half. "Yeah," she said. "I'm really gonna miss her." "Well, maybe you don't have to miss her at all." Her eyes widened as she waited for him to elaborate, too afraid to risk guessing and be wrong. He didn't keep her in suspense long. "We're going to make a lot of money from the farm," he said. A lot more than I originally thought. I didn't want to say anything until I double-checked the figures, and I was going to wait until tomorrow to tell you, but you just seemed so glum. We'll be able to afford some nice things back home. Like maybe a new house with a big yard. And Heather squealed with excitement and jumped up so fast she knocked her chair over. She ran to her father and threw her arms around him, tears of joy filling her eyes. Oh my God. I don't know what to say. Thank you. Happy birthday, Heather. She clung to him, unable to hold back the tears any longer. And now she didn't have to. Those horrible village kids could torment her all they wanted to now, and it wouldn't matter one little bit because Callisto was going home with her. That night she went out to the stable to share the good news. Callisto tossed her head and pawed the ground, expressing her own excitement at the knowledge that they weren't going to be separated. October 31st dawned cold and foggy, just like any other day in the damp valley. It was so different from Austin. Back home, all the houses would have Halloween decorations up, and there would be people already wandering around in costume. Lots of kids at school would be dressed up, as would the coolest of the teachers. Even people at various jobs would be in costume. But here it might as well be any other day of the year. Heather had taken to riding Callisto through the woods, avoiding the village, and she spent the day among the trees. At one point, they encountered a deer, which froze, staring, until Callisto stretched up to nibble the few remaining leaves on a nearby tree. The deer startled and was gone in a flick of her tail. They had both grown more comfortable in what Heather called the haunted woods. She supposed she had the village kids to thank for that. Their nastiness was worse than anything she and Callisto were likely to encounter out here, but she was still bothered by what Harry had said about old customs. Things you have to appease. She shook her head to banish the memory. Her favorite holiday could come and go without fanfare, but it didn't matter because next year she and her dad would throw the most awesome party ever. She'd already decided on Callisto's costume. She would find a pair of huge white feathered wings for the horse. The idea of riding Pegasus filled her with joy. She left the woods and returned home feeling as though she and Callisto were already flying. They were having dinner when it happened. Someone was pounding hard on the door, and there was the sound of raucous laughter outside. Heather looked at her dad with wide eyes and shook her head, silently urging him not to go. But he frowned in confusion at her and got up from the table. "It's probably just trick-or-treaters," he said. Heather followed him, feeling like a scared kid and wishing she told him the whole story, that Halloween wasn't about fun here. "We have old customs. Maybe you think they're strange." Her father flung open the door and boldly walked out onto the step while Heather hid behind him in the porch. A group of people had gathered in front of the farmhouse, and Heather gasped as she saw what they were wearing. It looked like a gathering of demons. They were dressed in black robes and masks, horrible, misshapen things that looked like they'd been put together and painted in the dark. A trio at the back held torches, not flashlights, but actual flaming torches. "Hey there," her dad said, sounding uneasy. "I thought you guys didn't do Halloween." That prompted a chorus of laughter, and one man started up a chant. At first Heather thought they were saying nightmare, but as others took up the chant, she realized it was just the name of the pub, White Mare. Dave glanced back at Heather, and his expression of concern worried her. He motioned for her to stay back, and that frightened her even more. "Listen, fellas," her dad said, "I'm not sure what this is about." But they wouldn't let him talk. The crowd shouted him down with their strange chant. Dave stepped back inside and took hold of the door, but one of the robed figures jumped across the threshold and kept him from shutting it. There was a flash of white among the crowd and the jingle of bells. The figure moved quickly, bobbing and weaving between the revelers. Heather covered her mouth with both hands as she caught a glimpse of it. If the people in black looked like demons, this thing looked like a monster. The head was huge and white, and the jaws made a horrible clacking sound as its mouth opened and closed. At last it broke through and stood at the entrance. It wasn't a monster. It was worse. White mare. White mare. A white sheet draped the person holding the awful clacking head. At least Heather hoped there was a person under there. What she'd first taken for a monster was only a skull. A horse's skull, long and gaunt, and grinning horribly. Someone had filled the empty eye sockets with gleaming red baubles. Her dad shouted over the noise, "Go on, get out of here." But the crowd continued to chant, growing louder and louder. The horseman capered on the step, dancing in a circle. The skull reared back, its mouth open in silent laughter, before jerking down again and appearing to look straight at Heather. She screamed. That was when the robed people shoved her father aside and forced their way into the house. The horseman continued its hellish dancing as it followed, with the others standing aside to let it pass. It galloped down the corridor, and as soon as it passed, Heather ran to her father and clung to him. "Make them stop," she sobbed. "Make them go away." Dave held her tight as he edged them both into the nearest room and slammed the door behind them. "Don't worry, Heather. I'm calling the cops." An old rotary dial phone stood on the table in the corner, and Dave grabbed it and dialed 911. Then he cursed and hung up, remembering to dial 999 when he tried again. Heather listened in horror to the shouting and chanting as the group marched through the house. Some of them had musical instruments and began playing, the melodies harsh and discordant. Others sang in high screeching voices. But above the chaos, one sound was clearest of all. Clack, clack, clack. "Yes, hello. I need the police at the Barton farm in Thorpe Morack. Half the village just broke into my house." He was silent for a few moments as he listened to the operator. Then his expression turned incredulous. "What the hell kind of advice is that? And they're already in, didn't you hear me? No, I don't know anything about any custom, but it doesn't change the fact that they're trespassing. They scared my daughter half to death. Now send someone out here right." He broke off and held the phone away from his face, staring at it in shock. "I don't believe it," he said. She hung up. Heather bit her lip as the party continued their dancing, singing Invasion. The skull clacked out of time with the stamping feet and the chanting voices. "White mare, white mare. Clack, clack, clack." "What did she say?" Heather asked. Dave shook his head. "Something about some local custom. She told me to let them in. I said they were already in. She'll find out, though, when they come through." Heather eyed the door uneasily, but the sounds were growing faint as the group moved deeper into the house. A shudder ran through her, and she hurried to her father's side. They held each other as they listened. "Maybe they'll just go," Dave said. "It's probably some Halloween prank." The emergency operator didn't seem to think it was anything to worry about. Heather nodded in hopeful agreement, but she couldn't stop replaying the conversation with the village kids. Were they here now, dressed like demons and dancing around with the others? She imagined pulling off one of those hideous masks only to find the same face underneath. She hadn't wanted to tell their dad about the encounter, but now it was weighing on her. This was all her fault, because she hadn't listened to them. In their own nasty way, they'd tried to warn her. "Daddy, there's something I have to tell you." Her face burned with humiliation at the memory, but she managed to tell them the whole story without bursting into tears. Dave listened without interrupting, and when she was done, he wrapped his arms around her tightly. "It's not your fault, Heather. They're a bunch of insecure yahoos, and they were just trying to scare you." "Yeah, well, they did a good job. We'll be back home soon," Dave said, his voice calm and reassuring. "Another couple of weeks, and we'll be out of here." "Yeah." The party lasted for almost an hour. More than once, Dave reacted to the sound of breaking glass and got angrily to his feet. Heather stopped him each time, begging him not to leave her alone. If they destroyed anything valuable. But he never finished the threat. What recourse did they have? Sue them. If the police weren't interested, they'd have no case anyway. Heather's fear had given way to exhaustion, and she was curled up on the floor when she heard the front door slam. Then all was silent inside. The voices and music and laughter moved like a wave down the drive and out into the night. Are they gone? Her father went to the door and pressed his ear against it, listening. I think so. Then he took a deep breath and turned the knob. Heather inched toward the doorway, expecting to find the house trashed. They went from room to room, but except for a couple of broken knickknacks and one picture frame, the place seemed to have been left in one piece, if a little disarranged. They sighed with relief as they moved the furniture back to where it belonged. Heather stared in dismay at the remains of their interrupted dinner before sweeping it all into the trash. She'd lost her appetite. Once they'd made sure the doors were locked, they trudged upstairs to bed, hoping sleep would obliterate the awful memory. Heather slept fitfully, dreaming of monstrous figures dancing around her. They jabbed at her with spikes and called her insulting names, putting on exaggerated American accents. Let's all go trick-or-treating, y'all. Gimme some candy. She woke with a cry and bolted upright. Sunrise was just beginning to color the sky, turning the curtains a sickly yellow. A gap in the fabric allowed a pale stripe of light to creep across the floor toward the bed like a pointing finger. She felt singled out, accused. The dream had unnerved her, but she also felt nagged by a strange sense of guilt. She slipped out of bed and padded downstairs in her pajamas. An eerie silence enveloped the house, and she realized that the same silence extended outside. There were no birds singing, no wind rattling the dead leaves, no sound of any kind. The front door was closed and locked, but Heather still didn't feel reassured. Something was wrong. She knew it. Something had happened. Then she saw the note. It hadn't been there last night. Someone must have slipped it under the door while they slept. She thought of waking her dad, of letting him see it first. But somehow she knew the note was for her. On the folded slip of paper was a single cryptic phrase. The YGT may already take ease. Wake in you don't give. At first, she thought the word had been misspelled. But she could still hear the fanatical chanting in her head, and she realized that was what they'd been saying. Whatever it meant, it must be the name of that awful skull creature. The thing you had to appease. But what were they supposed to give it? Her stomach fluttered with unease, and then swooped in a dizzying plunge. She didn't want to open the door, didn't want to look. But it felt as if she was caught in some terrible ritual, playing a part they had forced on her. Her hand shook as she reached out to turn the key and unlock the door. The handle was like ice beneath her palm. She took a deep breath and threw it open. And when she saw what was waiting for her, she screamed. Impaled on a spike was a huge bloody mass. In her delirium, it took her a moment to realize that it was a horse's head, Callisto. It was a long time before she stopped screaming. There was no anger, only despair. Heather felt drained of all emotion. Her father expressed enough fury for both of them, but it made no difference. The solitary policeman who had come to the house shook his head sadly and explained that no crime had been committed. It was a local custom to allow the geysers in and offer them food and drink. What the hell are geysers? Dave demanded. Like disguise. They were disguised, all right. We couldn't tell who was who, but I'm pretty sure it was the whole damn village. There's nothing I can do, sir, the young constable said calmly. When Heather showed him the threatening note, he merely explained that appeasing the white mare was an ancient tradition. It was an honor to don the guise of the spirit horse and perform the ritual. The community went from house to house, the white mare and her demon entourage, where offerings would be made to ensure that the door between worlds would close at dawn, if entry was refused. Heather choked back another sob. That's insane, Dave said, shaking his head in disbelief. This is a very ancient part of the world, sir, with ancient traditions. The patronizing tone only further antagonized Dave. We're not talking about druids here. We're talking about a group of juvenile delinquents who bullied my daughter, broke into my house, and then murdered her horse. And for what? Because we didn't hand out treats. His hands clenched on Heather's shoulders as he spoke, and she was reminded of the last time her father had confronted policemen, demanding answers to a mystery that was never to be solved. Sometimes people just disappeared and were never found. With all due respect, sir, the term murder only applies to a person. The constable shrugged as he pocketed his notepad and made as if to leave. I'm sorry, but all I can do is repeat that there has been no crime committed here. Well, that's not good enough. The policeman turned back to Dave, his expression hardening. It'll have to be, he said coldly. Maybe next time you go to another country you'll make a note of their customs and be more respectful of them. Heather could feel the tension in her father's hands as he struggled not to lose his cool. She knew his rage was about more than the invasion and what the villagers had done to Callisto. She forced herself to take deep, calming breaths, hoping he would do the same. Together, they watched the constable amble back down the lane and drive away. As one, they turned to look at the shrouded thing sticking out of the ground. Dave had thrown a blanket over it, so Heather didn't have to see it anymore, but the shape was unmistakable. The body was too large to bury, but Heather insisted they dig a grave for the head. They'd never had a funeral for Heather's mother because they still refused to admit she was dead. But there was no gray area here, no hope that Callisto might return someday. The finality of it turned Heather's heart to stone, and she stared with dry, empty eyes at the little mound of dirt when the grave was filled in. Ian tried again to slide his hand up under Chloe's skirt, but she slapped him away. "Get off, perv," she said, laughing. "Bloody tease is what you are," Ian complained, not for the first time. He took a swig from the bottle of lager he'd nicked and peered up into the trees. He could see the moon through the bony limbs, a fiery eye staring down at them. Something about it made him uneasy and he looked away. Chloe made a pitying face. "Aw, poor thing. Ain't had enough fun already." A grin spread across his features. "Yeah, the other night was brilliant. Only wish I could have seen her face the next morning." Chloe pawed at the bottle and he passed it to her. "Stupid twat," she sneered. She totally deserved it. Ian laughed, although in truth, he hadn't enjoyed killing the horse. That had been Chloe's idea, and Harry hadn't wanted any part of it, mumbling something about how it wasn't theirs to take, but it was just some stupid old custom their parents kept alive. "It's getting cold," Ian said. "Let's go back to your house." "Yeah, all right." Chloe finished the lager and hurled the empty bottle into the woods, where it struck a tree with a satisfying smash. She giggled and staggered to her feet. Then she froze, holding up her hand. Ian stared at her, still grinning. "What? You about to hurl?" "Shut up. Listen, I heard something." He stood up and cocked his head, listening. "There's nothing. Just..." His voice trailed away. It couldn't have been what it sounded like, but one look at Chloe confirmed that she'd heard the same thing. He shook his head. No, there was no way. Clack, clack. They'd heard that sound plenty on Halloween, when they gleefully joined in the old custom, eager to teach those stupid foreigners a lesson. But now it sounded different. There was the suggestion of something wet as the jaws slapped together. And the smell. They fumbled for each other, clasping hands as they started backing away. The noise was getting louder, coming nearer. And now it was unmistakable. Hoofbeats. A cloud must have passed across the moon because it was suddenly too dark to see. Chloe held up her cell phone, but the light from the screen did little to penetrate the deepening black. "Let's get out of here," she said. Ian didn't need any convincing. Harry had weirded him out enough, with all the talk about how they'd stolen from the white mare, that it would be back. He wanted to believe it was Harry now, just trying to scare them, but there was no faking those sounds. Or that smell. Something was coming toward them through the trees, crunching in the dead, dry leaves. Something that snorted heavily as it got closer. "Which way do we go?" Ian hissed. "I can't see a bloody thing." Chloe kept her phone up high, shining the light around. Fuck. I don't know. Where's the path? I think it's... He gasped, certain that the light had swept across something. What? Chloe whirled around, brandishing the phone. A huge pale shape emerged from the gloom, draped in a ragged, filthy sheet. Light and shadow trembled over the jagged contours, gleaming where the bone showed through the strings of muscle and tendons still adhering to the skull. The huge white teeth seemed to be grinning as the jaws opened and closed, dislodging a clump of soil caked inside. Clack. One eye was gone. The other hung loosely from the socket, milky and deflated, but its gaze was far from blind. It was staring right at them. Flo screamed and dropped her phone. The light shone upward from the ground, giving the skull an even more malevolent expression. It jolted Ian from his paralysis. He tried to pull Chloe away, but she seemed rooted to the spot. Leaves crackled and twigs snapped as unseen hooves pawed the ground. The putrefying skull turned, tilted down toward them, and opened its mouth again. Chloe shook her head, mumbling desperately. She reached up one trembling hand as if to stroke the long muzzle. Instead, she placed her hand inside the creature's mouth. The jaws snapped shut on her wrist, and the skull jerked violently from side to side, like a dog shaking a toy. Her screams were terrible, wild, primal animal sounds. She flailed at the skull with her other hand, trying to pull away, but the creature pushed her down on the ground. She made a sound as if she'd been punched in the stomach, a breathy oof that might have been funny under other circumstances. Ian could only stare in horror as something heavy pressed her down, stamping repeatedly. But there was nothing there, only the floating shroud with the terrible skull emerging from it. Chloe's screams became guttural croaks as the powerful jaws finally snapped the bone and wrenched her hand away. Blood spurted across Ian's face, but still he couldn't move. "I'm sorry," he whispered, lowering his head. He stared at the ground beneath him, where blood was trickling between the dead leaves. Chloe's hand dropped into the detritus in front of him, and he felt his stomach lurch. He couldn't bear to see any more, so he closed his eyes. Sorry. Strident neighing broke the silence, but Ian didn't move. He felt his bladder let go as he sank to his knees, waiting, praying for mercy he knew would not come. When he felt the hooves smash into the back of his neck, he fell forward into the blood-stained leaves. The pain was terrible, but he couldn't scream. His mouth was too full of earth. "Are you all packed?" Heather nodded without looking up at her dad. Her suitcases were laid out on the bed, and she was ready to go, ready to leave this awful place far behind. Dave gave her shoulders a reassuring squeeze. "I'll take those out to the car." Once he was gone, Heather made her way slowly through the house and stood by the back door, peering out into the garden. The little wooden cross she had placed there lay on its side, and the soil was disturbed, scattered across the ground in a trail that led all the way into the woods. Heather looked down at her hands, at the jagged broken nails caked with dirt and dried blood. Beneath her shirt, the horsehair was beginning to itch. As she made her way to the car, she clicked her teeth together 3 times. It felt strangely reassuring. Our bones are cold. It is the type of cold that comes only after death, and it will never leave us now. We mourn what must have come before. Hands holding ours, sunlight warming the tops of our heads, cats on our laps in nightclubs where we danced out of our minds and Pop-Tarts straight from the toaster. Life, pulsing hot and fat beneath our fingers. Mother keeps us in a chest freezer for preservation, she says, and perhaps this is true. But here is another truth. The night she brought us back from death, after she had canvassed local papers for the right news and hunted through grave soil for the right parts and sewn them into the right approximation of the female form, she let us sleep in her daughter's room. Amongst the heart-shaped pillows, The grass-stained soccer uniform still puddled on the floor. She cried and cradled us and called us her daughter's name. And we knew even as we strained toward her touch that it was all too much. It couldn't last. In the morning, she moved us to the freezer. But the tenderness she had shown during the night still lingered. Her dark brown hand hovered on the lid as though unwilling to let it go. "What will I call you?" she said. Our old names flared within us, firing into deadened muscle and marrow-stopped bone. Charmaine, Nikita, Salma, Alicia, Cat. The softness in Mother's face fell away. She laughed, a flat, lifeless sound. "Listen to me," trying to name a dead girl. As the lid slammed shut, the truth of our new existence dawned. Never again would any mother name us or hold us or take this cold from our bones. There in the terrible darkness, we tried to weep and discovered we could not. Our left pinky toe belongs to her daughter. It was all they ever found. How is this possible? What did he do with the rest of her? No one knows. No one much cares. Except Mother. When she brought us back to life, she gave us strength and an appetite, and a nose drawn to badness like a buzzard to a corpse. Then she sent us into Atlanta, its suburbs and city streets. "Find him," she said. And we did, or rather, we found men like him. We cornered them in darkened streets they had never learned to avoid, in parking lots they had never learned to speed walk through with keys clenched in their fists. We let them know how it felt to bruise, and then we asked them, "Was it you?" "No, no," they sobbed. And when our left pinky toe confirmed this truth with a regretful twinge, we took them apart and ate them limb by bad-tasting limb, which satisfied our hunger but did not make us feel less empty. This, of course, was why Mother made her monster out of other dead girls. She knew her hunger was only matched by our own. 6 long weeks of this, and when everything inside of us began to change, we did not notice until it was too late. Our head is rebelling tonight. The whimpering of little girls fills our ears. Their high, thin voices needle our bones, followed by a spike of pain. They are in us. We want them out. We open our mouth and regurgitate our last meal onto the dirt in great, undigested chunks. We spit out another spur of bone, then groan as pain guts our body like a fish. Nearby, a feral cat wails in response. It is well past midnight. We are in a scrubby patch of woods between 2 golf course fairways. The man we dragged here, now spattered across the pine straw, owned a string of successful dance studios. He scoured the poor neighborhoods for talented girls and gave them scholarships. Their delight turned to terror as he took them into the back room and showed them what they still owed. It is their voices we heard just now. And not just theirs. Over the past few weeks, we have started hearing other voices, the victims of other men we have consumed. And with their voices, their suffering, so much that our body has begun to fall apart. The seams splitting as if they can no longer hold all this pain. We bury the man as best we can and stagger home, clutching our torso. Mother strips us down and examines our body with a seamstress's eye. Nothing some thread can't fix. But the pain, we say again, it's not for long. We'll find him any day now. She sews up our loosened seams, her hands hovering over but rarely touching our skin. We do not dare voice our thoughts. What if he is too far away? What if we never find him? What will you do with us then? There, she raises a hand as though to pat our shoulder, then drops it. Just needed tightening, is all. Our stomach is never full. This used to be a good thing, because the supply of men who have done evil never ends. Only now we cannot eat them. We try again and again, but our stomach heaves them back out. We poke the parts into sewers and trash cans, knowing it is only a matter of time before someone discovers them. One night, as we are burying a body in the woods, our shoe comes loose and a splinter drives itself deep into our heel. When we get home, we show it to Mother, head lowered, waiting for a lecture about protecting the limbs she worked so hard to bring to life. But her voice, when it comes, is soft. My girl got a big splinter in her foot just like this. She was little, maybe 6 or 7. I tried to tweeze it out, but she ran off hollering. Got blood all over the carpet. In the end, she took it out herself. She always hated it when I fussed over her. Not like you. Although she has prized out the splinter, her hand still hovers over our heel. No, we say when she does not move. Not like us. You remind me of her sometimes. Your eyes. The way you tilt your head. We are not your daughter. I know. We expect to hear bitterness in her voice, but she just sounds resigned. She picks up her needle and guides it along its familiar path, tightening the sutures at our neck, our right shoulder, our thighs, up the center of our chest, retracing the join she made all those nights ago when she stooped low over us and breathed life into our limbs. Occasionally, when she tires, the heel of one palm comes to rest on our skin. We try not to tremble at each shock of warmth, try not to lean into her touch. A knocking at the door interrupts this ritual. We both freeze. Another volley of knocks, louder this time. Downstairs, Mother murmurs. Quick. Toward the door, she calls. Coming. We hurry down the stairs and climb into the freezer, pulling the lid shut. Drawing our knees to our chest, we try to make out noises from the floor above us. We hear only the freezer's steady hum. After a long time passes and no angry police officer hauls open the lid, we lie back, pressing our cheek against the frost-encrusted wall. Mother will come for us, we think, once her visitors have gone. But she does not come for us. We wait there in the darkness and the cold, the minutes unspooling into hours and then days. At last, she throws open the lid of the freezer. She squints down at us with bloodshot eyes, her breath clouding the air. Unfamiliar fumes roll toward us, orange juice and tequila and sweat. They found her, she says. Well, not all of her, a piece of her, her torso, in Virginia. Virginia. Her words spill out in a too-fast staccato, and we see that the news has undone her. Like us, she is coming apart at the seams. The only difference is that she has no one to put her back together. You have to go. It's a sign. You have to find him. Her hand scrabbles at something in the bottom of the freezer. We sit up, our minds slow with coldness, and see that she has grabbed our left foot. What are you doing? She props our ankle on the lip of the freezer and unties our shoelaces. I need her toe. But we need it. We need it to sense him. I'm only going to take part of it. She eases off the shoe, tosses it aside. But it's mine. I gave it to you, and now I need it back. We notice, for the first time, the small meat saw in her right hand. She positions it next to our left pinky toe, just below the nail. Our foot jerks, and she grasps it firmly. Setting the blade against us, she begins to saw. The sensation is nothing like the pain that comes after we have eaten. It is more of a dull irritation, a worrying at the skin. We watch, frozen, as the woman who has always stitched us together takes us apart. She does not look at us as she works, and we realize that in all this time she has never met our eyes, not once. We remember that first moment of gasping into the light, lying stunned and terrified as a strange woman bent over our chest and wept. At the time, the gesture soothed us. We thought she did so out of love. But we were wrong. You cannot love an instrument. Our hand shoots out and grabs Mother's wrist. She tries to shake us off, clucking with irritation. But she has imbued our girlish limbs with the strength of 10 men. Our hand is steady, unmoving. Please, she says. I need it. I need something to hold on to. But we have been taken apart too many times. We squeeze harder. The saw clatters to the floor. She looks at us then, stares straight into our eyes, and we almost recoil from the force of fear and revulsion we find there. I gave you life, she hisses. I could take you apart again, just like. She snaps the fingers of her free hand. That. When we release her, she walks away, rubbing her wrist. At the foot of the stairs, she pauses. What are you waiting for? Go. Get out of here. Don't come back until you found him. Our legs should tire, but they do not. When Virginia turns up no trace of our quarry, we zigzag across the country, wandering beside endless fields of tobacco and later corn and soy, through new-growth forests, along gravel country roads. Men in trucks lean on their horns, slow down beside us, but do not stop. Once, an old woman gives us a lift in her beat-up Corolla, then drives off in a spray of gravel dust, making the sign of the cross. The seasons turn, from asphalt melting heat to sudden crispness, forested hillsides cloaked in reds and yellows, so brilliant they make our eyes hurt. At a strip mall outside Kansas City, we buy a portable sewing kit. We learn how to dig the needle deep into our skin so it will not tear. We stitch ourselves up and think that perhaps we can learn to live without Mother. Every meal still makes us vomit, so we stop eating. In time, our hunger dwindles to a dull ache, but the cold in our bones never leaves us. One night in Milwaukee, there is a man in a beautiful suede coat whose smell makes our left pinky toe throb. We follow him through snow-carpeted streets to an outdoor holiday market. As he disappears between the stalls, we hesitate. Mother has warned us from places like this, where the smells could overwhelm us, or someone could see us for what we are. But the fairy lights beckon prettily, and we hear laughter and see white clouds of breath emerging from mouths and mingling in the air. We want to be among these people, to place ourselves in proximity to their bodies, their heat. Pulling up the hood of our sweatshirt, we plunge into the crowd. Our heart is missing. You were better off without one, Mother said. No cunt either. She made us smooth and sexless as a doll. Our heart is missing. And yet, as we edge through the press of people, the weight of their badness descends, and we feel it all. There, a man buying mulled wine for a woman he has known since high school. At a bar later tonight, he will stir a crushed pill into her drink, and when she wakes the next morning, the world she thought she knew will invert like a tipped glass. And there, a man and woman walking together, a boy between them clutching their hands. When the woman leaves for her night shift, the man joins the boy in his narrow bed. The boy told his mother about this last week. She said that God punishes little boys who lie. A teen who is barely a man, yet who has already learned how to press down on his date's heads in the backseat of his car. An old man, now wheezing with emphysema, who once threw his ex-wife so hard her body broke through the drywall and into the next room. A powdered donut seller, who once took a girl off a reservation in Nevada and never brought her back again. People who have hurt others. People who will hurt others. People who will be hurt and do not know it yet. All of their past and future pain clamors in our head, bearing down. The man is almost out of sight, the tan of his coat a faint, dwindling smudge. We stagger after him, the pressure building, compacting our vision. Above us, strings of lights hover and pulse. Yellow globules flex toward us, then shrink away. We jump as a woman to our left laughs, too loudly. It sounds like a child's shout. Our foot snags on something, and we lurch forward, smacking into a bulky man and sending a cupful of cider sloshing down his front. We barely register his look of outrage before we are darting around him. "Bitch," he yells. "Come back here and..." We break into a run, clutching our head, trying not to moan as the pain grows, trying to make out the tan coat of our quarry amidst the lights and the pooling darkness and the people and the dim white snow. But he is gone. We are not even sure he was the right man. Outside the market's entrance, it has begun to snow. We extend our hand and watch the flakes accumulate on our palm, unmelting. We know what Mother would say. What are you waiting for? He's getting away. We should leave the market, slog through the snow-banked streets, search until we find him. But for the first time, some stubborn impulse prevents our legs from moving. "I've been watching you," a voice behind us says, and we start. We turn, thinking for a moment that it is the man in the beautiful coat. But this is a different man, shivering in a beanie and scuffed denim jacket. He thrusts something into our arms. We look down. It is a coat, round and puffed like a toasted marshmallow. "I couldn't stand it, watching you freeze," he says. He hurries away, and we stand there with the coat in our arms, snow piling onto our eyelashes, and we are tired. We are so tired. Our bones, our left pinky toe, our head, our stomach, our legs, our heart, our missing heart. They ache and we want them to stop. We are done with this world and its unending pain. We are done with the pieces of this body, which will never form a whole no matter how much thread we wield. We remember Mother's words. "I could take you apart again, just like that." We long to be taken apart. We begin the journey home. Mother's apartment smells like laundry. On the kitchen table, a stack of clothes sits neatly folded. A green and gold shirt catches our eye. A girl's soccer uniform. We find Mother curled on the bed in her daughter's room. She is facing the wall, holding one of those heart-shaped pillows in her arms. At first, we think she is asleep. Then we see that her eyes are open and the muscles in her arms are quivering with exertion. She is pressing the pillow to her chest, squeezing it, and we realize that it is not the pillow she is holding but the memory of her daughter, her dead daughter, who she will never hold again. "You're back," she says. "Does that mean?" "No," we say. "We did not." She is silent. We step into the room. There are words we have been rehearsing as we traveled home. Words we need to say before she returns us to death. We don't remember what it was like to die, but we remember what it was like to come back. The terror of tumbling back into a body that worked against our will, into a mind scrubbed clean of all memories, save for the faint echo of our former names. It was a different kind of death, and we were just as powerless to stop it. Because you never asked us, did you? If we wanted to hunt those men, if we wanted to come back at all. Without being aware of doing so, we have crossed the room to stand over the bed. Mother's shoulders quiver with fear, sadness. We know so little about the woman who brought us back to life. "I know," she says. "I'm sorry. And now we are done searching." Yes, her voice is muffled by the pillow. "You've done everything you can." Then, we hesitate. "Then it's time for you to take us apart. Is that what you want?" She has never asked us this. No one has. At first, we do not know how to reply. We remember all our long, lonely days and nights on the road. All the times we yearn to obliterate ourselves, to go back below the earth and stay there. We imagine our own mothers, curled on our beds, and we grieve despite our missing heart, because the world has too many mothers curled on their dead daughters' beds, and because we could catch bad men until the end of time, and never catch them all. We look at Mother, her body like a fragile comma holding back a story she cannot bear to end. All this time, we have been longing for her touch. Perhaps she, too, has been longing for ours. Perhaps this is enough. "No," we say. We sit on the edge of the bed. One of her corkscrew curls has fallen onto her cheek. Hesitantly, feeling that we are reaching across a great distance, we tuck it behind her ear. "If you stay," she says, and our hand tremors against her skin, "you'll need a name." We think of all the girls we once were. Charmaine, Nikita, Salma, Alicia, Kat. There are more, many more, pressing against our chest, all the men we consumed and all the people they hurt. "There are too many," we say. "We have time," she says. We lie down next to her, curling up against her back, and when we wrap our arms around her, we are holding our own mothers, yes, but we are also holding her. Heat radiates down the length of our patchwork, perfect body. It sinks into our bones. For the first time in this life, we are warm. Your camera thinks it spotted a familiar face. Cameras don't think, Annie said, looking down at her phone. Who taught this thing to identify specific faces? Who thought that was a good idea? Och, neuromantic. Jonah scoffed at her, looking over. Not everything is a part of the panopticon. Calm your tits. It's just weird that it thinks. Annie continued, loading more Diet Cokes into the communal fridge. And why does that make me a new romantic? No, like the book by that dismal guy. The cypherpunk one. Jonah looked away, because he always drank cold Diet Cokes out of the fridge without replacing them. He knew Annie hated this about him. He wanted to do better, but could never seem to remember until he saw her face fall when she went looking for a cold soda on a hot day. Then he wished he could turn back time, just for the smallest of sins between roommates that ended up meaning everything. Annie was blinking. Dismal. Cyber. Gibson. You mean neuromancer. New romance with a necromancer, Jonah said, slipping through his bedroom door. Whatever. So who was the familiar face? Annie turned her phone screen back on. It doesn't say. There's nobody there. She put it away. Does it recognize me when I come in? Yeah, Jonah said. It says, Annie is at the door every time you come home. I taught it your face when I first put it in. You can sign to it, and the person getting the notification can see you. Cool, right? Annie closed the fridge. She stood in front of it, looking at nothing. Who all did you teach it to recognize? The people who come over most often. You, me, and Kevin. Stacy and Kit. Live. JP, you know. Jonah hesitated. And Kara. She didn't look at him when she said her wife's name. Yeah, it knows Kara. I got it right before, but it wasn't. Of course. Yeah, it knows her. Annie looked at him for a fleeting second, and he could see her eyes were wet. She turned and walked out of the kitchen. Jonah waited until he heard her go out the back door. Then he went to the fridge and found some space to hide 2 or 3 more Diet Cokes, mostly from himself. He texted the other roommates to remind them to replace the supply. For Annie's sake. Unknown person at the door. The first time, Annie saw the warning. She got tiny little needles of adrenaline in her wrists and ankles, as if she might need to dig in and hold the door shut. Her phone opened the notification and showed her the fish-eyed view of her front door, her own parked car in the driveway, the gray sky beyond. There was no one there. Intrigued, Annie toyed with it. It allowed her to pan right and left, but not to look up or down. Deep right, trash cans. Deep left, FedEx guy. Annie swore and stuffed her phone into her pocket, running the length of the narrow, deep warren of a house to reach the front door before he left. She flung it open and winced as the weak sunlight hit her across the eyes after the customary dimness of her basement bedroom. Wait, she yelled, running down the driveway. He sat in the high seat of his truck with the engine running, but he had not yet pulled away. He was tall and always smiling. He knew Annie on sight. He'd been delivering their paperwork and packages for years. Kara's job had sent a packet a week since they left New York. He popped back out good-naturedly and retrieved a flat envelope from behind him. Hey, almost missed you, Miss Brandt. She nodded, and he handed her the tablet to sign. Thank you, she said, still squinting in the light. No problem, he told her, looking around. He spotted her car in the driveway. Is Mr. Cooper home from work today? I thought I heard him. Yeah, his car is at the glass shop. Have you got something for him too? Annie could never remember the man's name. Was it Devin? David? Too awkward to ask now. Kara had always written the tag on his yearly tin of holiday cookies, and Annie had one more reason to mourn her wife. Reasons came in all shapes and sizes. Nah, said the FedEx man, climbing back up into his driver's seat with no door to hold him in. He was gone with a puttering of the engine. She watched the arrow in the logo follow its own direction off her block. Slowly, Annie walked back into her dark house. Is that it? Jonah was lurking just inside the door. I saw it was the FedEx dude. Annie scowled a little. His bedroom was far closer to the front door than hers, but she always seemed to get the door first. Yeah, this should be it. She stared at the pull tab that would open the envelope. She didn't move. Are you gonna be awk? Jonna bit the cuticle beside his thumbnail. How awk would you be if it was Kevin? She signed Kevin's name as she said it like they always did, the letter K in her right hand tapping her temple to mean Jonah's boyfriend of 12 years. He didn't drop his thumb, so his curled hand muffled his voice. Come on. I loved her too. She was one of my oldest friends. Annie drew a huge sigh. I know. I don't know if I'm awk. I'm going to open this in my room. She moved past him in the semi-darkness, and he didn't reach out. They weren't hugging friends. Alone in her bedroom, Annie felt like she could still talk to Kara. She had all of Kara's clothes still in the closet, and her face smiling out of a half-dozen pictures on the wall. Kara's Academic Achievement Award from 8th grade still winked in cheap brass on top of their bookcase. Annie looked at that instead of at the envelope. She found the pull tab by feel. She yanked, and the stiff cardboard shredded in her hands. The difference between knowing and not knowing is just a knock at the door. Annie had turned off her email notifications. She had taken Facebook off her phone. She had not answered anyone who had called. Kara's spiteful oralist family hadn't wanted anyone who signed at the funeral. They had wanted their deaf daughter to read lips and write things down, not join some other culture. It had never seemed to occur to them that they could learn to sign too. Annie had sought the not knowing with all the will she had left. She did not want to know anything more. But this doorbell, Jonah had put it in for Kara and Kevin because their phones were easier to notify than wiring the house with flashing lights. Jonah had insisted they all put the app on their phones, just in case. He had almost installed it in time. It might have made the difference between knowing and not knowing. It might have captured Kara's final day. But he had put off drilling the holes and getting it fully connected just a little too late. Today, the paper had come, so now she would know. The difference between knowing and not knowing is a single sheet of paper. A coroner's report. The family might get the funeral. They had the life insurance after all. But Annie was Kara's wife, so she got the report. Her eyes slid over the details. She knew where her wife's body had been found, and in what condition. She knew Kevin, her wife's best friend and roommate before the rest of them had coalesced into this shared house, had seen her last, and that Kara's phone and keys and wallet had all been left in the house. She had known all of this for months. Homicide. Kara's death had been ruled a homicide. I know that, Annie said to the sheet of paper. Everybody knows that. But nobody knew who did it. It's what's his name? De Niro. The short, bald one from the Twin movie. Jonah was trying to ring in first on their smartphone trivia game. De Niro isn't bald. JP rang in second. Or short. Lav chimed in, trying to hedge his bets before the timer ran out. It's DeVito, Annie said quietly. Across the room, Jonah flashed her the word interpreter. One Akan turning against the other like a broken butterfly. What would I do without you? Win at trivia, maybe. Annie caught the sign, but didn't offer one back. Kevin was watching the screen and missing the conversation, anyhow. The shared screen in their living room declared her the winner of that round. She always cleaned their clocks at pop culture. Can we please move on to the math round? JP whined. I actually have a shot there. Is there pizza yet? Lav was last in points, so it didn't matter to him what round came next. He settled deeper into the couch, clearly indicating that when pizza arrived, he would not be the one to get it. As if on cue, the doorbell rang. The hub in the kitchen spoke up in her melodious, compliant robot voice. Someone's at the front door. As a reflex, Annie and Jonah both pulled out their phones. It's like checking the peephole, JP said. He was pressing the button on his phone to advance through the ads they had to watch before the next round. And it was like a peephole. Annie saw the red vinyl box in the pizza person's hands, as well as the blue bill of their cap. I'll go, "No, I'll go," Jonah said, popping up quick. "You sit." She sat. Jonah was back in seconds, having handed the delivery person a cash tip and accepting 3 hot boxes of pizza. "Dude looks just like the FedEx guy," he said, trotting fast with the food. As soon as he was in the open kitchen, Jonah plopped the boxes down, popped one open, and slipped a slice into his mouth. He yelped like a puppy. "Oh God, hot, 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 hot. Fuck." Melted cheese flapped down over his bottom lip and burned his chin. He bent at the waist, pulling the toppings off his face and fanning cool air into his mouth. "Dumbass." Lav laughed. GP joined him and tried to get a quick video loop so he could share it. Kevin looked up following the commotion and put a hand over his smiling face, giggling for maybe the first time since Cary had died. Jonah saw it and his eyes lit up. Instead of backing off the dance, he intensified it, jigging from one foot to the other. Kevin laughed harder, signing to his boyfriend dance finish, clown. Jonah signed back never, and made himself more clownish than before. Annie couldn't stand to watch them. Her throat was like a hot fist. She was going to have to find a way to leave the room. "Someone's at the front door," the robot spoke again. Their phones vibrated at the same time. "I'll go," she said, standing at once. "He probably forgot to give us dandruff packets." As she passed, Annie saw the tear packets of cheap Parmesan on the counter and knew that was not it. She didn't care. In the entryway, Annie checked her phone. "Your camera thinks it spotted a familiar face." Then, "Kara is at the door." Annie slowed her steps to a stop. Behind her, the sounds of the men she lived with blurred into a buzz. With numb hands that seemed to float 7 feet away from her body, Annie hit the notification that would open the camera. That would be her peephole. No one was there. Annie stepped forward and opened the door anyway. She didn't believe Kara would be there. She didn't believe she had seen what she had seen. There was nothing on the doorstep. Fog swarmed in the streetlights and droplets of it landed on their parked cars. Down the street, someone's TV was too loud. Annie shut the door. "Did he come back with a bottle of ginger ale?" Jonah asked. If his tongue was burnt, she couldn't hear it in his voice. "No," Annie said. She went to bed, without pizza or another word. Her roommates were used to that and said nothing. Only Kevin turned to Jonah, his long middle finger toggling beside his temple, asking why. Jonah's answer of "don't know" was so subtle, moving from his own forehead to his boyfriend's shoulder, that it might not even have been words at all. The game went on. Annie's phone went off 3 times in the night before she woke up. Double vibe, double vibe, double vibe. In the darkness, her phone hurt her eyes as bad as the sun. All the glass in the bedroom picked up the blue ghost of it as she catted on. "Kara is at the door." Annie stood up, leaving the phone behind. Her bedroom had its own back door, but nobody ever used it. She had stood rolls of gift wrap in the doorframe, using up the shallow, wasted space, and she had to pull them out now. They unspooled across the floor, bumping over the edge of the rug under her bed. She turned the bolt and opened the back door. It had a motion-activated light above it, long burned out. No light turned on. No moon shone. The leaves of the banana tree rustled in a light wind. Annie waited without speaking. She hardly even looked around. "I know you're there," she said finally. "Are you trying to tell me something?" A moment passed. To nobody, she signed the word "what," 2 palms facing up, slicing through space toward one another. What? A shadow then. The banana leaves were moving, tender as skin. Not like hands, not remotely the same, but still, 2 moving together and highly suggestive. The sign for familiar. A tap against the trunk with a flat vertical incline, just like no with a slight wiggle to it after. A circle where a face would be, if leaves were hands. Familiar face. Leaves don't think any more than a camera does. Familiar face. There was nothing more to see. Had she really seen it at all? The wind stilled. No cloud of vapor moved. No shimmer in the air. Certainly no familiar face. Annie knew she'd never see that again. Whatever she had been feeling, whatever had been beside her, it was gone now. Annie was cold, and the banana leaves had stopped moving. She shivered and went inside. Slowly, she wound the bright papers back onto their spools. Slowly, she waited for morning to come, signing to the empty room the devil horns of I love you, I love you, I love you, and connect. Two finger loops closing on one another, a hand grinding against her desperate breastbone, two hands dragging nothingness to her. Please come back. Jonah gathered them together in the dark kitchen. He spoke low and signed to Kevin as he did it. Kevin flipped the lights on. Look, we need to figure this out. Not just for Annie, for Kara, and for us. Kevin was signing back before his partner finished. Dream had again. Dream tell Kara. I don't know how to explain it, Jonah said, turning to face Kevin. It doesn't make any sense. He sighed. It was him with the pizza, though. We all agree on that. They had all rerun the video on their phones, comparing the daytime FedEx man's face to the obscured mouth and chin below the red pizza chain hat. JP shivered. It was him. Lav crossed his arms, but made sure Kevin could watch his lips move. I don't know. I trust you guys, but I don't know at all. Don't know what? Annie asked. She had heard them talking before she could see them. They shared their idea. It summed up simply, then hung in the air. Annie saw their fear and worry. She saw that they needed to help her more than they needed this for themselves. Her eyes clouded. Feel. Kevin signed intensely toward her. Feel know you. Dream last night. Annie stared at him. What dream? My dream. Kevin cocked his head to the side, surprised. Dream you same? She started to shake her head, then stopped. She couldn't tell him what she had seen. Her arms broke out in gooseflesh. But the FedEx guy. I don't know why it would be him. I don't even know his name. Annie said, knocking two fingers of one hand against the other too hard, her name rattling her own bones. Her goosebumps did not go down. It's Dennis, Jonas said, finger spelling the name so Kevin would see. Not, Kevin signed, shaking his head for emphasis. How do you know? Jonas said, signing exact English as he spoke. You never get the door. Does it matter? JP asked. What does it matter? It matters a lot. What if we're wrong? Lav asked quietly. What then? I don't think we are, Jonas said carefully. You've all seen the video. If we're wrong, we'll know, Annie said quietly. Wrong was a fist against the chin, pinky and thumb spread out. Annie knocked hard on her own face, like a door. How? Jonah asked, a single wrist rotating in front of him. I know, signed Kevin, almost excited. How? Jonah, rotating again. Months back, his face Kara said see his face again. Different places, she worry. Kevin signed rapidly. He used the sign name he had given Kara back at their deep residential school, a soft C hand bouncing against his chin, like someone lining up a glass incorrectly to drink. Not enough say something, worry still. I tell cop not care. He signed the cop's lack of interest, a pinch taken from his chest and blithely thrown away. I remember, Annie said, signing back as she spoke. But you didn't know whose face he meant, right? No, never say who. Kevin signed back. But Kara describe. Kara say see every day. Kevin exaggerated the sign for every day, running his closed fist along his own jawline again and again. And then he signed Kara's name with a rapid series of signs that didn't translate easily while making perfect sense. An all-over shudder, a fist closing at his throat, a boiling hand at the belly. Annie tried to translate for JP but gave up. JP nodded anyway. He understood. She never told me she was worried about him, Annie said back. She didn't want to upset you, JP said, looking worried himself. Annie translated that for Kevin, since JP was the weakest signer among them. Kevin saw on her face that she hated the thought of Kara keeping anything from her, especially fear. They locked eyes. Annie's were red, but dry. For one brief, perfect moment he saw he could reach her and sign to only her. "Familiar face," he said. Annie went cold all over. She was sure, and Kevin saw the change in her. He nodded, resolute. "What about the truck?" Jonah asked, signing the vehicle's huge, wide steering wheel in front of him, eyebrows drawn down to let the question hang in the air. "Touch nobody, nothing," Kevin signed rapidly. He set his fist in his palm to show the truck parked out in the street, then spread two flat hands like the runner was safe at third. They all thought about that. If nobody touched it, there were no prints to worry about, no evidence. No trying in vain to hide a huge FedEx truck somewhere it wouldn't be found. It would simply sit there until someone came to get it. "He's right," Annie signed as she sighed. "And all I'd do is take it to the spot down by the docks where they found her. I know I would." Her voice was shaking. Jonah reached out and squeezed her shoulder. "He might not even come today." "If he does come, are we all sure?" Lav asked again. "We have to all be sure." Sure is the same sign as true, and Lav pushed his finger out from his lips, wanting this to be both. "Someone's at the front door." All their phones lit at once, and they looked through the peephole with its fisheye delay. They all stared at the FedEx man through space and time. He didn't have a package in his hands. Annie stared at his belt where his box cutter hung. She thought of the straight slit that had opened her wife's throat and let out her life. The only car in the driveway was Annie's. They had made sure of that. They had all called in sick. It was supposed to look like only Annie was there, home alone. One by one, they turned to look at Kevin. Kevin's hand splayed in a Y, wide from thumb to pinky like a scythe, downward through the air. "That's him," he signed, turning his hand and pointing sharply at his diaphragm, his gut, where he knew, how he knew. "That's him." A single finger, hooking downward. "Must." "Ready?" Jonah asked Annie. "Are you all ready?" She threw it back to them. "Yell when you want us," JP said. JP was the only one who owned a gun. Everyone else had a knife from the kitchen or a tool from the shop. Kevin had a ball-peen hammer. His other hand was a pair of crossed fingers, dancing side to side. "Ready." Annie walked to the door. He had hit the bell again in the time it took her to cover the distance. She watched him on the camera as he glanced around himself. Maybe it wasn't him. Maybe there was someone else she'd never know. Some secret lover, some random stranger. Maybe if they'd gotten the camera sooner, she'd know a familiar face when she saw one. Maybe she hadn't seen what she thought she saw. Maybe Kevin's choice of words was an accident. Maybe there was no way for them to feel like this was over until they'd gotten some revenge for the woman they'd lost, no matter who paid for it. She opened the door. They looked at each other, and she knew him. He didn't offer a package or an excuse. His fingertips brushed his box cutter as he peered past her into the dim house. "Can we talk for a minute?" he said, asking without asking whether he could come in. "It's about your wife." "Yes," she said. "Yes, it is." Annie stepped out of the doorway and let him in, and the darkness closed in around him. One. It is good of you to write, and I thank you for it. I am glad at last to hear from another of my kind. And above all, to have another of my kind acknowledge me. I have indeed, since my return, heard many voices, seen many faces, but the individuals to whom they belong neither hear nor see me in return. I shake them, shout in their ears, but they do not respond. It is as if, for them, I do not exist. But why then, I wonder, would I exist for you? What is different about you? To put it bluntly, what is wrong with you? By which I suppose I am also asking, what is wrong with me? You ask me what happened. You ask if I can recount to you what passed in the forest. Why, though 4 of us went in, only 1 came out. First, I must ask how you found me. True, after leaving the forest I returned to my old residence, and have been here since my return. But considering that everyone around me acts as if I do not exist, how did you know I did? Did you deduce somehow that one of us had returned and simply posted letters to all of us in turn? Was I the first of the 4 you contacted? The last? What do I need to tell you of the forest before I begin? Since you are not from our city, I do not know what you already know. We have enjoyed a long friendship, for lack of a better word, with the forest. We foraged there, but did so with care. There were, true, portions of forest that over the years we destroyed, raising whole hectares of ground to make way for our roads, our houses, our farms. We also inadvertently, carelessly, burned down many hectares more. But these were exceptions rather than the rule. Nobody should be judged by the exception. Consider them just the momentarily slights of a thoughtless friend. No, for the most part we honored the forest, preserved it. And what did the forest offer us in return? It provided berries and mushrooms for food, animal skins for clothing, wood to build our shelters and to warm us. It healed us, nurtured us, kept us alive. Or at least it did so in the past. More recently, no. But that, no doubt, is why you have written to me. For many years, we had a practice. We would care for our elderly until they were moribund, and then they were taken into hospice. They would wait there a day, a week, perhaps more, and then a delegation would arrive. Elo Havel, they might begin, or with whatever name the individual possessed. You have been chosen to commune with nature. Then they would turn to another individual, say his name, and tell him he had been chosen as well. Eventually, the delegation would lead or carry one or several individuals out into the forest. They would be left in a designated place, a certain grove. From there, waving and smiling, they would watch the delegation depart. They were happy to be left there. Their friend, the forest, they trusted would take care of them. One day they were in the city and the next, they were in the forest. And once left in the forest, they were never seen again. Never a trace of them, never a sign. They always went willingly. The forest was their friend. To go into the forest when death approached was the order of things. We had taken from the forest, and now the forest took us in return. And then one day something changed. One of the moribund did not wave, did not smile, when he was left in the grove. He resisted, and when the delegation left, he screamed and begged them to come back. When they would not, he tried to follow, and despite his frailty, managed to leave the grove. The delegation rapidly conferred about this man crawling after them, about what to do with him. There was talk of breaking his legs so he could not follow, but they could not agree to this. There was talk of letting him return to the city. If he did not care to be taken into the embrace of the forest, then why insist? But they could not agree to this either. What, in the end, they could agree to was to pick the man up bodily, carry him back into the grove, and lash him to the trunk of a tree. When he continued to scream, a delegate removed both of the man's stockings and wadded them into his mouth, and then the delegation turned and left. What did the other moribund do as this occurred? Just observed, saddened perhaps at the man's failure to understand and accept his role. They did nothing to interfere. They exhibited no desire to leave the grove. When one of the delegation circled back to see if one of the other moribund had released the recalcitrant man, he found that they had not. They had gathered around him. Those who could still stand were stroking his face and arms, attempting to calm him, but they did not free him. 2 days later, the delegation returned to the grove with more of the moribund. As usual, there was no trace of the individuals who had not resisted, but with the man who had resisted it was different. He was gone, but substantial trace of him did remain. An immense amount of blood spilled upon the remains of the rope and splashed up the bole of the tree. When the new group of the moribund saw this, they collectively expressed a desire not to be left in the forest. They began to scream and shout, and resisted. But since they were weak, they were quickly subdued. One of the delegation was sent running back to the city in search of more rope to lash them. Soon, they were tied up and left. That was the end of them. Perhaps if the delegation had chosen a different grove, perhaps if the moribund had not been confronted with the frayed rope and the blood, things might have reverted to the way they had been before. But instead, the grove grew more and more spattered with blood, and the chosen became more and more panicked. Quickly, as word spread, to be sent to the forest was deemed more punishment than release. The forest began to change too, as if instead of sheltering those who had been its friends, it now fed upon their fear. The trees of the grove became racked and twisted, and a blight spread from the grove to the forest at large. Some said this was due to people no longer going willingly into the forest, others that the blight had not started in the grove, but was instead due to the houses and the roads we had built. A slurry of chemicals and pollutants had leached into the ground and sickened the trees. Something, in any case, was wrong with the forest. There were those who felt we should no longer bring people to the woods at the end of their lives. But what else were we to do with these nearly dead? The tradition was strong enough to continue. And so it kept on for months, then for years, until we came to believe this was the way things were meant to be, that we were meant to meet the end of life in darkness and terror. We stayed shy of the forest except to bring the moribund to the grove. Even the delegation, elected by us, now shivered to enter the forest and hurried quickly away. Many of these, having observed over and over again those they had taken into the forest screaming and afraid, chose to kill themselves when their own time came, preferring self-murder to whatever fate might await them within the grove. The city folded in on itself, becoming a shadow of its former self, as twisted and broken as the forest itself. Many moved to other places, but some stayed on, waiting, living in broken-down houses in a moribund city beside a moribund forest as they themselves grew moribund, because they had nowhere else to go. I was among those who stayed. By the time the forest and the city began to change, I was too set in my ways to flee, and I knew I was dying. A decade before, I had served as a member of the delegation. I had seen the fright of the moribund, had even tied certain of them to trees. I knew what awaited me in the forest, fear, and yet I stayed. Time passed. I lived what was left of my life and attempted to forget what I had seen, what I had done. I was often successful. I loved my children and grandchildren. As I grew increasingly frail, I realized I did not want to lose the time I could have with them, even if it meant ending my life tied to a tree in the grove. Soon I went from frail to fragile, and then fell and broke several of my bones. The doctors set these bones, but when they did not heal properly, it was decided I would be sent to hospice. And so I went. My son and daughter would not look at me when they said goodbye. My grandchildren would, but only because they had no clear idea where I was going or what would happen to me there. I embraced my loved ones and entered limbo. 2. Each day as I awoke in hospice, I wondered, will this be the day that they call my name? A day went by, then 2, then a week, then a month. My bones still did not heal properly, but they got no worse. Soon, I learned to walk with a crutch. Others were called, even those who had come to the hospice after me, but never me. Perhaps I won't be called, I began thinking after a time. Perhaps I will prove myself sufficiently able that I will be allowed to return to my life. And then, Elo Havel, they called through the hospice's open doorway. Elo Havel. Yes, I said, and hobbled forward. That is my name. What do you want? You have been chosen to commune with nature, said the delegation, for of course it was they. Other names were called out just after mine, but I cannot be expected to remember what those names were. My head was swimming. I experienced difficulty thinking. Before I knew it, I was being carried into the forest, each arm wrapped around the neck of a delegate as they transported me to meet my fate, just as I, in my time as a delegate, had carried others. There were, I realized, once I gathered myself again, 3 of the moribund besides me, each apprehensive, but none as of yet panicked. We could smell the blood long before we arrived. It had been bad when I had seen it a decade before, back when I was a delegate, But now it had grown much, much worse. As we entered the grove, countless flies arose buzzing from the ground. There were maggots, too, wriggling on the damper portions of the earth which were, I couldn't help but notice, always to be found at the base of a tree. The trees of the grove were dead and dry, mere collections of sticks now, bleached by sun, ghosts of the trees they had once been. First one of our number began screaming, and then another, then the third. The second tried, to the best of his ability considering the severity of his ailments, to flee. I, who had at least some idea what to expect, was the only one of the four capable, if only just, of maintaining my composure. The delegates, too, I realized, were nearly as upset. They were eager to tie me and my companion so they could leave, and this made them inadvertently cruel. I did not judge them. I saw my past self in them. I had been slightly less panicked, perhaps, since the state of the grove had not been nearly so horrific, but had still been gruff and blunt and eager to be gone. I took it as best I could, with what equanimity I could muster. I let them tie me to a dead tree, even did my best to aid them. I was struck in the face for my pains. I did my best to receive that blow with equanimity as well. In the end, they left and left us alone. I could hear the others shouting and weeping around me. I did my best to block this out. I did not want to meet my death that way. Here I am. I thought, there is nothing I can do about it. I will soon be dead. There is no point in being afraid. I waited for whatever would come. I tried, best I could, considering the circumstances, to clear my mind, clear my thoughts, blot out the groans and cries around me. I thought of my life, my son and daughters, my grandchildren, what it was like to see them and be with them. I kept thinking of this, somehow, despite the wails that once again rose up around me. I kept my eyes closed and tried to imagine myself elsewhere, back to the life I had left. One by one, the screams of the others were abruptly cut off. Something was moving among us, something vast, snorting. I kept my eyes clenched shut, still trying best I could to imagine myself elsewhere. The faces of my family continued to hover before my eyes, but as the sounds came closer, these faces grew distorted and monstrous. And then I sensed the creature before me, its breath hot on my face. I hesitated a moment, then opened my eyes. What did I see? Surely that is the only reason you have bothered to write me at all. Surely this is what you want to know. What sort of creature was it? I am afraid I am in little position to enlighten you, having only the evidence of my eyes to guide me. It seemed to me a creature made of broken branches and loam and hunks of tar, twisted metal, shards of glass, an odd amalgam of dead forest and city refuse. It moved in an extraordinary rolling fashion, at once so hideous and so marvelous that I found myself unable to cry out or even breathe. The others who had been lashed to the trees around me were already gone, tatters of bloody rope the only indication they had once been in the grove. And indeed, the muzzle of the thing, to the degree to which it could be said to have a muzzle, was slick with blood. I did not quite believe I was seeing what I was seeing. I believed instead that my mind had substituted what it could bear to see for whatever was actually there. I closed my eyes again and waited for it to kill me. 3. And yet for some reason it did not kill me. Instead, when I finally opened my eyes again, it was to find myself alone, dawn just breaking. I struggled my way free of the ropes and then stood. Unaccountably, I felt better than I had felt in months. I could walk again, even without the aid of a crutch. The forest, I have come in time to believe, had chosen not to destroy me, but rather to heal me. For a long time I hesitated over what to do. I could not, I knew, remain within that desolate grove. But should I go back to the city, or should I continue deeper into the forest, find perhaps a place still verdant and alive? Was I part of the forest now? I honestly was unsure. But in the end, the draw of city and family was too strong, and so I returned. Almost immediately I came to understand I had made the wrong choice. I have told you already what I found when I returned to the city. Everything was as I had left it, but it no longer acknowledged me. It was as if I no longer existed. I was no ghost. I could physically grasp those around me, but they did not seem aware of my touch. They would stop their motion or conversation until I released them, but that was all. Even my grandchildren stared through me. Something had happened to me when I was in the forest. I had, in some measure, been transformed. Yet it gave me some pleasure to watch them, even if I could not be seen. Thus, I found myself back in the house I had once occupied, before my forced removal to hospice. An observer of the lives that had once been close to mine, alive for myself, but not for anyone around me. A ghost of sorts, but a curious one. It is here that your letter has found me. It gives me hope, your letter, that I still exist for someone, that one of the delegates found one undamaged set of ropes and believes that someone survived. Even hope that there are others like me, that Elo Havel is not alone. That is all I can offer you concerning the forest and concerning myself. What can you tell me in return? Who are you? And what? Has your experience some connection to my own? Can we perhaps meet face to face? If we do, will you be aware of me? Can you help me? I eagerly await your reply. But I shall not wait forever. I shall not even wait long. I understand better with each passing day that this is no longer the place for me, that I do not belong. The forest beckons. I belong to it now. Do not hesitate too long to reply, or you shall find me gone. It was just the four of them, 4 girls alone in the forest. Everything is Dick's, Elizabeth said. She gestured at the gnarled gray trunks rising bare-limbed into the shade of their own canopy. I mean, look around. Dick's, Dick's, Dick's. You're so insightful, said May. She unwedged a water bottle from the side of her pack. And so foul-mouthed. Elizabeth had talked most of the way up the mountain. May was pretending she didn't mind. Birds muttered in the trees. Piper plodded back from looking over the ravine's embankment to where the river pounded below. I'm done walking, she said. She dropped her bag and flopped to the ground. This is a stupid hobby. Don't tell Ailey. Flowers. Elizabeth pointed to the daisy Piper was tucking into her hair. Flowers are actually fancy, colorful penises. I mean, how weird is it that we smell them? On purpose. Piper scrunched her face and let the flower fall from her hand. You're messed up. Nature is evil, Elizabeth said. It's not my fault. Nature is not evil, May said. She soaked a bandana with her water bottle. Nature is nature. Evil is just a story. Duck rape, Elizabeth said. Ducks rape other ducks all the time. That's not evil. Oh my God, Piper said. This is the worst conversation. I don't want to know any of this stuff. Can we have the trees and flowers and nature and whatever without the ruining it all part? And also no more walking. May wrapped the wet bandana around her neck. We have to sleep in these woods tonight, Elizabeth, under all your penises. The other girls were pink with exertion and sun, but May's skin didn't pinken adorably. She was dark, unfreckled, and felt slimy with perspiration. She wondered how the white girls stayed looking so pert. Don't even get me started on fruit. Nobody said fruit, May said. We aren't getting you started. Oh my God, don't, Piper said. Ailey traipsed down from a rise. GPS held talismanically before her. Guys, she called. Here we go, Piper said. Anyone else on my side? No more walking. May shrugged and sank to the ground next to Piper. It's weird, Ailey said, trotting down the slope to them. We aren't where I thought we were. She studied the GPS's minuscule screen, then looked up as though the forest might offer advice. It's pretty here, Piper said. I bet it's a good place to camp. She raised her eyebrows at May. Yeah, May said obediently. It was pretty. The undergrowth was leafless, sparse, dry twigs and branches hatching together and turning the forest hazy. Ancient cedars pillared into the sky. There was something awful, May thought, awful in the original sense of the word, about looking up. Something about the stature and the patience of the old trees made her feel small, just one story in an endless cycle of nearly identical pointless stories. "I thought we'd go upriver," Ailey said, fiddling with the GPS. "There's a peak pretty close. Seriously, this thing is being weird." "Peak," Piper mouthed at May, eyes wide with horror. Elizabeth approached the ravine's edge. She held on to a sapling to lean out over the void. Piper squealed. "Don't. Oh my God." "We're not lost, are we?" May asked. "No," Ailey said. "It's wrong. Like it says we're. Well, it doesn't matter. We're in the right place. We found the river. We know how to get back." She gestured at the other girls. "Let's go." Elizabeth scrambled a few steps down toward the river. Piper and May exchanged dubious glances. "Why not camp here?" Piper said. Ailey stared. "We're almost there." She crossed her arms. Ailey was in the Mountaineers. Ailey was in charge. "Almost where?" Elizabeth called from her perch over the river. "We're in the middle of nowhere." "That part of the middle of nowhere is probably not much different from this part." Something loosed under her shoe, and she slipped, cursed. The sapling bent but held. Elizabeth was Ailey's best friend from high school. Elizabeth had provided a running commentary all day of potential disaster, mishap, and urban legends seemingly designed to prevent any possibility of peace. Piper, Elizabeth's current roommate, had taken responsibility for worrying about snakes, worrying about voiding her balls outdoors, and worrying about potential overlap between the two. Piper had shown up at Ailey's apartment that morning wearing Converse sneakers. Ailey made her buy boots at a Walmart on the way out of the city. May wasn't sure why she'd been invited. She liked Ailey. They'd met at a mutual Tay's awful kegger. The TA was drunk and getting creepy, and May had noticed and dragged Ailey away for a made-up emergency that required both of them to hide in the downstairs bathroom and then leave out the window. They'd been lab partners the following semester. Ailey had told the story about the window escape on the morning's long drive and made it seem like something they'd done for fun, like a joke or something. Maybe only May had noticed the TA's weird intensity, how he had cornered Ailey in his cheerless, abandoned dining room with a hard, intentional look. Maybe May's compulsion to push the dining room door all the way open and rescue Ailey had been misguided. Maybe Ailey really did think the two of them had snuck out of the party because why not? Anyway, they hadn't exactly been besties or anything. Only the shared, strange night, and then a semester sharing the lab bench. Maybe May was just there for color. Nobody except Ailey had ever been backpacking before, but probably they'd all be fine. Eventually, Ailey capitulated, and they pitched 2 tents in a ring of enormous cedars. Elizabeth stretched her arms toward their crowns. "Nature's glorious phalluses." "You have dick on the brain," Ailey said. "Go find firewood." Piper spread out on the ground between the 2 tents. "My tummy hurts," she said. May and Elizabeth dragged armloads of sticks into camp, and Ailey sorted the pile, snapping branches against her knee. The sun hadn't begun to set, but their little camp in the trees was dusky and cool. There was plenty of firewood, so they started a fire early. The river noise mortared the empty space between the trees. "We should tell scary stories," Elizabeth said. "No, we should not." Piper lay next to the fire, head on her pack. "We definitely should not do that." "You're right." Elizabeth eyed the sky. "We'll wait till dark." "Also nope." "Okay, what about, like, creepy stories?" May unlaced her boots. God, it felt good. "Aren't scary stories a requirement when you're camping?" "They are not," Piper said. "There's no requirement." Ailey patted Piper's shoulder. "Okay, the rule is, if Piper says stop, you have to stop." "No means no," said Elizabeth. "I already said no," said Piper. "No clearly does not mean anything to you assholes." "Oh, come on, Pip," Elizabeth said. "We'll be nice." "What I do," Ailey said, "is I figure out why the story can't happen to me. Like the Babadook doesn't live in my basement because both my parents are alive. See, you neutralize it. You can basically always find a reason why you're okay. Piper crossed her arms over her chest, an angry sorority sarcophagus. Uncovering my ears, she made no move to do it. There was a pause to allow Piper's disapproval to smoke away. A breeze clattered long fingers of underbrush, a quiet tick-tick-ticking over the river's constant rumble. Overhead, high in the canopy, leaves hissed. "So I heard this story," Elizabeth said, leaning forward, "about some kids out in the woods. They kept hearing." May groaned. "I saw that subreddit last week too. It was stupid. Why would a rapist hide in the woods? It doesn't make any sense. If he's looking for victims, he'd be better off anywhere, pretty much. The internet is a liar." "Just cause it's on the internet doesn't mean it's automatically untrue," Ailey said. "It must come from somewhere." "Yeah," Elizabeth said, "like the girl who was playing the elevator game in that hotel in LA, and then they found her dead in the water tower. Like the game worked or something." "Stupid stories," May consoled Piper. "They're just memes." "Your memes," Piper said. "What does meme even mean?" "Like cultural ideas." Ailey scoffed and leaned back on her palms. "Every idea is a cultural idea." "Memes are cat pictures," Piper said. "They're supposed to be an idea that, like, hits something primal. It's important to people, somehow." "Cat pictures or whatever," said May. "So they're basically just good ideas," Ailey said. "That's what you mean." "Maybe it's how we do mythology now," May said. Piper waved a hand at the canopy. "What is it about cat pictures? What's the primal idea there?" "Cute cats." May sniffed and rolled her eyes. "I don't pretend to understand white people." "Ooh, reverse racism," Elizabeth said. "Plus I know for a fact you like those pictures I posted of my mom's kittens." "So," Piper groaned. "I think all the turkey jerky gave me gas." "My condolences," said Ailey to May, who was Piper's tentmate. They sat in the quiet, the rhythm of the river holding them. "So I saw this story," Elizabeth said, and Piper groaned again. No, it's not scary. Not really. It's just some legend. It seemed like it might have been made up, but I couldn't tell, and I ended up doing a bunch of research." "By research," Ailey said, "do you mean going down a click hole?" "That's not research." "I think it's interesting," May said, "how stories get changed around on the internet. People making up legends, like Slender Man. People got obsessed with it, and that made it almost true. It didn't matter that it wasn't an old story. People got into it, and that made it as real as, I don't know, Santa or the Virgin Mary. It makes me think all stories are real at some point. There's something that's so compelling we have to tell the story over and over again, like we're trying to refine it." "Right," Elizabeth said. "Exactly. I wanted to know where this one came from. Have you heard of stick Indians?" "That sounds racist," Ailey said. "Stick Native Americans," Piper said. A trace of sunlight flickered over her closed eyes. "They call it stick Indians. I didn't make it up." "Repeating things doesn't make them not racist," May said. She hadn't meant to say it so vehemently. She glanced around their circle to see if anyone had flinched and relaxed her shoulders. "Okay, so," Elizabeth said, "someone posted this story. It was obviously a story. It had characters and a plot, and whatever. Real stories aren't that well organized. A bunch of kids were out camping and were hassled by this tree monster. Whatever, it was dumb, but I hadn't heard about stick Indians before." Now Piper watched Elizabeth, interested. Ailey poked at the fire. "Anyway, I looked around, and there wasn't much info. A couple old websites with Yakama Indian legends, but all the sites had basically the same story, and you could tell it was copy-pasted. That first site I saw referenced some books I couldn't find on Amazon, but I saw the same titles in a couple different places, enough to make me think the books might at least be real. You could try a library," Ailey said. Like where actual research is done. May snorted. You're such a snob. You just said like 5 minutes ago that the internet isn't automatically false. I'm a tactile experience snob, Ailey said. I like the real world. I don't hate the internet. You definitely don't hate Instagram, Elizabeth said. See, I don't hate Insta. Aw, Piper said. She has a cute nickname for her BFF. My cousin has a dog named Hashtag, Elizabeth said. But guys, stick Indians. That's what the Yakama people say, apparently. So it's not racist, and don't yell at me. They're like leprechauns or Sasquatches or fairies. Vague, Ailey said. Piper laughed. They're either huge or tiny, and they're evil or maybe they're good. So anywhere in there, go ahead and pick something. She pressed a hand to her belly. Ow. Fart it out, Ailey said. You'll feel better. It's not like I'm trying to keep it in over here. Elizabeth gave Piper the side eye, but kept talking. Yeah, exactly. Everything's really vague about what they actually are. But the idea is they're forest spirits who look like trees. Troublemakers. They fuck with travelers. They protect the places men shouldn't enter. See, Ailey said to Piper. You're safe. It's only a problem for men. For once. Prostate cancer, May said. Dude, my uncle had prostate cancer, and it was hella my aunt's problem. Ailey said. She was exhausted all the time. Okay, you win. They have fluty voices and make whistles and snaps to try to lure people into the woods, Elizabeth continued. You aren't supposed to whistle at night, or the stick Indians will get you. Huh, May said. That's a Nigerian superstition too, I think. Same thing. Don't whistle at night, or the evil spirits blah blah blah. Elizabeth's voice took on a storyteller quality, oracular. At night, the stick Indians creep up to people's tents and push a stick through the flap and poke the people inside. Think about it. You're sitting, it's right before bed, you're minding your own business, and all of a sudden this branch comes sliding into your house, all silent and slow, and just pokes you. Are you seriously telling us a scary dick story right now? May said. Push a stick through a flap. For real? Piper rolled to her side and wheezed, giggling. I'm starting to worry about you, Ailey said. No, it's really fucking scary, Elizabeth said. Think about it. Like, dick or no, it's creepy as fuck. She waited until Piper stopped snorting, then continued. Some of the legends say the stick Indians guard the gate to the underworld, or else they patrol the sacred parts of the forest, where nobody is supposed to go. Oh, okay, May said. I know this story. This is their space, not ours. Beware. That sort of thing. Ailey said, lots of scary stories are like that. Humans encroaching on everything, ruining it all. Like everything belongs to us. Bullshit, May said. Again, it came out more forcefully than she'd intended. She moderated her tone. Didn't want to be that girl. I don't like those kinds of stories. For a bunch of reasons. For one, I don't think humans are evil by nature. We don't ruin everything. We're just animals doing what animals do.
And for another, I can't tell you how many times in the universe a black person was told that they couldn't do a thing because it didn't belong to them. Bullshit. It's not race, it's all humans. We belong in whatever environment we can get by in. Well, okay, good point, Ailey said. Like, where would we be without civil rights people saying fuck the whites only nonsense? But I don't think humans should be able to take whatever they can. We have an unfair advantage. What makes it unfair? May said. I don't know. Intelligence. Tools. Elizabeth said. Octopuses use tools, but they don't fuck up the ocean. I don't know, then, but it's something. Just because we can get by in a place, May said, doesn't mean we should shit all over it. But I hate the idea of not being allowed. Who gets to decide? Usually it's men. She spread her arms. And we're doing fine here, aren't we? How many dudes told you it wasn't safe for a bunch of girls to go out into the woods alone?
Piper laughed. My boyfriend and his roommate. My dad, Elizabeth said. Never mind that he's known Ailey for years, and she does this shit all the time. Ailey said, the first time I went camping with a couple girls from Mountaineers, my mom was like, "You're probably in more danger at a frat party than in the woods. Call me when you're home." So we're agreed, May said. Telling people they can't do something just because someone else thinks they shouldn't is bullshit. And men suck. Dicks, Elizabeth said. Ailey lifted her water bottle in acknowledgement. Dicks, she agreed. May woke feeling like bees were swarming in her head. She was so tired her face hurt. Something had woken her, and she tried to decide if she cared what it was. Shit, Ailey said, outside the tent. Through her sleeping pad, May felt the ground hard beneath her hip. Exhaustion squeezed her skull. Next to her, Piper finally slept. Sticks clattered. May rubbed her face, sighed. The sound of zippers, sleeping bag, then tent, grated against the quiet morning, the river roar and muted chip-chip trill of birds. The air outside was cool and thick with moisture. She paused to pull on her boots. The way blood rushed to her head when she finally stood made her irritable. She squinted. Who made the mess? Ailey had a handful of firewood. The rest of it was scattered over and around their campsite, an explosion of branches and twigs. It looked like a game of pick-up sticks for forest giants. Something must have hit their firewood pile hard to send it flying so dramatically. Ailey looked pained. The wind, she said. I don't know. It didn't seem windy, May said. I didn't hear anything. I was up most of the night. So, Ailey lifted a forked, scaly branch from inside the stone ring of their fire pit. Trouble sleeping. Piper, May said quietly. Ailey made an apologetic grimace. The two of them gathered the scattered wood. It seemed like more than could possibly have been left over from the night before. The pile nearly reached May's knees. Piper rustled and groaned inside her tent. She got up a lot, May said to Ailey. Shit, I hope she's not too tired to hike. Piper looked fine, though disheveled, once she was sitting by the fire pit. Ailey dismissed the idea of making a fire for breakfast. She'd brought a camp stove to heat water for coffee and oatmeal, but even the memory of fire was enough to draw them close. Without discussing it, Ailey and May had kept to themselves the strange disarray they'd woken to. Piper took a cup of coffee and held it, not drinking. I think I ate something weird, she said. I'm okay now, or better than last night, at least. I bet it was the diner yesterday morning, Ailey said. My money is on the entire pound of turkey jerky she ate, May said. Sweet sodium, Piper said. It's my weakness, okay. I have a problem. But I learned my lesson. I'm clean now. Cold turkey. Boo, pun, Ailey said. May hissed. Piper made a little bow. Someone made a pun. Elizabeth said from inside her closed tent. Before breakfast. Jesus Christ Almighty. Get up, Ailey said. There's coffee. Coffee, Elizabeth repeated, voice rough with lust. Around the unlit fire, they ate packet oatmeal and handfuls of dried fruit. Piper didn't eat, just held her cup, stared dozily into it. I want to get going pretty quick, Ailey said. Piper wedged her full cup into the dirt. Damn it, she muttered. She scurried into the bushes, pulling a packet of tissue from one pocket as she disappeared. Elizabeth watched her go, face scrunched. What's up? I think she's sick, May said. Ooh, bad luck. Ailey packed the cooking gear. When Piper came back, Ailey said, Are you going to be okay? Piper flopped to the ground. I dunno. Yesterday I was like, I've never pooped in the woods. This is going to be such a new and exciting and terrible thing. I wonder if I'll be able to even do it. And now pooping in the woods is like. She gestured absently. Oh, that again? I'm a pro. Do you feel okay? Can you hike? Piper closed her eyes. The morning sun through the trees dappled her shoulders. I'm so tired. Should we go back? Ailey said. Her voice was tight. Piper shook her head without opening her eyes. "I'll just stay here," she said. "Forever." They were all quiet for a moment. May felt everyone else's tension in her own skin. "What about," she suggested, "if we hike around today and come back here tonight to camp?" Ailey's jaw was set. It was clear, anyone who knew her would know, that she didn't want to deviate from the plan. But Piper looked miserable. May couldn't imagine forcing her to keep going. "At least we wouldn't have to go home early," Elizabeth said quietly to Ailey. "And hey," May added, "we can leave our tents and crap with Piper, so we won't have to carry as much." "Base camp," Elizabeth said. "I like that idea," Piper said. "I like the idea of not moving." Ailey looked thoughtful. "Wait." Piper opened her eyes. "I'll be here alone." "Don't worry, Pip," Elizabeth said. "Nothing bad ever happens in the woods during daylight." She was wrong. Bad things happened. Early in the day, May tripped and landed hard, tearing her shirt and badly skinning her palms. Then Elizabeth dropped her digital camera into the river, and though it wasn't expensive, it also hadn't been backed up for months. Ailey's GPS was unpredictable. It worked well enough to get them where they were going, but it put Ailey in a crap mood. It was hot, and biting flies followed them, and they had to stop frequently for water and to catch their breath. They were headed to a waterfall, something dramatic, but the easier route Ailey had originally planned would have taken too long. So they were going the steep way and would make it back to Piper before sunset. When they got to the waterfall, Elizabeth and May made a bigger fuss over it than it deserved. Elizabeth made them pose for a picture she took with an imaginary camera, and then she threw the imaginary camera in the river. They sat on a rock and ate a late-power bar and string cheese lunch. At least the hike back was downhill. They followed a ridge arcing away from the river. Gaps between branches showed glimpses of a valley tumbled with boulders. Wind hassled the pines. "What's that?" Elizabeth said. Her brow was furrowed. She looked out and down through a clear spot on the side of the ravine. "Is there a road down there or something? I think I hear an engine." May joined Elizabeth at the vista. "Could be a plane." "No road," Ailey said. "It's probably just a weird echo." "Maybe there are other hikers down there," Elizabeth said, and Ailey shrugged. When they trudged into base camp, exhausted and thirsty and ready for dinner, Piper didn't greet them. "Hello," Ailey called. "We're back." One of the tents rustled. The girls looked at each other, and Elizabeth took a step away. "Hey," Piper called, delayed and strange. May dropped her pack and unzipped the tent. "Hey," she said, "you good?" She stuck her head into the tent, then recoiled. "Ooh, girl, if that smell was inside you, no wonder you weren't feeling well." "I'm sick," Piper said, still sprawled in her sleeping bag. Her voice was small and grave. "I've been throwing up all day." Ailey crouched by the tent opening. "You look pale," she said. "Are you okay?" "Fuck," Elizabeth yelled. "Holy shit." May jumped to her feet, looking around. "What?" Something was crashing away through the bare undergrowth, a slim dark shape fading among the other slim dark shapes of the forest. "It was right there," Elizabeth said. "Holy shit." May squinted. "A deer." "I'm sick," Piper said to Ailey. "I think I need to go to the hospital." "Fuck," Ailey said. "It was huge," Elizabeth said. "It was right there." May crouched down again, squinting into the woods. She asked Ailey, "How long would it take us to get down to the car?" 4 hours, at normal speed. Elizabeth said, "If that was a deer, then I'm motherfucking Teresa. It was a moose. At least. But like, a starving one." Ailey and May looked up at the sky. Already the anemic light came slanted from the west. "Guys," Elizabeth said, "did you see its horns? Antlers, like it had huge fucking trees on its." "Shut up for a second," Ailey said. "Piper's really sick." "Yeah," Elizabeth said, okay. But did none of you see the thing though?" "It was a deer," May said flatly. Elizabeth scowled at her. They huddled around the ashes of the previous night's fire to confer. It was too close to dark, the route too steep. It's better if we wait till morning, Ailey said. She'd taken over the administration of Piper's illness and had moved her sleeping bag in next to the sick girl, relegating May to Elizabeth's tent. May had not complained. And maybe you'll feel better with some sleep, Piper. From her sleeping bag in the zipped-open tent, Piper grunted, too miserable to respond. May panicked awake in the dark. For disorienting seconds, she wasn't sure why she was cold, nor why the world was so slippery and unstable. And she wasn't sure why she had woken, except that it was urgent. When it happened again, the scream was dangerously close to May's ear. It was more of a yell, low-pitched and open-voweled, not the helpless keen of something lost, but assertive, purposeful. "It's back," Elizabeth bellowed. "It's here. What the fuck?" And then there was a slick weight on top of May, and an elbow found her gut and shoved out a yelp. "What the fuck?" Elizabeth said again, almost in May's face. Her sleeping bag thrashed. A flashlight infused the tent with light from outside, and for a moment, May saw Elizabeth's face, frightened and pallid. Trapped, May tried to wiggle her sleeping bag away from the other girl. "What is it?" Ellie called, nearby. "What is it?" There was the sound of a zipper in the quiet, river-washed dark. Knees, weight on May's stomach pressing out her breath. She would be bruised in the morning. The tent zipper tore open and freed Elizabeth. The tent rocked. May struggled out of her bag and felt for her flashlight. "What is it?" Ailey repeated over Elizabeth's fuck, fuck, fuck. Her flashlight bobbed and shuddered, and then made loose, frantic sweeps. "Elizabeth, what?" "It was here," she said. "The thing, the deer, the moose." "Elizabeth." May crawled out of the tent, flashlight on, and floundered with her boots. "What's going on?" "It was here," Elizabeth repeated. She whipped the flashlight's beam in a circle. She must have wrenched it away from Ailey, illuminating the stark columns of tree trunks and the quivering arms of lower branches. It was there. "Right there," Ailey spoke quietly. "There's nothing there now." "The deer," May said. Her flashlight beam joined the sweep. But what were they looking for? "Girl, you're freaking out. You stepped all over me." "If it's a deer, it won't hurt us," Ailey said. "Even if it's a moose. You scared it away." She took Elizabeth's shoulders in her hands. "It's okay," she said. "You're fine." "No," Elizabeth said. "No, it's not." "It was." She panted. "You don't know." None of them wanted to go back to their tents, so they started another fire. Ailey checked on Piper, and then the three of them sat, cross-legged, in the glow. "It wasn't a dream," Elizabeth said, "because I couldn't sleep. I couldn't sleep last night either, and I wasn't sleeping now." "I was," May muttered. "I saw it." "How?" Ailey said. "From inside your tent." "No." Elizabeth turned, scanning the circle of light cast by the fire. It was the outline. The shadow. "Han." Ailey said, "It's dark. You need light for a shadow." "I know." Elizabeth snapped. "I don't know why I could see it. I just could. I wasn't dreaming." May crossed her arms and leaned them against her knees, hands stuffed in her armpits. Her skull felt hollow. She was so tired she didn't care what was going on. If Elizabeth was crazy from stress and sleep deprivation, or if there was another explanation. "Okay, you couldn't sleep." Ailey sounded like she was persuading an animal out from hiding. "I wasn't sleeping, either." Elizabeth looked over both shoulders at the dark balusters of the forest holding up the night. "Did you hear those noises?" "Like what?" "I don't know. Snapping. Animal sounds." Ailey shook her head. "All I heard was the river, but we are in the woods." Elizabeth groaned and dropped her head into her palms. "That's not what I mean." Piper couldn't keep water down the next morning. She would only get up to stagger into the bushes, where May could hear her retching. Pale and disinterested, She didn't complain and rarely moved. She was like a creature gone into hibernation, conserving herself against pain. Ailey was in charge again, having been certified, whatever that meant, in wilderness first aid. May listened to her inside the sick tent, quietly harassing Piper to try to drink. More whispering, rustling, and then Ailey ducked out to join them. Ailey sank to the ground next to restless Elizabeth, who sat with her back to the fire. They both looked as tired as May felt, though May was the only one who had gone back to sleep. Eventually, "I think maybe it's appendicitis," Ailey whispered, conspiratorial. "Or really terrible food poisoning. She can't walk, though. It's bad." "I'm not staying here another night," Elizabeth said. Ailey held up a hand. She said, "I don't want Piper to worry." May matched Ailey's tone. "What should we do?" "Someone has to get help," Ailey said. "We have to figure out who." "Me," Elizabeth said. "I'm fucking going." "Okay," Ailey said. "Your opinion is registered. I get it. Let's talk through this." "Ailey, you know how to get around in the woods," May said, feeling generous, though she also didn't have much of a choice. She dreaded the idea of being left behind with Piper, propping her up as she squatted, straining, over a hole in the dirt, or holding her hair back, smelling the sour sweet smell of illness and pain and shit and bile. "You should probably go." Ailey shook her head. "I can show anyone how to use the GPS, and it's not hard to find your way out of here. If you head west, you'll hit the Forest Service Road eventually." "Okay," May said. "Well, if it counts for anything, sick people freak me out." "I'll stay," Ailey agreed. "I have survival skills. I can take care of Piper." May felt her body loosen, her mind clear, better than caffeine. "Okay," she said. "Okay." Elizabeth stood. May realized Elizabeth's bag was at her feet, already packed. She was only waiting to escape. "I'm scared," Elizabeth said. Silver evergreen columns shot upward, bare, stories high, their crowns crowded against the ceiling of cloud. Overcast deadened the occasional pipe and rattle of bird calls, and the wind undulated the tops of trees. The dark sky made the greens of moss and ferns in the undergrowth seem fluorescent and unreal. "I can tell," May said. She felt better on the move, knowing she was doing what she could for Piper and Ailey. "It's okay. We'll be out of here soon." "I'm the only one that gets it," Elizabeth muttered. May rolled her eyes. They trekked down into a little ravine, where everything fell still. Moss muffled the rock walls on both sides, water drained in rivulets over the rough surface, and the patter sounded like a chewing mouth. It was beautiful, May thought, but not in a pleasant way. Traumatic was a better word. "It's like," Elizabeth said, "I've read enough legends and myths. I know how those stories work. I can tell when." She whipped her head around. "What was that?" "It was a bird," May said without stopping. "Or a squirrel or an antelope or an elephant. It doesn't matter, Elizabeth. We're fine. Piper's the only one in danger. There are things in the woods that don't want people here." It wasn't worth arguing. If Elizabeth wanted to believe in crazy, then fine, as long as it kept them moving. "I mean, Piper gets sick. And then Elizabeth," May snapped. "Appendicitis. It's not a curse, it's a coincidence. This shit happens. Bad things happen all the time. You read too many subreddits. Those stories aren't real." Elizabeth whipped around again. She pointed, right into May's face. Her eyes were swollen and red. "All stories are real at some point. You're the one who said that. Even stupid fake stories have something real in them." May backed up a step. "Hey, okay, but scary stories are just supposed to scare you. That's all they're about." "You said it yourself," Elizabeth hissed. "People have told this story for centuries. There's a reason. A moral. Keep out. There's something to be afraid of. In the woods." "Look," May said, "let's go, okay? We both want to get out of here." Elizabeth sucked breath between clenched teeth. She looked a little deranged. May stepped in front to lead the way. There was no trail per se. Deer tracks cut through the heaped undergrowth here and there, making their way easier. It was green everywhere. Thick, luxurious, luminous green, with the occasional slash of red leaves bleeding in contrast. Moss-fogged rocks and dead trees. Branches draped lichen-like hair. They passed into a stand of deciduous trees, birch maybe, all of which canted to the left, as though the land had abruptly dropped out from under them on one side. Wind shushed the leaves. "It's been following me," Elizabeth said quietly. "It's been following me since last night." May didn't turn around. She didn't need to. They would get out of here, and Elizabeth would stop freaking out. "We have to keep going," she said. They stopped in a little clearing at the edge of a ridge where trees were uprooted, knocked flat by some winter cataclysm. The bleached skeletons of the trunks staggered drunkenly off the edge of the slope. "Check the GPS," May suggested. "I think I remember this part. Down along this ridge, right?" Elizabeth's mouth was a hard, pale line. She fished the orange knob of plastic from her pack. "This way," she confirmed. "See," May said. "Almost there." Elizabeth looked over her shoulder, downhill. "Ailey said the road we came up on runs along the other side of that hill." Elizabeth nodded toward the bank rising at the far side of the slope they stood above, split at the bottom by a hissing creek. "We could cut across." May snorted. She also said it's crazy steep, which is why we started where we did. You remember how it was driving here? The road ran at the bottom of a damn cliff most of the way up. Let's go the way we came. It's only another hour or something." She tucked her thumbs under her backpack straps and turned away. Elizabeth started more slowly, watching down the incline toward the creek. The clouds heaped over each other until they lost their lustrous silver and turned pewter and then coal. May tried not to imagine what it would be like to be stranded and sick in a tent in driving rain. It was early enough in the day. All four of them would be off the mountain before the next morning. Ailey had said someone would come for them right away, on horses or ATVs as far as they could, with a litter for Piper and a whole team of people to carry it. "Do you hear that?" Elizabeth asked. May stopped, turned back halfway. "Hear what?" "The humming." Elizabeth scanned the rubbly slope below them, expression blank as she strained her hearing. Or maybe whistling. Like an engine, her gaze snapped to May. "There's someone on the road." They had to keep going. "We have our own car," May said. The keys were zipped into her pocket. "We aren't trapped. We just have to get to the car and drive for help." "Maybe it's a ranger," Elizabeth said. "Even if it is, we couldn't do anything until we get down to the road. They wouldn't even see us." "There. Hear it?" May listened, eyes upturned. "I don't know," she said. "It sounds like some weird echo." "The wind." "Seriously, we're almost back. We just have to keep walking. We could be out of here in minutes if we went over that hill. It's right there." May sighed. "We would be at the top of a steep-ass cliff with a road at the bottom of it, and no way to get down. And we'd still have to walk to the car. And I don't even hear anything. You're making this way more complicated than it needs to be." Elizabeth said nothing. She turned in a slow circle, looking up into the dark pillars of the forest rising above them. The wind pushed the treetops in lazy, bobbing circles. This time Elizabeth followed immediately when May set off, and stayed close. May could see the way the other girl twitched at bird calls, the wide-open flashing of her eyes. Fear did wild things to people. And exhaustion. She shouldn't hold Elizabeth's panic against her. Something crashed nearby. Both girls startled, and May yelped. The bushes uphill shuddered. May saw long, slim legs, long, gaunt lines of a body, a rising crown of branching antler. "No," Elizabeth yelled. "No." Then she bolted over the edge of the ridge. May heard scree tumbling, rocks crack-clattering, and the rumble of cascading gravel. "Elizabeth," she yelled. "It's a deer." The thing in the underbrush, the deer, leaped off in the opposite direction, rustle and crackle and thud. Elizabeth was running, arms up to keep her balance, stones dancing and leaping around her feet. It took less than a minute for her to reach the creek at the bottom. "Elizabeth," May shouted. "Wait." She checked over her shoulder. "Elizabeth, it's a fucking deer. Come back." The distance made Elizabeth the size of May's finger, small enough to squash. Tiny Elizabeth picked across the stream at the bottom of the ravine. May saw her stumble in the water, then crawl out on the far bank. "For real," she muttered. "Really?" Elizabeth scrabbled up the loose incline. May stayed put. The thing in the forest rattled off into silence. May watched until Elizabeth disappeared into the trees on the far bank and then turned back down the mountain. Elizabeth had the GPS, along with its locating beacon. May had the car keys, and now they were alone, but probably they would both be fine. She waited a long hour and then started the car. "Sorry," she said into the humid, oppressive air, "and I'll come back." Elizabeth had the GPS. Elizabeth had it, and they both had the coordinates of where Ailey and Piper were. And Piper was sick. There was no cell signal, not anywhere, and the road was deserted. There weren't even road signs. The sky was low and scowling, but holding back, holding its breath. There was no wind. Motionless, gravid, and a sense of being washed. May stopped at the first little grocery she saw. It was half boarded up, but it had an open sign in the window, and maybe something moved in the dim inside, but the door was locked, and there was no answer at her knock. Behind her, a crow lighted next to a puddle in the parking lot, its reflection playing against the glass door like a mirror. It dropped a twig from its beak. She drove endless minutes, checking her phone for bars. None of the other structures tucked into the woods seemed alive. Some of the buildings tumbled in at the roofline. Others were barricaded with junk. She stopped once where an old truck sat in a driveway and banged at the door of the trailer until her knuckles hurt. Back in the car, the sky was darkening, the storm shoving closer to the ground, but no rain yet. In the dark fur of pines, she saw a glint of light. A big house, set back, A-frame roof glowing golden at its windows. Its narrow driveway wound into the woods. May felt her pulse in her skin. Maybe she'd get to take a shower today. Maybe whoever owned this house would be awesome, and the emergency personnel would come and take her information and the GPS coordinates, and then she'd be tucked into a bed with cocoa and pillows and cable TV. The driveway was long. Overgrown branches dragged thick fingers along the windows like nails. Despite the neglect, the house the driveway spilled out in front of was ostentatiously nice. Celebrity nice and gloriously lit. Nobody left this many lights on if they weren't home. Her boots thudded the porch boards. She pushed the doorbell. She pushed it again, and when nothing happened, she knocked. Her knuckles ached from the knocking she'd done before, so she used the side of her fist instead. Somewhere in the house, a small dog barked. No one came to the door. May's head began to throb. Inside, upstairs, there was a muffled bump of wood against wood. Frustration burned between her vertebrae. She banged harder, this time on the glass. She wanted to kick the door. "Hey," she yelled. "Is someone home? God damn it." Overhead, on the face of the house, something slid and clicked. A woman's voice rang out. "Go away." "Hey." May scrambled down the porch steps to find the origin of the voice. "Hello, I need help." "I'm not alone in here," the woman's voice said. The little dog barked again, louder through the open window. May looked up. She felt her arms at her sides, waving like they were flapping, like she would take off and fly up to the pretty, pale, middle-aged brunette who frowned out the open window at her. "I need help. My friend is hurt. She's sick." The woman bared her teeth. May felt the distance between herself and the stranger up there. She matched the woman's expression without thinking, a bone smile of defeat. "My friend is dying in the woods, and I need help," she shouted. Screamed. "Really? She's white." May wanted to add, "She's a little blonde and freckled white girl." But she didn't say it. She didn't want to have to say it in order to get into this big, stupid, fancy house. "I'm not alone," the woman yelled again. "And I have my husband's guns. Go away." The window slammed shut. A small breeze carried a scatter of raindrops. One landed in May's eyelashes. She blinked it away. The clouds seemed to pile on top of the incline behind the house. Far up, for a moment, May thought she saw a dark human shape spidering across the scree. The porch light went out. In the hush, May could hear a wind begin to shake the hillside. She watched it crawl down over the trees toward her. It reached the yard and its landscaped saplings. They tossed their skinny arms. They bucked their backs. They shook their heads. The wind slapped a handful of rain into her face. "No," she thought. "This is ridiculous." She turned her back into the growing wind. The great house before her showed no evidence of its inhabitant. May wondered how the lady had turned the porch light off from upstairs. Beyond the door was a warm-lit, high-ceilinged living room, all hewn wood. Everything in there looked expensive. In the nearby open kitchen, May could see a landline phone in its charging station on the granite counter. Another gust chugged down the hill, this one bringing the resolute thrum of hard rain. The phone was close enough that May could see the numbers on it. She reached for the door, tried the knob without really thinking. Her breath caught when the latch turned and the door swung inward. Why would it be locked? It was midday, despite the dark skies, and there was nobody around to lock out. At the back of the living room, there was a set of stairs opposite the kitchen, where she could keep her eye on them. The phone was cordless. She could take it to the porch. She breathed through her mouth, rocked her boots silently heel to toe as she pushed into the cozy light of the house. A gust of wind rattled the kitchen's big picture windows and the French doors, which led to a paved patio. It was dim and green outside, a deep-water aquarium. She checked the silent stairs. No dog, no crazy lady. The windows pulsed again, clattered with rain. Her heart was somewhere between her stomach and her ribcage, a fat, soft, throbbing bullfrog. The granite countertop had a few pieces of mail, a catalog, a dish with crumbs on it. May wrapped her hand around the foam handset. It made a quiet bip as she lifted it from its station. A whump of wind again on the side of the house made her jump as she turned to creep back to the porch. She felt the crash instead of heard it, the pitch of shattering glass, and then a great dark figure, a gaunt and branch-crowned bestial silhouette the details of which her eyes could not negotiate, stepped through the broken French doors and into the kitchen. It made the house seem suddenly crowded, as though a landslide had carried a grove of black trees into the living room. Her forearm stung, and May registered with wonder the fine red lines that appeared there. Flying glass, it must have been. Feet banged on the stairs, and there was screaming, but not from May's throat. May was too stunned to scream, too caught out with the phone in her hand and the darkness that had demolished the French doors and slipped into the cozy living room. The room thrummed with wind. From the corner of her vision, May saw the woman on the stairs, and yes, she did have a gun, the kind you take hunting for deer, and she held it stiffly and wild-eyed as it swung its aim across the downstairs. May was backing away, the ladies screaming, pushing her toward the open front door, which the wind was slowly arsing closed. The great shape, the long-legged blackness and its great reverent leafless crown, stepped, set its hooves, stole forward, its legs like boughs, its silhouette a thatch of dark fingers of void woven together. The room smelled of ozone, of crushed leaves. The storm swept through the living room, a physical punch of wind resounding against the kitchen cupboards, sweeping May's hair off her neck. The backyard trees bowed, thrashed, banged their elbows together. The woman was screaming down the stairs, the gun sweeping over May and the rest of the room, and May couldn't imagine she could possibly be a target with that magnificent, awful thing drowning the light out of the room between them. She stepped back again, felt the phone in her hand, wondered what 911 would do about this, what kind of help to ask for, and what use was a gun. The lady was looking at her and shouting incoherent threats and terror, the long cold nose of her gun pointed high. It, the thing, the creature, if it was even truly there, lifted its dreadful, awful crest and looked at May with no eyes. Her back was against the front door. It must have swung closed. It must have shut in the wind as she backed toward it. She felt the knob, felt the catch of its lock. The gun sounded, a powerful blast muffled by the house and the storm pummeling everything. And with the violence of the sound, everything fell instantly still. Everything vibrated at the same imperceptibly high frequency. Everything felt the storm holding its breath. Whose story would this be, May thought? Hers, or Piper's, or Ailey's, or Elizabeth's? The thing, the creature, the blackness, shivered with the wind. It turned itself toward her slowly, like a question. It's estimated that in 2011, there were 2,881 semi- or unoccupied housing developments in Ireland. There was a time when we put our faith in euros, shares, and the sanctity of brick. A time when we bought our books from stores as big as barns and ate strawberries from Andalusia, when only a generation before, they'd been grown on farms up the road. The wide avenues of Boomtown were named for trees when there was grand optimism for growth. Now nothing booms in Boomtown. It's bust and broken. I miss you. You were a lick of cream. I can still taste you. I walk to the village on Mondays. I pull my shopping trolley, the 3 miles there and back along the lanes. I used to drive to the supermarket just for a pint of milk, without a thought to the cost of fuel. It doesn't matter now. I like to walk. Sheila Giggs looked down on me from the church walls as I pass by. These stone carvings are of women with bulging eyes and gaping mouths, displaying their private parts. These wantons are a warning against lust, or a medieval stonemason's dirty joke. The shops beside the church. Deceased, desiccated flies lie between the sun-faded signs. There's a coup inside. I've heard all their grumbling about prices and supplies. They decry the current government, the one before, the banks, and then apportion blame abroad. Despite the orderly line and polite chatter, I can imagine these women battling it out with their meaty fists if the last bag of flour in Ireland was at stake. We're not so poor as yet that we can't afford a veneer of civilized behavior. I put my face to the glass as the shop owner takes the last slab of beef from the chilled counter and wraps it. I wish I'd got up earlier. I would have spent half my week's grocery allowance to smell the marbled flesh sizzling in a pan. The bell jangles as I push the door open. A few heads turn. A woman leans towards her companion and whispers in his ear. I catch the words blow in. I'm a Boomtown interloper, buffeted by changing fortune. There's a pause before the man looks at me. His salacious glance suggests he's heard scandalous stories. I've no doubt a few of them recall me from before, when I first came here to talk to them about my book. There was a certain glamour in talking to me. I take my time considering the shelves' contents while the others pay and leave. There are budget brands with unappetizing photos on the cans, boxes of cheap-smelling soap powder and white bread in plastic bags. I tip what I need into my basket. I want freshly ground coffee. I can't help myself. I'm the Boomtown bitch. It's cruel. The shop owner's never done me any harm. She always offers me a slow, sweet smile. It's fading now. We only have instant. Olives then. I want my city living here in the country. I want delicatessens and coffee bars, fresh pastries and artisan loaves. She shakes her head. Anchovies, balsamic vinegar, risotto rice. The world was once a cauldron of plenty. I only have what's on the shelves. She's struggling to contain herself in the face of my ridiculous demands. I sling the basket on the counter where it lands with a metallic thud and slide. There's a dogged precision in how she enters the price of each item into the till. She doesn't speak but turns the display to show me the total, waiting as I load my shopping into the trolley. Her refusal to look at me isn't anger. There's glimmer of unshed tears. It's not her fault. It's yours. It's mine. I feel sick, yet another thing that can't be undone. I try and catch her eye as I hand her a note, but she's having none of it. I want to tell her that I'm sorry. It's shameful that I don't even know her name, and now she'll believe the worst she's heard and won't ever smile at me again. She slides my change over the counter rather than putting it into my hand. The bell above the door jangles as I leave. The chieftain stood before the three sisters, flanked by men bearing swords and spears, and said, "This is my land now." "We lived here long before you came," they replied. "By what right do you claim it? Where's your army? You can't own the land. It owns you." That was the eldest sister. "Rid yourself of such foolish desires." "No, everything you see belongs to me." "Do you own that patch of sky?" the middle-born said. The chieftain was silent. "Is that water yours?" That was the youngest. "See how it runs away from you." "I want this land." The chieftain stamped his feet. "Look at my torque. Even metal submits to my will. You'll be choked by that gold around your throat." The eldest stepped forward. "You're master of oars and oxen, wheat and men alike, but not us. We're like the grass. We only bow our heads to the wind." The chieftain looked at them, pale witches in rags with swaths of dark hair, and there were the stirrings of a different sort of desire. The chieftain and his men raped the sisters, one by one. "See," he said, "I possess everything. We are ancient. We are one, and we are three." The youngest covered herself with the tatters of her clothes. "We were there at the world's birth. We are wedded to the earth. We don't submit. We endure." A cold wind came in carrying rain, even though it was a summer's day. "We curse you and your greed." The middle sibling swallowed her sobs and raised her chin. "It'll grow so large that it'll devour you and your kind." Thunderbolts cracked the sky. "We'll dog your children's steps from womb to tomb." The eldest had the final word. "When their fortunes in decline will rise again, no one will be spared our wrath. Then will to heal what you've rent." The eldest gathered up the other two and retreated to a place where the hills were at their backs and enfolded themselves in stone. The three sisters are a group of 3 stones that occupy a small plateau on the eastern side of the hills in County Meath. Their history has been retold for generations in the local village of. There are several variations of the tale. The one I've included here is the most detailed. Songs of Stones. Collected Oral Traditions of Ireland's Standing Stones by Grain Kennedy. I drove us from Dublin. You directed. You kept glancing at my legs as they worked the pedals, which excited me. It felt like you were touching me, sliding your hand between my knees. Turn right. The indicator winked. We were on Oak Avenue. Does this all belong to Boom Developments? Yes. I whistled, wanting you to know I was impressed. Left here. Then, this is Acacia Drive. There were diggers, trucks, the cries and calls of men. We bumped along the unfinished road. Stones crunched under the tires and ochre dust rose around us. Pull over here. You buzzed, happy amongst the evidence of your success. I asked the lads to complete some of the houses up here first. You ran up the road towards a group of men in jeans and t-shirts. The men looked at me when you turned away, and I could tell they'd said something smutty from the way they sniggered. You returned, carrying hard hats and keys. Put this on. I refused to be embarrassed by our audience. I piled up my hair and put my hat on, back arched in mock burlesque. You took my elbow with a light touch, as if unsure of yourself. I liked that you weren't adept with women when you seemed so proficient at the rest of life. You guided me towards a house. Here, you unlocked the door. Our feet rang out on the bare boards. Fresh plaster dried in shades of pink and brown. This model's the best of the lot. It'll be done to the highest spec. I followed you upstairs. Huge master bedroom. Nice and sweet too. It was the view that I admired most. The hills, the open sky was spread out for us. I couldn't tell you that I'd been here before your burgeoning success scared the land. That I'd trekked for miles under rotten skies that threatened rain, across open fields carrying my notebook, cameras, and a tripod. I didn't want to spoil a moment by making it anything but yours. You should have known, though. If you'd looked at the copy of the book I'd given you, my own modest enterprise, you'd have seen. You weren't interested in history, not the ones of Ireland's standing stones, not even mine. I was a woman of the past. You were a man of the future. We could lie in bed together and look at this view. Your tone had changed from business to tenderness, and I was beguiled by the use of we. Don't feel pressured. Just think on it. You said you wanted to move somewhere quiet to write. I can't afford this. You're looking to buy outright. This would be yours at cost price. Can you do that? I'm the MT, you laughed. Of course I can. I couldn't accept it. Grain, you'd be helping me. Selling the first few will help to sell more. Things snowball. This property will treble in value over the next 10 years, I promise. I didn't enjoy this talk of values and assets. I did like the prospect of us sharing a bed that was ours. I'll think about a smaller one, at full price. I'd always been careful not to take anything from you. Needs not erotic. It's cost price or nothing. Please, Grain, it's the least that I can do for you. The estate looks normal from this approach. There are cars on drives and curtains at windows. I can see a woman inside one of the houses. She bends down and comes back into a view with an infant on her hip. The portrait makes me wince. Madonna with child. She turns her back when she sees me. I stop at Nancy's on Oak Avenue, the main artery of the estate. Have a drink with me. She ushers me in and shuffles along behind me. Water rushes into the metallic belly of the kettle. I unload her groceries. UHT milk, tea bags, canned sardines. Pay me next time. Nancy snorts and forces money into my palm. I'll come with you next week, if you don't mind taking it slow. It's a long walk. Don't cheek me. Her spark belies her age. She must have been a corker in her time. I need to take the car out for a run. I'll drive us somewhere as a treat. I wonder how long it'll take the village shopkeeper to forget my tantrum. Longer than a week. Steaming water arcs into one mug, then the other. Grain. Her tone changes. Lads are loitering about up here. Be careful. When Nancy bends to add milk to the tea, I can see her pink scalp through the fine white curls. I'm just going to come out and say this. She touches my hand. Her finger joints are large, hard knots. You're neglecting yourself. You're losing weight. And your lovely hair. I can't recall when I last brushed it. You're not sleeping either. I've seen you walking past at night. You're not sleeping either. That's my age. Nancy sips her tea. I gulp mine down. It's my first drink of the day. You're all alone up at that end of the estate. I can't answer. I've been too lonely to realize that I'm alone. Life's too sweet to throw away. Then why does it taste so bitter? She tries again, exasperated by my silence. What happened up there isn't my business, but I can't bear to watch you punishing yourself. I should be pilloried for my past. I should be stricken with shame, but I can't tell Nancy that it's not remorse that's destroying me. It's pining for you. You're full of opinions. It comes out as a growl, but there's no bite. You can stay here anytime. God knows I've room enough to spare. She opens a pack of biscuits and makes me eat one. Be careful out there on the hills, Grain. You could turn your ankle and die up there, and no one would know. I kept a well-made bed, dressed with cotton sheets, worthy of the time we spent upon it. Sunlight moved across our bare bodies, which moved across one another. Hands and mouths roamed over necks, chest, breasts, stomachs, genitals and thighs, stoking the deep ache that only you could sate. Afterward, we lay like pashes on piles of pillows. I loved you from the first moment I saw you. That's a cliché. I meant to tease you, but it sounded bitter. You don't believe me. You don't believe anything I say. I do. I did believe you because I felt it too. From that first moment, I wanted to open my arms to you. I wanted to open my legs to you. I promise it wasn't just lust, because I wanted to open my heart to you too. I'm just someone you sleep with. Dan, don't play games to make yourself feel better. You don't need me, not that way I need you. Of course I do. You thought yourself the more in love of the two of us. Not true. I hated sharing you. I hated not knowing when I'd see you or when you'd call. You've never asked me to leave her. Do you want me to? Yes. You paused. No. Then. I don't know. I don't love her. I did once. I can't leave her now. Ben's still so young. But wait for me, Grain. Our time will come. I promise. Don't make promises. I wish I'd met you first. I wish it all the time, for so many reasons. The shortcut to Acacia Drive goes through Boomtown's underbelly. There's a square that would have been a green, but now it's the brown of churned mud. It should have been flanked by shops. Some are only foundations, others have been abandoned at hip height. A few have made it to the state of squatting skeletons. Piles of rotted timbers and broken breeze blocks litter the verges. An upturned hard hat is full of dirty rainwater. A portable toilet lies on its side, and I get a whiff of its spilled contents. I flip over a tin sign lying in the road, and it lands with a clatter. I clean it with the hem of my shirt. Boom Developments, it exclaims. The symbol's a crouched tiger, its stripes orange, green and white. I go straight to bed when I get home, leaving my shopping in the hall. The once pristine sheets are creased and gray. I push my nose against the pillowcase but can't smell you there, only my own unwashed hair. Frustrated, I strip the bed and lie down again. I touch myself in a ferocity of wanting, but it's a hollow sham that ends in a dry spasm. I'll not be moved, not without you. I put my walking boots and coat back on. I feel the reassuring weight of my torch in my pocket. My premium property backs onto open country. I open the gate at the bottom of my garden and walk out to where the land undulates and settles into long summer grasses that lean towards the hills. Out here, away from the estate, nothing's inert. Buzzing insects stir the grass. The wind lifts my hair and drops it. A chill settles in, and I wish I'd worn another layer. I cross the stream, sliding on wet stones and splashing water up my jeans. The stream's unconcerned. It has places to go. The sun's sinking fast. The sky is broken by a string of emerging stars as night arrives. The ground rises, and I have to work harder until I'm climbing on all fours onto the plateau. The hills crowd around to protect the three sisters. This trio of stones are eternal, bathed in sun and rain, steeped in the ashes of our ancestors. They're more substantial than our bricks and mortar. They'll sing long after our sagas are exhausted. They outshine our light. The sisters cluster together. They're not angular, phallic slabs. Their Neolithic design looks daringly modernist, each shaped to suggest womanhood. The smallest, which I think of as the youngest, has a slender neck and sloping shoulders. The middle one has a jutting chin and a swell that marks breasts. The eldest has a narrow waist and flaring hips. I touch each in turn. They're rugged and covered in lichen. I put my ear against them, wanting to hear the sibilant whispers of their myths. I kiss their unyielding faces, but they don't want my apologies for ancestral wrongs. There's only silence. They wait, of course, for us to abate. I walk back home, not looking down, playing dare with the uneven ground. My torch stays in my pocket. You could turn your ankle and die up there, and no one would know. Death comes for me. It's a white, soundless shape on the wing. A moon-faced barn owl, dome-headed and flat-faced. I'm transfixed. It swoops, a sudden, sharp trajectory led by outstretched claws. How small have I become that it thinks it can carry me away? I've read that owls regurgitate their prey's remains as bone and gristle. I laugh, imagining myself a mouse-sized casket devoid of life. The owl swoops low over the grass and heads for Boomtown. I press my sleeve to my cheek. Dizziness makes me lie down. The long grass surrounds me, reducing the sky to a circle. I don't know how long I'm there, but cold inflames my bones. Eventually I get up and walk home, coming up Acacia Drive from the far end where the houses are unfinished. The street lamps can't help, having never seen the light. I'm convinced it's whispering, not the wind that's walking through the bare bones of the houses. Now that I've survived the menace of the hills and fields, I allow myself my torch. What should be windows are soulless holes in my swinging yellow beam. The door frames are gaping mouths that will devour me. I don't look at the house, but I feel it trying to catch my eye. There's something akin to relief when the road curves and I see the porch light of my home. It looks like the last house at the end of the world. You were in the shower sluicing away all evidence of our afternoon. Your clothes were laid out on the back of a chair. You were careful to avoid a scramble that might crumple your shirt or crease your trousers. The gush of water stopped, and you came in, bare, damp, the hair of your chest and stomach dark in swirls. You'd left a trail of wet footprints on the carpet. You weren't shy. I enjoyed this view of you, the asymmetry of your collarbones, and the soft, sparse hair on the small of your back. My fascination for you endured, as if I'd never seen a man before. When will they start work again? By they I'd meant the builders. The estate had fallen silent. No more stuttering engines, no more drills or shouting. You'd been drying your chest. The towel paused, as if I'd struck you in the heart. I cursed my clumsiness. Soon. There's been a bit of a hiatus in our cash flow. People are just a bit nervous, that's all. Everything moves in cycles. Money will start flowing again. Of course it will. My optimism had a brittle ring. You wrapped the towel around your waist in a sudden need to protect yourself, even from me. I wake in the afternoon, having lost the natural demarcations of my day. My cheek smarts when I yawn. I pick at the parallel scabs. My mobile's by my bed. I stopped carrying it around. You never call. It's flashing a warning that its battery is low. I ignore its pleas for power and turn it off. I did get through to your number once. There was the sound of breathing at the other end. It wasn't you. Kate, I said. The breathing stopped, and she hung up before I could say I'm sorry. You haunt me. I see your footprints on the carpet where you once stood, shower fresh and dripping. I catch glimpses of you in the mirror and through the narrow angles of partially closed doors. These echoes are the essentials of my happiness. For that fraction of a second, I can pretend you're here. It's rained while I slept. Everything drips. The ground's too saturated to take all the water in. It's not cleansed Boomtown, just added another layer of grime. From the spare bedroom I can see the street. I put my forehead against the window, savoring the coolness of the glass. I tilt my forehead so I can see Helen's house, further along the opposite side of Acacia Drive. The other house, the one where it happened, is out of sight, at the incomplete end of the road. It's defeated me so far. I slip on my boots and snatch up my coat. I shut my front door and freeze, the key still in the lock. Something's behind me, eyes boring into my back. It waits, daring me to turn. I can feel it coming closer. I make a fist, my door key wedged between my ring and forefinger so that its point and ragged teeth are protruding. It's a poor weapon, especially as I've never thrown a punch in my life. I turn quickly to shock my assailant, only to find it's a cat shuddering in an ecstatic arch against the sharp corner of the garage wall. It's not like other strays. The uncollared, unneutered, incestuous brood that roam around Boomtown are shy. This ginger monster's not scared of anything. It fixes me with yellow eyes and hisses. It bares its fangs and postures. I hiss back, but it stands its ground, leaving me to back away down the drive. I find myself at Helen's, which is stupid because Helen doesn't live there anymore. The for sale sign's been ripped down and trampled on. I walk around the house, looking through windows. It's just a shell without Helen and her family, but evidence that it was once a home remains. The lounge's wallpaper, a daring mix of black and gold. Tangled wind chimes hang from a hook by the kitchen door. There's a cloth by the sink, as though Helen's last act was to wipe down the worktops. We used to stand and chat as her brood played in the road. When they got too boisterous, she'd turn and shout, "Quit your squalling and yomping, you bunch of hooligans. Just wait until your dad gets back." Then she'd wink at me and say something like, "He's in Dubai this time." Not that they're scared of him. Soft sod that he is. I used to get the girls, Rosie and Anna, mixed up. Tom squealed as he chased his sisters. Patrick rode around us on his bike in circles that got tighter and tighter. Patrick, I'm sick of thinking about that day. I'm sick of not thinking about it. Today, I decide, I'll go inside the house where it happened. It's about 20 doors down from Helen's. The chain link fence that was set up around it has long since fallen down and been mounted by ivy intent on having its way. The three sisters are reclaiming what's theirs by attrition. There are lines of grass in the guttering of Boomtown. Wasps and birds' nests are uncontested in the eaves. Lilies flourish in ditches and foxes trot about like lonely monarchs. The sisters will reclaim us too, our flesh, blood, and bones. I stand on the threshold of the past. A breeze moves through the house carrying a top note of mold and piss, then the threatening musk lingering beneath. The house is gutless. One wall is bare plasterboard, the rest partition frames so I can see all the way through, even up into the gloom above. There used to be ladders, but they've been removed. From the doorway, I can see the stain on the concrete floor. It's a darkness that won't be moved. The blackest part gnashes its teeth at me. I put a foot inside and then the other. I realize my mistake too late. I've already inhaled the shadows. They fill up my nose and clog my throat. I can't move. I can't breathe. My lungs seize up. Something's there. The darkness is moving. The shadow rushes at me and takes my legs from under me. The ginger cat. It watches with yellow eyes as I land on my back. Everything goes black. I roll onto my side and retch. Acidic vomit burns my nose and throat. When I put a hand to the back of my head, I find a boggy swelling. My hair's matted and stuck to my scalp. I stand, test my legs, and find them sound. I get away from the house, to the middle of the road, but looking around I see I'm not alone. Company's coming up the street. A trio of creatures that are neither men nor boys. One throws his empty beer can away and fingers his crotch when he sees me. "You," he says. He's skinny, grown into his height, but yet to fill out. It occurs to me that he expects me to run. His face is hard. He's gone past being abused into abusing. "You're the Boomtown bitch." I turn my back and walk away at a deliberate pace. "I'm talking to you." I know without looking that he's lengthening his stride to catch me. "Pull down your knickers and show us what all the fuss is about."
My heart's a flailing hammer. He's done this before and is looking to initiate his friends, who seem less certain of themselves. I can see him reach out to grasp my shoulder in the far corner of my vision. I strike before he can touch me. I jab at his eyes and rake at his face with dirty claws. I'm a moon-faced owl. I'll regurgitate his carcass. I'm the feral feline who'll jab his corpse with my paws. The boy's screaming now, but I don't stop. Even a chink of fear will let the others in, and I can't fend off all three. My would-be rapist retreats. I must put him down before he gathers his wits and tries to save face. I advance, hissing and spitting like the ginger cat. I am crazy, scarred and unkempt, a bloodied scalp and big eyes in the dark hollows of my face. I pick up a brick and run at him, and to my relief, he sprints away. They shout from a safe distance, taunts that I'm happy to ignore. I don't look back as I walk away in case they realize I'm weak.
"I saw your outline through the glass of my front door. You were wearing your suit, even though it was a Saturday. You weren't alone. A boy stood before you. Even though you had your hands on his shoulders, it took me a moment to realize it was your son. Ben, you were there in the shape of his mouth and chin. The other parts must have been your wife. I resented this child, this scrap of you and her made flesh. Miss Kennedy, you mouthed sorry at me over Ben's head. I've come to see you about your complaint over the house. I wanted to laugh. You were a terrible actor. That's good of you. Apologies, I had to bring my son. Say hello, Ben. Hello. He squirmed in your grasp. I had to let you know I'd not forgotten you. Shall we make an appointment for next week? Would you both like a drink? I knelt before Ben, hating him because he was getting in our way. Would you like to play outside? It's a lovely day. I stood up and raised a hand. A plan already formed. Patrick, over here. Helen's brood were on their drive. Patrick cycled over. The bike was too small for him, and his knees stuck out at angles. Meet Ben. Can he play with you? Sure. Patrick sat back on the saddle. He'd no need for deference, being older than Ben and on home turf. The other children stood on the far pavement, waiting to take their cue from their brother. As long as it's okay with your father, of course. I couldn't look at you. Please say yes. My longing was indecent. Even the children would see it. You hesitated. Please say yes. Ben, you put a hand on his head. Stay with the other children on this road. Don't stray. I could tell that you were proud of Ben and wanted me to see him, but a dull, creeping jealousy stole over me because of the trinity of Dan, Kate, and Ben. This way, Patrick beckoned, and Ben followed, glancing back at you. I can't stay long, you said as I closed the door. We raced upstairs. Won't your neighbors wonder when they see Ben? Won't they guess? Who cares? I didn't. I was too busy with your belt. There was a sudden shriek of laughter, and I stopped you from going to the window by snatching at your tie and pulling you into the bedroom. Leave them. They're enjoying themselves. So are we. You hesitated again, and then undressed, your ardor cooled by the tug of parental love. I shoved you, ineffectual considering your size. Your carefully folded clothes enraged me. You'd brought your son to my door. You'd been honest about your life when you could have lied, but you'd been a coward and made the decision mine. I shoved you again. You picked me up and threw me on the bed. We grappled, and when you understood I meant to hurt you, you held my wrists so I couldn't mark you with my nails. You didn't kiss me for fear I'd bite. I wish I'd known it was the final time. I wish we'd taken it slow. I'd have savored the slip and slide, then the sudden sensation of you inside. You dozed. I watched. Your breathing changed to slower, deeper tones. I treasured the minutiae of you, the banal details that made you real, like how you took your coffee, brushed your teeth, the slackness of your face in sleep. The doorbell rang, a sudden sequence of chimes that struggled to keep up with the finger on the bell. A fist hammered at the door, followed by shouts. It went through my mind that it was your wife, that she'd followed you here spoiling for a fight. Then I recognized Helen's voice. Its urgency boomed through the hall and up the stairs. Silence. There'd been silence during our postcoital nap. No squeals or calls. I snatched up my blouse, fingers stumbling over the buttons. Dan. I reached for my skirt. Dan, wake up. You sat up, dazed. What is it? Helen, even in panic, saw the flagrant signs. The buttons of my blouse were done up wrong, and I was brayless beneath the sheer fabric. You'd followed me down the stairs with your tousled hair and bare feet. You'd better come. I've called an ambulance. You pulled on the shoes that you'd discarded by the door. You and Helen were faster than I as she led us to the empty houses. 3 of the children were outside one of them. Rosie and Anna were red-faced from crying. Tom sat on the step beside them, staring at the ground. Stay here, Helen ordered them, even though it was clear they weren't about to move. I followed you from light into the shade of the house. It took a few moments for my eyes to readjust. The coolness inside felt pleasant for a second, as did the smell of cut timber. You and Helen squatted by the shattered body on the floor. Ben's silhouette didn't make sense, and I had to rearrange the pieces in my mind. His arms had been flung out on impact, but it was his leg that confused me. It was folded under him at an impossible angle that revealed bone, so white that it looked unnatural against the torn red flesh. Ben was a small vessel, his integrity easily breached. He must have fallen from up there. We looked up towards the eyrie that was the unfinished loft where Patrick perched astride a joist. A ladder spanned the full height of both floors, which is how they must have climbed so high. Helen's husband was at the top, reaching for the whimpering boy. A dark stain crept out from beneath Ben's head. His eyes stared at nothing. There was an appalling sound, a dog's howl, the scream of an abandoned child, the keening of something bereft and inconsolable. It grew until it filled the room. I realized it was you. I put a hand on your shoulder and said your name. You shook me off. I wake up on the sofa. It's early and the gray light of dawn creeps through the parted curtains. Sleep's not healed me. I smell of spoiling meat. There's a dull throb in my head, but I can't locate whether it's in my eye, my teeth, or somewhere in between. I'm cold and clammy, as if in the aftermath of a drenching sweat. I go to the mantel mirror. There's enough light now to see that the marks on my cheek are raised, the scabs lifted by lines of pus. I touch one, and it gives under gentle pressure, bringing relief and yellow ooze. The back of my head feels like it belongs to someone else. I eat a dry cracker, drink a pint of water, and then vomit in the kitchen sink. There's a pounding now at a different rate and rhythm to my headache, a drumming that escalates. It's outside the house. Hooves thunder on the earth. Something's racing through the grass, running towards the rising sun as if about to engage it in battle. I go out to the road. Someone, perhaps my failed assailants from yesterday, have spray-painted filthy graffiti across the front of my house. It doesn't matter. The wind's changed and is bringing something much fouler with it. Things left too long without light or laughter. Things nursing grudges and dwelling on outrages for too long. My heart pauses and restarts. The horse's gallop makes me gasp. Its cadence changes as it hits the tarmac. This nightmare is gleaming black. Its rolling black eyes are wild. It tosses its head about and snorts. I can't look away. The mare slows to a canter as it approaches, circling me in rings that get tighter and tighter. It's big, a 17-hander, heavily muscled. It hits my shoulder on its next pass. When it turns and comes again, I have to dodge it to avoid being knocked down. Avseed, a bad spirit. I'd be safe from its malice if I'd led an upright life. It flattens its ears and flares its nostrils, then rears up before me and paws at the air as if losing patience. I try to edge to the safety of my open door, but it kicks out again, forcing me to retreat. It follows at a trot. Each step jolts my head, but I turn and run. When I shout for help, my voice is faint from lack of use. There's no one to hear it anyway. I try and dart up Helen's driveway, but the horse isn't confused by my sudden change in direction. It comes around me, right then left, lunging at me, kicking out if I stray, hurting me. I'm panting. My chest's tight, and the stitch in my side's a sharp knife. I want to lie down and die, to let it dance on me until I'm dust beneath its hooves. I'm at the house now. The horse waits beyond the fallen chain link fence in case I try to bolt. I've been brought here to atone for my crimes. The only place I can go is that cold, dark hole. Broken beer bottles and rubble crunches underfoot. Kids have been in here since my last visit. I feel hot again. Sweat stings my forehead. The past is too heavy. I can't carry it anymore. The stain accuses me. It rises from the floor and spreads itself across the wall. It's absolute, sucking all the light from the room. It smells my guilt and swells, emboldened. Its waiting is over. It's Ben. It's Kate. It's you. It's all the people I can't face. It's the sisters taken to the wing. They have hooves and paws studded with claws. They're done with waiting. They've risen up to smother us. They're not out there on the hills. They're not walking through the dying summer grass. They're not lingering by the streams, fingers stirring the water. They're not out there. They're in here. Husband number 1 fondly referred to me as the Good Samaritan. Anything from a kid lost in the neighborhood to a countywide search and rescue effort, I got involved. If we drove past a fender bender, I had to stop and lend a hand, or snap a few pictures, maybe do a walk around of the scene. A major crash. Forget about it. I'd haunt the site until the cows came home, or the cops shooed me away. Took the better part of a decade for the light bulb to flash over my hubby's bald head. He realized I wasn't a Samaritan so much as a fetishist. Wore him down in the end, and he bailed. I'm still melancholy over that one. Lucky for him, he didn't suffer through my stint with the Park Service in Alaska. After college and the first kid, I finagled my way onto the government payroll and volunteered for every missing person, lost climber, downed plane, or wrecked boat scenario. I hiked and camped on the side. Left my compass and maps at home. I wanted to disappear. Longest I managed was 4 days. The feds were suspicious enough to send me to a shrink who knew his business. The boys upstairs gave me a generous severance check and said to not let the door hit me in the ass on the way out. Basically the beginning of a long downward slide in my life. Husband number 3 divorced me for my 54th birthday. I pawned everything that wouldn't fit into a van and drove from Ohio back home to Alaska. I rented a double wide at the Cottonwood Point Trailer Park near Moose Pass, 2 miles along the bucolic and winding Seward Highway from Cassie, my youngest daughter. A spruce forest crowds the back door. Moose nibble the rhododendron hedging the yard. Most folks tuck in for the night by the time Colbert is delivering his monologue. Cassie drops off my infant granddaughter, Vera, 2 or 3 times a week, or whenever she can't find a sitter. Single and working 2 jobs, hardware cashier by day, graveyard security at the port of Seward Wednesday and Friday. Cassie avoided the inevitability of divorce by not getting married in the first place. She kept the dumb, virile fisherman who knocked her up as baby daddy and strictly part-time squeeze. Wish I'd thought of that. Once I realized that my nanny gig was a regular thing, I ordered a crib and inveigled the handsome and generally drunken lass fellow at 213 to set it up in my bedroom. On the nanny evenings, I feed Vera her bottle and watch westerns on cable. Get you started right, I say to her as Bronson ventilates Fonda beneath a glaring sun, or when a cowboy rides into the red and gold distance as the credits roll. She'll be a tomboy like her Graham if I have any influence. The classic stars were my heroes once upon a time. Stewart, Van Cleef, Wayne, and Marvin. During my youth, I utterly revered Eastwood. I crushed big time on the man with no name and Dirty Harry. Kept a poster from the good, the bad, and the ugly on my bedroom wall. So young, both of us. So innocent. Except for the shooting and murdering, and my lustful thoughts, but you know. Around midnight, I wake from a nap on the couch to Vera's plaintive cry. She's in the bedroom crib, awake and pissed for her bottle. The last act of High Plains Drifter plays in scratchy 1970s Technicolor. It's the part where the stranger finally gets around to exacting righteous vengeance. Doesn't matter that I've missed 2 rapes, a horsewhipping, Lago painted red, and renamed hell. All those images are imprinted upon my hindbrain. I get the impression the scenes are always rolling down there against the screen of my subconscious. I am depressed to recognize a cold fact in this instant. The love affair with bad boy Clint ended years and years ago, even if I haven't fully accepted the reality. Eyes gummed with sleep, I sit for a few seconds, mesmerized by the stricken faces of the townspeople who are caught between a vicious outlaw gang and a stranger hell-bent on retribution. The stranger's whip slithers through the saloon window and garrotes an outlaw. I've watched that scene on a dozen occasions. My hands shake, and I can't zap it with the remote fast enough. That solves one problem. I take the formula from the fridge and pop it into the fancy warmer Cassie obtained during a clearance sale. The LED numerals are counting down to nothing when it occurs to me that I don't watch the baby on Sundays. The night in 1977 that my father disappeared, he, Uncle Ned, and I drove north along Midnight Road, searching for Tony Orlando. Dad crept the Fleetwood at a walking pace. My younger siblings, Doug, Shauna, and Artemis, remained at home. Doug was ostensibly keeping an eye on our invalid grandmother, but I figured he was probably glued to the television with the others. That autumn sticks in my memory like mud to a Wellington. We were 16, 14, 11, and 10, babes in the wilderness. Uncle Ned and I took turns yelling out the window. Whenever Orlando pulled this stunt, Dad swore it would be the last expedition he mounted to retrieve the damned mutt. I guess he really meant it. Middle school classmate Nancy Albrecht once asked me what the hell kind of name was that for a dog, and I said Mom and Dad screwed on the second date to Halfway to Paradise. And if you laugh, I'll smack your teeth down your throat. I have a few scars on my knuckles, for damn sure. Way back then, we lived in Eagle Talon, Alaska, an isolated port about 70 miles southwest of Anchorage. Cruise ships bloated the town with tourists during spring, and it dried up to around 300 resident souls come autumn. Eastern settlers had carved a hamlet from wilderness during the 1920s, plumped it down in a forgotten vale populated by eagles, bears, drunk teamsters, and drunker fishermen. Mountains and dense forest on three sides formed a deep water harbor. The channel curved around the flank of Eagle Mountain and eventually let into Prince William Sound. Roads were gravel or dirt. We had the crude ships and barges. We also had the railroad. You couldn't make a move without stepping in seagull shit. Most of us townies lived in a 14-story apartment complex called the Fraser Estate. We kids shortened it to Fate. Terra Incognita began where the sodium lamplight grew fuzzy. At night, wolves howled in the nearby hills. Definitely not the dream hometown of a 16-year-old girl. As a grown woman, I recall it with a bittersweet fondness. Upon commencing the hunt for Orlando, whom my little brother Doug had stupidly set free from the leash only to watch in mortification as the dog trotted into the sunset, tail furled with rebellious intent, Dad faced a choice: head west along the road, or troll the beach where the family pet sometimes mined for rotten salmon carcasses. We picked the road because it wound into the woods, and our Shepherd Husky mix hankered after the red squirrels that swarmed during the fall. Dad didn't want to walk if he could avoid it. Marched goddamn plenty in the crotch, he said. It had required a major effort for him to descend to the parking garage and get the wagon started and pointed in the general direction of our search route. 2 bad knees, pain pills for said knees, and a half-pack-a-day habit had all but done him in. Too bad for Uncle Ned and me. Midnight Road petered out in the foothills. Moose trails went every which way from the little clearing, where we parked next to an abandoned Winnebago with a raggedy tarp covering the front end and black garbage bags over the windows. Hobos and druggies occasionally used the Winnebago as a fort until Sheriff Lockhart came along to roust them. Goddamned railroad, Dad would say, despite the fact that if not for the railroad, for which he performed part-time labor to supplement his military checks, and the cruise ships and barges, there wouldn't be any call for Eagle Talon whatsoever. Uncle Ned lifted himself from the back seat and accompanied me as I shined the flashlight and hollered for Orlando. Dad remained in the station wagon with the engine running and the lights on. He honked the horn every couple of minutes. He's gonna keep doing that, huh? Uncle Ned wasn't exactly addressing me, more like an actor musing to himself on the stage. Just gonna keep leaning on that horn every 10 seconds. The horn blared again, farther off and dim. We'd come a ways already. Birch and alder were broken by stands of furry black spruce that muffled sounds from the outside world. The black, green, and gray webbing is basically the Spanish moss of the Arctic. Uncle Ned chuckled and shook his head. 2 years Dad's junior and a major league stoner, he'd managed to keep it together when it counted. He taught me how to tie a knot, paddle a canoe, and gave me a lifetime supply of dirty jokes. He'd also explained that contrary to Dad's Cro-Magnon take on teenage dating, boys were okay to fool around with so long as I ducked the bad ones and avoided getting knocked up. Which ones were bad? I wondered. Most of them, according to the Book of Ned, but keep it to fooling around and all would be well. He also clued me into the fact that Dad's vow to blast any would-be suitor's pecker off with his 12-gauge was an idle threat. My old man couldn't shoot worth spit even when sober. The trail forked. One path climbed into the hills where the undergrowth thinned. The other path curved deeper into the creepy spruce where somebody had strung blue reflective tape among the branches, a haphazard mess like the time Dad got lit up and tried to decorate the Christmas tree. "Let's not go in there," Uncle Ned said. Ominous, although not entirely unusual, as he often said that kind of thing with a similar laconic dryness. "That bar looks rough. Let's try the next one over. That woman looks like my ex-wife. I'm not gonna dance with her. Allah. That box has got to be heavy. Let's get a beer and think on it." "Maybe he's at the beach rolling in crap," I said. Orlando loved bear turds and rotten salmon guts with a true passion. There'd be plenty of both near the big water. And as I squinted into the forbidding shadows, I increasingly wished we'd driven there instead. Uncle Ned pulled his coat tighter and lit a cigarette. The air had dampened. I yelled Orlando a few more times. Then we stood there for a while in the silence. It was like listening through the lid of a coffin. Dad had stopped leaning on the horn. The woodland critters weren't making their usual fuss. Clouds drifted in, and the darkness was so complete it wrapped us in a cocoon. "Think Orlando's at the beach," I said. "Well, I dunno. He ain't here." "Orlando, you stupid jerk," I shouted to the night in general. "Let's boogie," Uncle Ned said. The cherry of his cigarette floated in midair and gave his narrowed eyes a feral glint. Like Dad, he was middling tall and rangy, sharp-featured and often wry. He turned and moved the way we'd come, head lowered, trailing a streamer of Pall Mall smoke. Typical of my uncle. Once he made a decision, he acted. "Damn it, Orlando." I gave up and followed, sick to my gut with worry. Fool dog would be the death of me, or so I suspected. He'd tangled with a porcupine the summer before, and I'd spent hours picking quills from his swollen snout because Dad refused to take him in to see Doc Green. There were worse things than porcupines in these woods. Black bears, angry moose, wolves. And I feared my precious idiot would run into one of them. Halfway back to the car, I glimpsed a patch of white to my left amidst the heavy brush. I took it for a birch stump with holes rotted into the heartwood. No, it was a man lying on his side, matted black hair framing his pale face. By pale, I mean bone white and bloodless. The face you see on the corpse of an outlaw in those old-timey Wild West photographs. "Help me," he whispered. I trained my light on the injured man. He had to be hurt because of the limp, contorted angle of his body, his shocking paleness. He seemed familiar. The lamp beam broke around his body like a stream splits around a large stone. The shadows turned slowly, fracturing and changing him. He might have been Weirdo Floyd who swept the caribou after last call, or that degenerate trapper, Bob something, who lived in a shack in the hills with a bunch of stuffed moose heads and mangy beaver hides. Or it might have been as I first thought. A tree stump lent a man's shape by my lying eyes. The more I stared, the less certain I became that it was a person at all. Except I'd heard him speak, raspy and high-pitched from pain, almost a falsetto. 25 feet, give or take, between me and the stranger. I didn't see his arm move. Move it did, however. The shadows shifted again, and his hand grasped futilely, thin and gnarled as a tree branch. His misery radiated into me, caused my eyes to well with tears of empathy. I felt terrible, just terrible. I wanted to mother him, and took a step toward him. "Hortense, come here." Uncle Ned said my name the way Dad described talking to his wounded buddies in Nam, the ones who'd gotten hit by a grenade or a stray bullet. Quiet, calm, and reassuring was the ticket. And I bet his tone would have worked its magic if my insides had happened to be splashed on the ground, and the angels were singing me home. In this case, Uncle Ned's unnatural calmness scared me, woke me from a dream where I heroically tended a hapless stranger, got a parade and a key to the village, my father's grudging approval. "Hortense, please. There's a guy in the bushes," I said. "I think he's hurt." Uncle Ned grabbed my hand like he used to when I was a little girl and tugged me along at a brisk pace. "Nah, kid. That's a tree stump. I saw it when we went past earlier. Keep moving." I didn't ask why we were in such a hurry. It worried me how easy it seemed for him and Dad to slip into warrior mode at the drop of a hat. He muttered something about branches snapping and that black bears roamed the area as they fattened up for winter, and he regretted leaving his guns at his house. House is sort of a grand term. Uncle Ned lived in a mobile home on the edge of the village. The estate didn't appeal to his loner sensibilities. We got to walking so fast along that narrow trail that I twisted my ankle on a root and nearly went for a header. Uncle Ned didn't miss a beat. He took most of my weight upon his shoulder, pretty much dragged me back to the Fleetwood. The engine ran and the driver's side door was ajar. I assumed Dad had gone behind a tree to take a leak. As the minutes passed and we called for him, I began to understand that he'd left. Those were the days when men abandoned their families by saying they needed to grab a pack of cigarettes and beating it for the high timber. He'd threatened to do it during his frequent arguments with Mom. She'd beaten him to the punch and jumped ship with a traveling salesman, leaving us to fend for ourselves. Maybe, just maybe, it was Dad's turn to bail on us kids. Meanwhile, Orlando had jumped in through the open door and curled into a ball in the passenger seat. Leaves, twigs, and dirt plastered him. A pig digging for China wouldn't have been any filthier. Damned old dog pretended to sleep. His thumping tail gave away the show, though. Uncle Ned rousted him and tried to put him on Dad's trail. Nothing doing. Orlando whined and hung his head. He refused to budge despite Uncle Ned's exhortations. Finally, the dog yelped and scrambled back into the car, trailing a stream of piss. That was our cue to depart. Uncle Ned drove back to the Fraser estate. He called Deputy Clausen, everybody called him Claus, and explained the situation. Claus agreed to gather a few men and do a walkthrough of the area. He theorized that Dad had gotten drunk and wandered into the hills and collapsed somewhere. Such events weren't rare. Meanwhile, I checked in on Grandma, who had occupied the master bedroom since she'd suffered the aneurysm. Next, I herded Orlando into the bathroom and soaked him in the tub. I was really hurting by then. When I thanked Uncle Ned, he nodded curtly and avoided meeting my eye. "Lock the door," he said. "Why? The JWs aren't allowed out of the compound after dark." Whenever I got scared, I cracked wise. "Don't be a smartass. Lock the fucking door." "Something fishy in Denmark," I said to Orlando, who leaned against my leg as I threw the deadbolt. Mrs. Wells had assigned Hamlet, Julius Caesar, and Titus Andronicus for summer reading, and it's the Ides of August too. My brother and sisters sprawled in the living room front of the TV, watching a vampire flick. Christopher Lee wordlessly seduced a buxom chick who was practically falling out of her peasant blouse. Lee angled for a bite. Then he saw, nestled in the woman's cleavage, the teeny, elegant crucifix her archaeologist boyfriend had given her for luck. Lee's eyes went buggy with rage and fear, the vampire equivalent to blue balls, I guess. I took over Dad's lazy boy and kicked back with a bottle of Coke, the last one, as noted by the venomous glares of my siblings, and a bag of ice on my puffy ankle. The movie ended and I clapped my hands and sent the kids packing. At 3 bedrooms, our apartment qualified as an imperial suite. Poor Dad sacked out on the couch. Doug and Artemis shared the smallest, crappiest room. I bunked with Shauna, the princess of jibber jabber. She loved and feared me, and that made tight quarters a bit easier because she knew I'd sock her in the arm if she sassed me too much or pestered me with one too many goober questions. Often, she'd natter on while I piped Fleetwood Mac and Led Zeppelin through a set of gigantic yellow earphones. That self-isolation spared us a few violent and teary scenes, I'm sure. Amid the grumbles and the rush for the toilet, I almost confessed the weird events of the evening to Doug. My kid brother had an open mind when it came to the unknown. He wouldn't necessarily laugh me out of the room without giving the matter some real thought. Instead, I smacked the back of his head and told him not to be such a dumbass with Orlando. Nobody remarked on Dad's absence. I'm sure they figured he pitched camp at the Caribou, like he did so many nights. Later, I lay awake and listened to my siblings snore. Orlando whined as he dreamed of the chase, or of being chased. From the bedroom, Graham said in a fragile, sing-song tone, "In a cavern, in a canyon, excavating for a mine, dwelt a miner 49er and his daughter Clementine. In a cavern, in a canyon. In a cavern, in a canyon. In a cavern, in a canyon. Clementine, 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 Clementine." Of the 4 Shaw siblings, I'm the eldest, tallest, and surliest. According to Mom, Dad had desperately wanted a boy for his firstborn. He descended from a lineage that adhered to a pseudo-medieval mindset. The noble chauvinist, the virtuous warrior, the honorable fighter of rearguard actions. Quaint when viewed through a historical lens, a real pain in the ass in the modern world. I was a disappointment. As a daughter, what else could I be? He got used to it. The Shaws have a long, long history of losing. We owned that shit. Go down fighting would have been our family motto, with a snake biting the heel that crushed its skull as our crest. As some consolation, I was always a tomboy and tougher than either of my brothers, a heap tougher than most of the boys in our hick town, and tougher than at least a few of the grown men. Toughness isn't always measured by how hard you punch. Sometimes, most of the time, it's simply the set of a girl's jaw. I shot my mouth off with the best of them. If nothing else, I dutifully struck at the heels of my oppressors. Know where I got this grit? Sure as hell not from Dad. Oh yeah, he threw a nasty left hook, and he'd scragged a few guys in the wars. But until Mom had flown the coop, she ruled our roost with an iron fist that would have made Khrushchev think twice before crossing her. Yep, the meanness in my soul is pure Mom. Dad had all the homespun apothings. He often said, never try to beat a man at what he does. What Dad did best was drink. He treated it as a competitive event. In addition to chugging Molson Export, Wild Turkey, and Absolute, Dad also smoked the hell out of cannabis whenever he could get his hands on some. He preferred the heavy-hitting bud from Mexico courtesy of Uncle Ned. I got my hands on a bag those old boys stashed in a rolled-up sock in a number 10 coffee can. That stuff sent you, all right. Although, judging by the wildness of Dad's eyes, the way they started and stared at the corners of the room after he'd had a few hits, his destination was way different than mine. Even so, the Acapulco Gold gave me a peek through the keyhole into Dad's soul in a way booze couldn't. Some blood memory got activated. It might have been our sole point of commonality. He would have beaten me to a pulp if he'd known. For my own good, Natch. Main thing I took from growing up the daughter of an alcoholic. Lots of notions compete for the top spot. The easiest way to get vomit and blood out of fabric, the best apologies, the precise amount of heed to pay a drunken diatribe, when to duck flung bottles, how to balance a checkbook, and cook a family meal between homework, dog walking, and giving sponge baths to Graham. But above all, my essential takeaway was that I'd never go down the rabbit hole to an eternal happy hour. I indulged in a beer here and there, toked some Mary Jane to reward myself for serving as mom, dad, chief cook, and bottle washer pro tem. Nothing heavy, though. I resolved to leave the heavy lifting to Dad, Uncle Ned, and their buddies at the Caribou Tavern. Randall Shaw retired from the USMC in 1974 after 20 years of active service. Retirement didn't agree with him. To wit, the beer, bourbon, and weed, and the sullen hurling of empties. It didn't agree with Mom either, obviously. My grandmother, Harriet Shaw, suffered a brain aneurysm that very autumn. Granddad passed away the previous winter and Gram moved into our apartment. By day, she slumped in a special medical recliner we bought from the Eagle Talon Emergency Trauma Center. Vivian from upstairs sat with her while I was at school. Gram's awareness came and went like a bad radio signal. Sometimes she'd make a feeble attempt to play cards with Vivian. Occasionally, she asked about my grades and what cute boys I'd met, or she'd watch TV and chuckle at the soaps in that rueful way. She laughed at so many ridiculous things. The clarity became rare. Usually she stared out the window at the harbor or at the framed Georgia O'Keeffe knockoff print of a sunflower above the dresser. Hours passed, and we'd shoo away the mosquitoes while she tunelessly hummed, "In a cavern, in a canyon, excavating for a mine on a loop." There may as well have been a VATANCOA sign blinking above her head. After school, and twice daily on weekends, Doug helped bundle Gram into the crappy fold-up chair, and I pushed her around the village. Took her down to the wharf to watch the seagulls, or parked her in front of the general store while I bought Dad a pack of smokes, and another for myself. By night, Dad or I pushed the button and let the air out, and she lay with her eyes fixed on the dented ceiling of the bedroom. She'd sigh heavily and say, "Nighty-night, nighty-night," like a parrot. It shames me to remember her that way. But then, most of my childhood is a black hole. The search party found neither hide nor hair of Dad. Deputy Clausen liked Uncle Ned well enough and agreed to do a bigger sweep in the afternoon. The deputy wasn't enthused. Old Harmon Snodgrass, a trapper from Kobuk, isolated footprints in the soft dirt along the edge of the road. The tracks matched Dad's boots and were headed toward town. Snodgrass lost them after a couple hundred yards. In Deputy Clausen's professional opinion, Randall Shaw had doubled back and flown the coop to parts unknown, as a certain kind of man is wont to do when the going gets tough. Uncle Ned socked him, the Shaw answer to critics, and Claus would have had his ass in a cell for a good long time, except Stu Herring, the mayor of our tiny burg, and Kyle Lomax were on hand to break up the festivities and soothe bruised egos. Herring sent Uncle Ned home with a go and sin no more scowl. "How's Mom?" Uncle Ned stared at Gram staring at a spot on the wall. He sipped the vilest black coffee on the face of the earth. My specialty. I'd almost tripped over him in the hallway on my way to take Orlando for his morning stroll. He'd spent the latter portion of the night curled near our door, a combat knife in his fist. Normally, one might consider that loony behavior. You had to know Uncle Ned. "She's groovy, as ever. Why are you lurking?" The others were still zonked, thank God. I hadn't an inkling of how to break the news of Dad's defection to them. I packed more ice onto my ankle. My foot had swollen to the point where it wouldn't fit into my sneaker. It really and truly hurt. "Let's go. Hospital time." He stood abruptly and went in and woke Doug. Told him, "Drop your cock and grab your socks. You're man of the house for an hour. Orlando needs a walk. For the love of God, keep him on a leash, will ya?" Then he nabbed Dad's keys and took me straight away to the Eagle Clinic. Mrs. Cooper, a geriatric hypochondriac, saw the RN, Sally Mackey, ahead of us, and we knew from experience that it would be a hell of a wait. So Uncle Ned and I settled into hard plastic waiting room chairs. He lit a cigarette and another for me and said, "Okay, I got a story. Don't tell your old man I told you, or he'll kick my ass, and then I'll kick yours." Yeah. I figured it would be a story of his hippie escapades or some raunchy bullshit Dad got up to in Vietnam. A tale to cheer me up and take my mind off my troubles. Hava. He surprised me by talking about the Good Friday earthquake of '64. You were, what, 2, 3? You guys lived in that trailer park in Anchorage. The quake hits and your dad's been shipped to Nam. My job was to look over you and your mom. Meanwhile, I'm visiting a little honey out in the valley. Girl had a cabin on a lake. We just came in off the ice for a mug of hot cocoa and boom. Looked like dynamite, churned up the bottom muck. Shit flew off the shelves. The earth moved in waves like the sea. Spruce trees bent all the way over and slapped their tops on the ground. Sounded like a train running through the living room. Tried calling your mom, but the phone lines were down. I jumped in my truck and headed for Anchorage. Got part way there and had to stop. Highway was too fucked up to drive on. Pavement cracked open, bridges collapsed. I got stuck in a traffic jam on the flats. Some cars were squashed under a collapsed overpass, and a half dozen more kinda piled on. It was 9 or 10 at night and pitch black. Accidents everywhere. The temperature dropped into the 20s and mist rolled in from the water. Road flares and headlights and flashing hazards made the scene extra spooky. I could taste hysteria in the air. Me and a couple of Hell's Angels from Wasilla got together and made sure people weren't trapped or hurt too bad. Then we started pushing cars off the road to get ready for the emergency cruise. We were taking a smoke break when one of the bikers said to shut up a minute. A big pot-bellied Viking, at least twice the size of me and his younger pal. Fucking enormous. He cocked his head and asked us if we'd heard it too. Somebody moaning for help down on the flats. He didn't hang around for an answer. Hopped over the guardrail and was gone. Man on a mission. Guy didn't come back after a few minutes. Me and the younger biker climbed down the embankment and went into the pucker brush. Shouted ourselves hoarse, and not a damned reply. Mist was oozing off the water, and this weird low-tide reek hit me. A cross between green gas from inside a blown moose carcass and something sweet, like fireweed. I heard a noise, reminded me of water and air bubbles gurgling through a hose. Grace of God, I happened to shine my light on a boot sticking out of the scrub. The skinny biker yelled his buddy's name and ran over there. Uncle Ned had gotten worked up during the narration of his story. He lit another cigarette and paced to the coffee machine and back. Bernice Monson, the receptionist, glared over her glasses. She didn't say anything. In '77, most folks kept their mouths shut when confronted by foamy Vietnam vets. Bernice, like everybody else, assumed Uncle Ned did a jungle tour as a government employee. He certainly resembled the part with his haggard expression, brooding demeanor, and a partialness for camouflage pants. Truth was, while many young men were blasting away at each other in Southeast Asia, he backpacked across Canada, Europe, and Mexico, or went humping foreign broads in scrawling doggerel, as my dad put it. Uncle Ned's eyes were red as a cockscomb. He slapped the coffee machine. I didn't have a perfect position and my light was weak, but I saw plenty. The Viking laid on top of somebody. This somebody was super skinny and super pale. Lots of wild hair. Their arms and legs were tangled so as you couldn't make sense of what was going on. I thought he had him a woman there in the weeds, and they was fucking. Their faces were stuck together. The young biker leaned over his buddy, and then yelped and stumbled backward. The skinny, pale one shot out from under the Viking and into the darkness. Didn't stand, didn't crouch, didn't even flip over. Know how a mechanic rolls from under a car on his board. Kinda that way, except jittery. Moved like an insect scuttling for cover, best I can describe it. A couple seconds later, the huge biker shuddered and went belly crawling after the skinny fellow. What I thought I was seeing him do, anyhow. His arms and legs flopped, although his head never lifted, not completely. He just skidded away, Superman style, his face planted in the dirt. Meanwhile, the young biker hauled ass toward the road, shrieking the whole way. My flashlight died. I stood there, in the dark, heart pounding, scared shitless, trying to get my brain out to neutral. I wanted to split, hell yeah. No fucking way I was gonna tramp around on those flats by myself. I'm a hunter, though. Those instincts kicked in and I decided to play it cool. Your dad always pegged me for a peacenik hippie because I didn't do ma'am. I'm smarter, is the thing. Got a knife in my pocket, and half the time I'm packing heat too. Had me skinning knife, and let me say, I kept it handy as I felt my way through the bushes and the brambles. Got most of the way to where I could see the lights of the cars on the road. Somebody whispered, "Help me." real close and on my flank. Scared me, sure. I probably jumped 3 feet straight up. And yet, it was the saddest voice I can remember. Woeful, like a lost child, or a wounded woman, or a fawn, or some combination of those cries. I might have turned around and walked into the night, except a state trooper hit me with a light. He'd come over the hill looking after the biker went bugshit. I think the cop thought the 3 of us were involved in a drug deal. He sure as hell didn't give a lick about a missing Hell's Angel. He led me back to the clusterfuck on the highway, and I spent the rest of the night shivering in my car while the bulldozers and dump trucks did their work. He punched the coffee machine. "Easy, killer," I said, and gave an apologetic smile to the increasingly agitated Bernice. I patted the seat next to me until he came over and sat. What happened to the biker? The big guy. Uncle Ned had sliced his knuckles. He clenched his fist and watched the blood drip onto the tiles. Cops found him that summer in the water. Not enough left for an autopsy. The current and the fish had taken him apart. Accidental death, they decided. I saw the younger biker at the Gold Digger. Must have been 5 or 6 years after the Good Friday quake. He acted like he'd forgotten what happened to his partner until I bought him the 5th or 6th tequila. He got a real close look at what happened. Said that to him, the gurglin' was more of a slurpin', an animal lappin' up a gory supper. Then he looked me in the eye and said his buddy got snatched into the darkness by his own guts. They were comin' out of his mouth, and whatever it was out there gathered him up and reeled him in. Holy shit, Uncle Ned. Goose pimples covered my arms. That's nuts. Who do you think was out there? The boogeyman. Whatever it is that kids think is hiding under their bed. You tell Dad. Probably not, huh? He's a stick in the mud. He'd never buy it. Well, you don't either. Guess that makes you a stick in the mud too. The apple, the tree, gravity. Maybe you'd be surprised what your old man knows. Uncle Ned's expression was shrewd. I've been all over this planet. Between 66 and 74, I roamed. Passed the peace pipe with the Lakota, ate peyote with the Mexicans, drank wine with the Italians, and smoked excellent bud with a whole lot of other folks. I get bombed enough, or stoned enough, I ask if anybody else has heard of the Help Me Monster. What I call it, the Help Me Monster. The description evoked images of Sesame Street and plush toys dancing on wires. Grover the Psycho Killer. I said, hoping he'd at least crack a smile. I also hoped my uncle hadn't gone around the bend. He didn't smile. We sat there in one of those long, awkward silences while Bernice coughed her annoyance and shuffled papers. I was relieved when Sally Mackey finally stuck her head into the room and called my name. The nurse wanted to send me to Anchorage for x-rays. No way would Dad authorize that expense. No veterinarians and no doctors. Those were ironclad rules. When he discovered Uncle Ned took me to the clinic, he'd surely blow his top. I wheedled a bottle of prescription-strength aspirin and a set of cheapo crutches on the house and called it square. A mild ankle sprain meant I'd be on the crutches for days. I added it to the tab of Shaw family dues. Dad never came home. I cried, the kids cried. Bit by bit, we moved on. Some of us more than others. I won't bore you with the nightmares that got worse and worse with time. You can draw your own conclusions. That strange figure in the woods, Dad's vanishing act, and Uncle Ned's horrifying tale coalesced into a witch's brew that beguiled me and became a serious obsession. Life is messy, and it's mysterious. Had my father walked away from his family, or had even taken? If the latter, then why Dad, and not me or Uncle Ned? I didn't crack the case, didn't get any sense of closure. No medicine man or antiquarian popped up to give me the scoop on some ancient enemy that dwells in the shadows and dines upon the blood and innards of good Samaritans and hapless passers-by. Closest I came to solving the enigma was during my courtship with husband number 2. He said a friend of a friend was a student biologist on a research expedition in Canada. His team and local authorities responded to a massive train derailment near a small town. Rescuers spent 3 days clearing out the survivors. On day 4, they swept the scattered wreckage for bodies. This student, who happened to be Spanish, and 3 fellow countrymen were way out in a field after dark, poking around with sticks. One of them heard a voice moaning for help. Of course, they scrambled to find this wretched soul. Late to the scene, a military search and rescue helicopter flew overhead. Very low, its searchlight blazing. When the chopper had gone, all fell silent. The cries didn't repeat. Weird part, according to the Spaniard, was that in the few minutes they'd frantically tried to locate the injured person, his voice kept moving around in some bizarre acoustical illusion. The survivor switched from French to English, and finally to Spanish. The biologist claimed he had nightmares of the incident for years afterward. He dreamed of his buddies separated in a dark field, each crying for help, and he'd stumble across their desiccated corpses, one by one. He attributed it to the guilt of leaving someone to die on the tundra. My husband-to-be told me that story while high on coke and didn't mention it again. I wonder if that's why I married the sorry son of a bitch, just for that single moment of connectedness. A tiny and inconstant flicker of light in the wilderness. High noon on a Sunday night. Going on 38 haunted years, I've expected this, or something like this, even though the entity represents, with its very jack-in-the-box manifestation, a deep, dark mystery of the universe. What has drawn it to me is equally inexplicable. I've considered the fanciful notion that the Shaws are cursed, and Mr. Help Me is the instrument of vengeance. Doesn't feel right. I've also prayed to Mr. Help Me as if he, or it, is a death god watching over us cattle. Perhaps it is. The old gods wanted blood, didn't they? Blood and offerings of flesh. That feels more on the mark. Or, it could be the simplest answer of them all. Mr. Help Me is an exotic animal whose biology and behavior defy scientific classification. The need for sustenance is the least of all possible mysteries. I can fathom that need, at least. A window must be open in my bedroom. Cool night air dries the sweat on my cheeks as I stand in the darkened hall. The air smells vaguely of spoiled meat and perfume. A black, emaciated shape lies prone on the floor, halfway across the bedroom threshold. Long, skinny arms are extended in a swimmer's pose. Its face is a smudge of white and tilted slightly upward to regard me. It is possible that these impressions aren't accurate, that my eyes are interpreting as best they can. I slap a switch. The light flickers on, but doesn't illuminate the hall or the figure sprawled almost directly beneath the fixture. Instead, the glow bends at a right angle and gathers on the paneled wall in a diffuse cone. Help me, the figure says. The murmur is so soft it might have originated in my own head. I'm made of sterner stuff than my 16-year-old self. I resist the powerful compulsion to approach, to lend maternal comfort. My legs go numb. I stagger and slide down the wall into a seated position. Everybody has had the nightmare. The one where you are perfectly aware and paralyzed, and an unseen enemy looms over your shoulder. Difference is, I can see my nemesis, or at least its outline, at the opposite end of the hall. I can see it coming for me. It doesn't visibly move except when I blink, and then it's magically 2 or 3 feet closer. My mind is in overdrive. What keeps going through my mind is that predator insects seldom stir until the killing strike. Oh my darling, oh my darling, oh my darling Clementine. You are lost and gone forever. Dreadful sorry, Clementine. I hum tunelessly, like Gran used to after her brain softened into mush. I'm reverting to childhood, to a time when Dad or Uncle Ned might burst through the door and save the day with a blast of double-aught buckshot. It finally dawns upon me that I'm bleeding and sitting in a puddle of blood. Where the blood is leaking from, I've not the foggiest notion. Silly me, that's why I'm dead from the waist down. My immobility isn't a function of terror, pheromones, or the occult powers of an evil spirit. I've been pricked and envenomed. Nature's predators carry barbs and stings. Those stings deliver anesthetics and anticoagulants. Have venom, will travel. I chuckle. My lips are cold. Help me, It whispers as it plucks my toes, testing my resistance. Even this close, it's an indistinct blob of shadowy appendages. I have one question. I enunciate carefully, the way I do after one too many shots of Jaeger. Did you take my dad on August 15th, 1977? Or did that bastard skip out? Me and my brother got a steak dinner riding on this. Help me. The pleading tone descends into a lower timbre, a satisfied purr. One final trick up my sleeve, or in my pocket. Recently, while browsing a hardware store for a few odds and ends, I'd come across a relic of my youth, a black light. Cost a 10 spot, on special in a clearance bin. First, it made me smile as I recalled how all my childhood friends illuminated their funkadelic posters, kids as gleeful as if we'd rediscovered alchemy. Later, in college, black light made a comeback on campus and at the parties we attended. It struck a chord, got me thinking, wondering. Any creature adapted to distort common light sources might be susceptible to uncommon sources, say infrared or black light. I hazard a guess that my untutored intuition is on the money and that thousands of years of evolution hasn't accounted for a $20 device used to find cat piss stains in the carpet. I raised the box with the black light filter in my left hand and thumbed the toggle. For an instant, I behold the intruder in all its malevolent glory. It recoils from my flashlight, a segmented hunter of soft prey retreating into its burrow. A dresser crashes in the bedroom, glass shatters, and the trailer rocks slightly. And then it's quiet again. The moment has passed, except for the fresh hell slowly blooming in my head. The black light surprised it, and nothing more. Surprised and amused it. The creature's impossibly broad grin imparted a universe of corrupt wisdom that will scar my mind for whatever time I have left. Mr. Help Me's susurrating chuckle lingers like a psychic stain. Sometimes the spider cuts the fly from its web. Sometimes nature doesn't sink in those red fangs. Sometimes it chooses not to rend with its red claws. A reprieve isn't necessarily the same weight as a pardon. Inscrutability isn't mercy. We Shaws are tough as shoe leather. Doubtless, I've enough juice left in me to crawl for the phone and signal the cavalry. A quart or two of typo, and I'll be fighting fit with a story to curl your toes. The conundrum is whether I really want to make that crawl, or whether I should close my eyes and fall asleep. Did you take my father? I've spent most of my life waiting to ask that question. Is Dad out there in the dark? What about those hunters and hikers and kids who walk through the door and onto the crime pages every year? I don't want to die. Truly, I don't. I'm also afraid to go on living. I've seen the true, unspeakable face of the universe, a face that reflects my lowly place in its scheme. And the answer is yes. Yes, there are hells, and in some you are burned or boiled or digested in the belly of a monster for eternity. Yes, what's left of Dad abides with a hideous mystery. He's far from alone. What would Clint Eastwood do? Well, he would have plugged the fucker with a .44 Magnum, for starters. I shake myself. Mid-50s is too late to turn into a mope. I roll onto my belly, suck in a breath, and begin the agonizing journey toward the coffee table where I left my purse and salvation. Hand over hand, I drag my scrawny self. It isn't lost on me what I resemble as I slather a red trail across the floor. Laughing hurts. Hard not to, though. I begin to sing the refrain from Help, over and over and over. On Saturday afternoon, we piled into Ben's old Civic, the 5 of us and 2 dogs. And as we drove out to the edge of the state forest to hunt mushrooms, we all kept a hand on each other in case someone vanished. Ben was driving as usual, and instead of me up front sat Hunter, his new girlfriend. They'd been together almost a year, but as far as I was concerned, Hunter would always be Ben's new girlfriend. It was me, Mara, and Ander in the backseat, holding each other's hands like we were all back in kindergarten and on the way to lunch, and Ander's hand was sweaty. But I didn't give it up. Mara and I reached over the seat backs to hold on to Ben and Hunter's shoulders. I clenched a little fold of Hunter's sweatshirt instead of touching her. Worse things could happen than if Hunter was forgotten. Lucy and Goosey tussled in the way back, joyously mouthing each other's throats, until the excitement of being reunited got to be too much for them, and their growls turned threatening. So I had to pull free from Anders' hand and Hunter's sweatshirt and reach back to break them up before they fought. That's what Mara and Ben were like, too. Two halves of a whole 1 minute, and growling at each other the next. They made me wish I had a brother or a sister and wonder if I'd had one, but forgotten them. I wiped my hand on Lucy to get off some of the sweat. Andrew wiped his hands on his shorts. He took my hand again without hesitation. Andrew never stopped to worry about what people might think. Ben sped past the closed-up elementary school on the way out of town. "Y'all better hope you don't forget me," he said. He jerked the steering wheel a bit across the line to make his point. It seemed pretty unlikely that all the rest of us would find ourselves in a moving car with no driver, having forgotten anyone was ever sitting in that seat, or that they ever existed at all. I'd never heard of such a thing happening. I'd never heard of anyone who was forgotten, but I suppose that was the point of it all, that no one even knew they were gone, like a wound that healed without a scar. Only reason we knew what was coming was that the president had announced it on Wednesday, that God had demanded a forgetting because his people had shown themselves to be sinners. It was the 6th forgetting, he said. All the days since then had been bruised by the certainty of what was coming. I kept wondering what it must be like to be forgotten. Someone on the internet said that the forgotten didn't really die. They just became like ghosts, walking in eternal torment among all the people who loved them once. Nothing is worse than being forgotten, she said, but someone else said the forgotten were angels. God is punishing us by taking away our lights, she said, and if we do not kindle a light in the darkness, we will all be lost. She said once she had 3 sons, and all had been forgotten. She alone remembered them, for reasons she said that only she and God knew. People gave her money to lessen her suffering. People said that you could save yourself from being forgotten if you did certain things, if you did a great deed, or gave this person or that person money, or killed someone and sent their soul to God on your behalf. Ben had heard you could save yourself by eating these mushrooms he and Mara had once hunted out at the state forest, because when you ate them, God couldn't see you for a while. And so you got passed over when it came time for the forgetting. I had forgotten the name of the mushrooms. "Who are you again?" Hunter joked, and squeezed Ben's hand on the gear shift. Then I thought, maybe I've already been forgotten. Maybe this is what it's like, watching Hunter squeeze Ben's hand while my dog plays with his in the way back of his Civic. We found the dogs 4 years ago, in the dumpster behind the grocery store, and one of the homeless guys from the camp said the rest of the litter was dead. We swaddled them in our shirts and rode our bikes home bare-chested with the mooling puppies in our baskets, and when we got a little older we called them the girls like we were guys in an old sitcom, and they were our wives, tagging along on our adventures. "What are the mushrooms called, Ben?" I asked, and no one answered. This was what I imagined it would be like to be forgotten, but it reassured me because it was familiar. "Chicken of the sea," Andrew said quietly, like he was afraid Ben might hear. "Hen of the woods," Mara corrected him, watching the electrical poles alongside the road. The wires hanging from the crossbars went up and down in lazy curves. Andrew let go of my hand, and I thought, what if there was someone else in the car when we started out? What if, when I turned to scold the girls in the back for fighting, I forgot someone else who had been in the car? Because you'd never know. God took a few people one time, many people the next. The only reason we knew about it was that the president told us. God was angry because of things people had said online. Some people said that forgetting was evidence of God's mercy, because those left behind didn't suffer the knowledge of what they had lost. We passed a sign that said, "End state maintenance." Ben didn't slow down as we hit the gravel, the Civic slithering and sending out a plume of gray in its wake like a rocket ship. There were no more electrical poles, only a near wall of blurred trees bending over the car as if reaching for us, and we sped on, all 5 of us. No one was holding hands anymore, except Ben and Hunter, and I wasn't certain when we'd all let each other go. Cow of the mountains, Ben said. Pig of the plains, Andrew said. Horse of the volcano, I said, and no one made another joke, and I wondered if it was because mine wasn't as funny as the others. Y'all are children, Mara sighed, looking out the window. Horse of the volcano, Ben muttered, and laughed, and I loved him for it, not letting my joke hang. I reached back and petted Goosey, and when I turned back, there were 5 of us, and I wondered if I could have forgotten anyone. It didn't seem like we could fit anyone else in the Civic. Ben pulled off in a small clearing, and for a second the dust in our wake enveloped us, hiding the trees and darkening the inside of the car, and I was afraid again. As we got out, it felt like everyone was being extra careful, as if the car was made of glass, and slamming the doors might break it and strand us out here at the edge of the state forest with no way home. No one said anything until Ben said, "This is where we found them." All right, meaning him and Mara, finding the hen of the woods. I opened the hatchback, and the dogs tore out and ran bright in the sudden shock of sunlight as the dust passed, like they were both on fire. Hunter once told us a story about a man who tried to burn out a squirrel's nest in his chimney, and the squirrel came down the chimney on fire and ran around the house lighting off curtains and sofas, and eventually burning the man's entire house to floating cinders, and everyone laughed because he got what he deserved. Only I wondered out loud if maybe the squirrel didn't deserve any of that, and they laughed at that also. "Everybody stay together," Hunter said. "Goose." I called my dog, Goosey, and both her and Lucy came running, because they never learned the difference between their names. They would always come running to me and Ben whenever we called one of them. They thought they were the same dog. So we walked into the trees in a tight group, almost touching, no one even willing to stray behind a tree and be forgotten, which got harder and harder. Ben and Mara were arguing about where to find the mushrooms, and Andrew was just looking up at the branches overhead, which laced together with narrow fissures of sunlight between them. Andrew never seemed to worry about talking too much or not enough. He stumbled into me a couple times when he tripped over roots, still looking up, and he said, "Whoops," and I said, "Sorry." Finally, Mara knelt at the base of a tree and pointed at what looked like the ruffles on a fancy dress, except they were brown and stuck to the base of an oak. Ben pulled a knife from his pocket and cut the ruffles from the bark. They were all connected at their base, white at the roots and shading into dark at the ragged ends. It didn't look anything like a mushroom or like a hen, but he broke it into pieces for everyone, and we ate them in a solemn circle. I hesitated because I don't like mushrooms even on pizza, until Ben teased me that maybe I thought he wasn't all that good at identifying mushrooms after all. It didn't taste like much, and I wondered if something so powerful would be so ugly and bland. I was ready to be back in the car again and holding hands, but they wanted to find more in case it would help. We found 3 more clumps and ate a bit of each of them. Hunter had the best eye for finding them, which I did not particularly appreciate, but as we turned to head back, she started complaining that she didn't feel well, and her stomach hurt. "I have to throw up," she said, and she started off behind the trees. People started yelling, because now we were separated, and they were all following her, and I followed them. Hunter was on her knees behind a tree. "Leave me alone," she said. "I don't want you seeing," and her body convulsed, and I thought she was going to throw up right there, but she swallowed it back in. "You guys go on back to the car," Ben said. "I'll stay with her." "No," Mara said. "We said we'd stay together." "Please make them go away," Hunter said to Ben. Then Lucy and Goosey saw Hunter down on her hands and knees in the leaves and thought that meant she wanted to play, and they jumped and whined and put their paws up on her. And Hunter was screaming, "Leave me alone. Leave me alone. Goose," I yelled. "Knock it off." And the dogs scattered, right as Hunter's back arched, and she puked all over the leaves. Nobody said anything. She moaned and puked again, puke spattering the base of the tree and her bare hands and the sleeves of her sweatshirt. We were quiet on the way back to the car. I was wondering if Hunter had puked up the hen of the woods and was in danger of God seeing her. I wanted to offer to find some more mushrooms, but she walked fast out ahead of everyone else, like she didn't care if anyone forgot her, and we had to walk fast to keep up. When we got to Mara's car, Hunter slumped down in the passenger seat, since she was kind of Mara's friend, and me and Andra got in the back. I called Goose, who came running and threw herself into my lap, wriggling in between me and Andra. Mara started the car, and something very strange happened. Another dog, so much like Goose that it could have been her sister, bolted from the woods and ran at the car, barking. I panicked a little bit and slammed the door, and the dog jumped up against the window, still barking and fogging up the glass. It was wild in its determination to get at us. Mara hit the gas, and the Civic slithered in the loose gravel, sending up a shroud of dust. But the dog wouldn't give up. Even after it vanished into the gray plume behind us, I could hear its frenzied barking, and on the seat next to me Goose was barking too. "Stop," Hunter yelled. Mara jammed on the brakes, and we shimmied to a stop. "Are you going to be sick again?" Hunter didn't answer, but opened the door, and the dog emerged from the dust and leaped into her lap and panted in her face. Hunter pulled the door closed and patted clouds from the dog's fur. It was so much like Goose that they could be the same dog. "What are you doing?" Mara asked. I could tell Hunter was on her last nerve, after the whole scene in the woods when Hunter was puking and telling the three of us to go on ahead and leave her. I wasn't sure why Mara brought Hunter along at all, but as I watched her pet the stray dog, I was glad she came. "Shouldn't we hold hands?" Andrew asked. I liked the way Andrew said things just before I thought of them. He reached over Goosey's back, and we grasped fingers, and he reached over the seat back and put his hand on Mara's shoulder. Mara and Hunter did not touch. I reached over the seat back and put my palm around the curve of Hunter's shoulder. With four of us and the dogs in the car, we couldn't have fit anyone else, but I couldn't help but wonder about who might have been forgotten around the country today, erased beyond even the possibility of mourning. The dog on Hunter's lap nuzzled my fingers. "What are you going to call her?" I asked. Hunter thought about it. "Hen of the woods," she said. For a second I thought she said Ben of the woods, and it made me terribly sad, although I wasn't sure why. Hen of the woods lay down in Hunter's lap. We were lucky, coming home with one more in the car than when we left. I guess the mushrooms worked, or God was merciful. After a while, Andrew's hand got sweaty, and I let go of it. But I kept my hand on Hunter's shoulder, and after a while she put her hand on top of mine. Her hand was cool, and smelled faintly of puke, but all I wanted was for her to hang on to me, to hold me fast to the world. And I wanted to say so, but it was as if the words themselves had been left behind. Hector Ortiz sat on the edge of his cot, smoking a cigarette, because why not? For as long as he cared to remember, why not? Had been the chief consideration on any of the few life decisions permitted to him, which did not extend much beyond personal habits like smoking. On death row, even if you're not constitutionally partial to smoking, you almost certainly smoke anyway, in part because you have no reason not to, and in part because it is something to do with your hands. There was always a shortage of things to do with your hands. You can brush your teeth, you can tidy up your cell, you can do your push-ups, you can read if you're the kind who reads, you can eat what they give you, and you will, after that, still find that there's still a full day left to find things that can be done with those hands. Ultimately, there's only so much masturbation one man can do. Smoking was, if nothing else, another activity. So he'd smoked until his teeth turned yellow, and his voice became a gravelly rasp and there was always a tight rumble in his chest, and he'd waited out the months and years until today, when his time had contracted to a last few hours, where there was still nothing left to do but smoke, because why not? Only a few years earlier, smoking had been prohibited in prisons, nationwide. The pendulum had swung the other way, in part because of lobbying from a tobacco industry that protested the restraint of trade against a captive audience. A business-friendly administration had found this an excellent point, and so Hector now got an allotment, paid for by the taxpayer. Something to do, even if it did little to alleviate the main torment of being held in isolation. The awareness always lurking at the edges of his consciousness that time was passing, and that a creature breathing oxygen really did need to be doing more. He stubbed out one butt and was about to light another when the guards came and said he had people waiting for him. Even as he took this distraction gladly, cooperating with the familiar procedure for all journeys outside his cell. As his wrists and ankles were cuffed together with an interlocking chain, he wondered who the guards could mean by people. He had a lawyer, one Miranda White, whose name had always secretly amused him. The specific combination of Miranda and White, who had started with him early in his sentence, and who had aged with him, from fresh-faced in her 20s to a more lined middle age. He had parents who were dead, a brother who had visited once a month for a couple of years before the two of them ran out of things to say to one another, and Hector banished him for his own good, and a girl with whom he'd had a beautiful baby boy, before he also told her to stop coming, and especially to stop subjecting the poor kid to the trip. Miranda was the only one who defied his orders to give up on him, and for a long time now the only person outside the penal system who'd still come to visit. He'd always expected to see her today, right at the end. But when she came, the guards always said, "Your lawyer's here." People meant people, plural. They led his shuffling form down the puke green corridor and around the bend to the separate visiting room, reserved for death row inmates, a place where the chairs were bolted to the floor before tables equipped with rings where wrist cuffs could be anchored. It was a chamber with one perpetually blinking light fixture and a high window with wired glass, with a remarkable gift for turning even the brightest sunlight into a more jaundiced yellow. The room smelled of paint and dust and disinfectant, and one of the good things about knowing he'd die in a few hours was the awareness that it was one of the places he'd never have to see again. It did have a snack machine, one of the kind where the chips and cookies are arrayed in coils that turn to force them over the edge, and this also never failed to amuse him, as it struck him as a grand model for the system's plans for him. Miranda sat at the usual table, in her usual gray suit, her now graying hair in the usual fraying bun, a look that had once struck him as adorably dorky and girlish, but which had over the last few years begun to cross the border into matronly. Miranda, whose smiles had always been brief and forced, now looked more uncomfortable than he'd ever seen her. Not unhappy, but uncomfortable. She might have been straddling a pineapple and trying to hide it, with that wince. Hector empathized. He didn't think of Miranda as a friend, not exactly. And he was pretty sure she didn't think of him as one, so much as a problem to be solved. But it had to be difficult for her to retain her composure on this day where it was all coming to an end. She sat with a big white man whose face struck Hector as being disproportionately dominated by his jaw. It was a steam shovel, that jaw. He looked like he built it up gnawing on concrete, and it gave the impression that he was smirking, even though he was not. The guards led Hector to the table and lowered him into the seat, with the usual just a bit more emphasis than they required. "Free his wrists," Miranda said. "Day of execution," one of the guards replied. "Against regulations. You know what we're here for. Free his wrists." This demand landed with no authority whatsoever. Then the man with the big jaw said, "You can go ahead," and they jumped to obey. They came in close, undid the handcuffs, and took away the X-chain, but left his ankles bound. Neither Miranda nor the big man said anything during the minute or so this entailed. Hector didn't either. The procedure itself was an invasion, but one he had long ago grown inured to, if not quite used to. It could not be helped. He did, however, take that time to access the man with the juice to command his keepers, this man with stubble-cut scalp and crisp gray suit that it was impossible to imagine him out of. This man whose very demeanor possessed a rubber stamp of the official. In prison, you develop a sixth sense, separating those occasional presences in suits into the category that included low manifestations of state authority, and those with real power. Whoever this man was, he belonged on that second list. The guards left. Miranda said, "Hello, Hector." He said, "Hello, Miranda." She extended a foil bag. "I bought you chips." Hector glanced at her offering. It was the brand he liked, but ranch, which he detested. He had told Miranda this more than once, never with any special heat, and she had a long history of forgetting. He did not want to take up any of his last day, making her feel bad about getting him the wrong flavor of chips. She'd meant well, had meant well and worked hard for him, for well over a decade after he'd told her that while she could still knock herself out fighting on his behalf, if she wanted, he no longer wanted to be tortured with the details of her glacial progress. Nobody in all the world had ever tried harder, on Hector's behalf, for such minimal award. Refraining from being pissy about the chips was one of the lesser ways he could repay that. So he uttered a soft, "Thank you, not hungry. I'll have it with dinner." The big man said, "Want to smoke?" Hector did, of course. He could no longer go 5 minutes without feeling the urge. But he had also long since perceived that it repelled Miranda, and today of all days he was determined to exert himself, as much as he could, to make her comfortable. "I'm good." If she realized he'd just shown consideration on her behalf, she did not show it. She just indicated the man with the big jaw. "This is Andrew Ellis, from the state attorney's office." "Hello," said the big man. Hector nodded at him, offering acknowledgement but not judgment. He knew cons who would have thrust out their own jaws and immediately demand to know the mission of this interloper, but his years in a cinderblock room had moved him in the other direction, toward silence, toward the withholding of any helpful reaction, except when it could no longer be avoided. The information would come eventually. Miranda said, "There have been some last-minute developments in your case." Hector was the rock in the surf, unmoving in the face of all waves, whether ripples or tsunami. What difference did it make? In 2 hours, they'd bring his last meal. In a little more than 4, they'd collect him and bring him to the room where the long process of erasing him would finally reach its culmination. Last-minute developments. He was sure they interested Miranda a lot more than they interested him. "Oh, you've been cleared." Hector blinked. It sounded like Miranda said he'd been cleared. It had been years since he'd even allowed himself to have a fantasy, something now so insane that she might as well have said that the sky had rained stones, or that the seas that turned to milk. It failed to compute. He tried to speak, failed, tried again, and this time accomplished all that he could. An attempt to put off comprehension for the duration of one conversational exchange. "What?" "You heard her," Ellis said. "You've been cleared," Miranda repeated, and this still didn't make sense to him, because from what he understood, this had been the single most persistent crusade of her entire professional life. Starting from her days as a minor young associate in the firm, first appointed to represent him, and continuing after they lost and declared themselves out of the Hector business. Hector still had no idea what that hungry young lawyer had seen in him that would be worth 2 decades of her own life, but she'd seen it. She professed his innocence long after he gave up on saying it. She visited him after he told her he didn't want to hear any more, and she'd fought on his behalf after he'd become a being as hard to stir as the walls that had defined his life since his 22nd year. Cleared? Impossible. And not just because his personal model of the universe had long been that of a giant hammer intent on pounding him into insignificance with every wasted breath of his existence, but also because she didn't look like someone delivering good news. If Miranda was really telling the truth and had really finally won her life's one great crusade, she should have been glowing. She should have been hooting at the thunderstruck look on his face. She should have been inviting him to share tears of joy. And yet she seemed no happier than on her prior visits. He could only wonder if this was what happened even on the outside, when you could do anything you wanted every day, but still had something to beat your head against for 20 years. Had all that time taken as much out of her as his 23 hours a day in isolation had taken out of him? He could only put off comprehension by the duration of one more word: cleared. "She's not lying," Ellis said, and this, more than anything else, introduced fear into the conversation, because along with Miranda's lack of ebullience, there was also this man's smirk, which had grown worse now that he actually seemed to be intending one. Hector said, "How?" Miranda could not keep a quaver from her voice. "There's been a lot going on behind the scenes these last few years, things I didn't always tell you about because reasons to hope seemed to hurt you too much. You said that unless it was something definitive or something I needed your input on, you didn't want to know. I tried to respect that." There was enough of an apology there that he could only murmur, "Thank you." But the evidence was proven to be tainted. Key testimony was proven to be coerced. The prosecutor was convicted of concealing exculpatory evidence, leading to years of other cases, including yours, being reopened for examination. Most recently, we found out that another man confessed to the crime 14 years ago, and that the authorities have been deliberately repressing it ever since. When that came out, it led to more discoveries supporting his claim. And well, let's just say that I could spend days just telling how your case completely unraveled, every single aspect of it, more than I ever could have wanted. It's taken far more time than it should have. But the way things stand, as of today, it's no longer only a case of reasonable doubt. Even the state sees that it's virtually impossible that you committed the crime. They say this. They didn't want to. Once the state convicts, it always hates reversing. It would rather put two people in prison for the same crime, even if each case makes the other impossible, than admit one of the two defendants must be innocent. Even when the state attorney had enough on this other man to see to his execution 10 times over, multiple murders, he still came damn close to leaving your count off the indictment, as a means of preserving your own conviction. It was a fight, but I found a way to corner him, to keep him from going forward with this other case until he first sought to justice in yours. It's complicated, and I'm way oversimplifying things just to get to the bottom line, which is that your conviction's been thrown out, and the state is even now readying the judicial declaration of actual innocence. Congratulations, Ellis said. The man's demeanor was still that of a spoiled child smiling over his mother's angry declaration that he should have saved his little sister that last piece of cake. Yes, it was technically true, but thanks to his trespass, he'd gotten to eat it himself, and no amount of parental disapproval could deprive him. There was still bad news coming from him, no question. But meanwhile, Hector could hardly think. For 2 decades of his life, almost half of it, he had lived the life of a convicted murderer, a man who the iron stamp of the state had defined as a person who could have committed an act he could hardly even bear to picture. It was not that he'd ever considered himself a good man, not exactly. The troubles he'd been in as a teenager had been one of the factors that first rendered him a suspect, and he'd been enough of a petty asshole as a young man that nobody had had any difficulty buying the prosecution's implication that this was a piece of crap who always was going to kill somebody someday. Following that implication to the conclusion that he'd certainly committed the atrocity under discussion struck everybody, including the jury, as a natural next step. He'd been a piece of crap, certainly. But he hadn't been the piece of crap who would have done that thing they said he'd done, and even if possessed by raging madness on the worst day of his life, wouldn't have done it like that. The gulf between being an aimless piece of crap and being that kind of inhuman raging monster had always been the argument he was forbidden to win, and the news that it was won, that he was now recognized as something else. That, and only at this point in the thought process did the even more important shoe drop. He whispered, "They're not going to execute me." Miranda gulped. She didn't collapse into hysterics. She didn't wail. She was too tough for that. But the burden visible since the onset of the conversation continued to manifest, those gray eyes of hers now glassy with tears. She said, "I'm sorry. If you'd only been cleared 3 years earlier, why you?" And her voice broke, and she covered her eyes with her hand. Ellis stirred. "Well, this looks like the best juncture for my involvement." Hector's ruined voice cracked, not out of runaway emotion, but because the damage years of chain smoking had done to it had introduced a brittleness that never went away now. "You know I'm innocent, and you're still going to execute me on schedule. What the fuck, man?" Ellis said, "I'm aware that you're upset. I'm also aware that I'm not obligated to endure it. Please speak to me with a civil tongue, or I'll forego the courtesy of an explanation." Hector wanted to rip out the man's throat with his teeth, but just across from him, Miranda was crawling her way back to composure. Hector found that he was almost as furious with her for putting him through this on his last day, as he was at this Ellis, who seemed to be the face of it. But the better part of himself resisted, and he was chained by the ankles, still, a creature still accustomed to being handled, controlled, moved from place to place, and ordered to sit. Ellis said, "I'm aware that you've deliberately avoided news from the outside world. It strikes me as the healthiest possible response to your circumstances. But that means you haven't followed recent political developments. You've existed in such isolation, both systemic and self-imposed, that you haven't even gotten the news from any of your fellow inmates. You have no way of knowing that the American criminal justice system has been streamlined. May I catch you up to date?" Hector provided an angry nod. "I'll take that as a yes. A couple of years ago, following a flurry of judicial reverses, multiple incidents of convicted killers like yourself cleared by new forensic evidence, and the subsequent pain this caused to the survivors of those who'd fallen to the crimes they'd been convicted of. The public frustration with all these interruptions in the process led to a widespread demand for a return to law and order. A new administration recognized that the death penalty possessed an actual inherent value to civilization, was indeed an absolute good quite separate from the accuracy with which it's administered, and that exonerations like yours threatened all the good the institution does by undermining the faith our society has in it. 18 months ago, an executive order upheld by the Supreme Court established that revelations of innocence or of procedural misconduct no longer matter, because it is now illegal for any sentence of death to be commuted or overturned, under any circumstances. What happens instead is the verdict is revised to not guilty but collateral damage, with your death now classified as a murder and added to the charges pressed against the true culprit if found. As yours has been found, this charge will be added to his list of indictments as soon as you are pronounced dead." Hector stared at the man, aware that they existed on different planets, and that no form of transportation existed that could bridge the distance. "That's crazy." "You're biased, sir. Your reasonable expectation of justice does not outweigh the right of the people to closure. You will be executed on schedule, except that the occasion will also include a public acknowledgement of your innocence. I'm aware you have a brother somewhere and an outgrown son. They will receive documents to the effect, and a small cash settlement in addition to the deepest regrets of their country. I'll still be dead." Ellis let that pass. "One of the provisions of the new law is that your execution will now be televised. It will follow a tasteful dramatic presentation, cast with known television personalities, reenacting the crime. The coverage will include the information that you were adjudicated not guilty, though I must warn you that this will be conveyed in a text banner moving across the bottom of the screen, and that very few people reading it will mostly consider this a technicality not worth getting into. Even those who accept the information will assume that if you were not guilty of this crime that you must be guilty of others. However, you will have gotten your denial on the record one last time. Your rights, as currently measured, will have been respected." Hector had never been an eloquent man, not even to start with, and his life had not provided him with the practice that once might have made him one. When reduced to near incoherent rage, as he was right now, His first impulse was to shout the same two words that such moments often devolve to. They did want to come out of his mouth more than any other words he ever said, but he learned something about those words early in life that had been cemented in place during his years in prison. Their effectiveness was always relative. They were an assault when flung at someone who lived in fear of you, a provocation to violence when hurled at someone on your own level, and a pathetic manifestation of your own impotence once the target was someone like Ellis, who had control over you. Ellis would smirk, or shake his head sadly, or walk out of this room, telling himself that he tried to speak truth to the simple-minded, semi-literate convict, only to be barked at by the animal incapable of appreciating it. There was no point. Hector could deliver those words in the most enraged tones of his entire existence, and Ellis would still sleep well tonight, thinking no more of it. So he said nothing. He bit it back and let it burn, deep in the heart of him, where the years had never snuffed out the flame. And then Ellis made it worse. Alternatively, you could choose to get into the spirit of the thing. How? You could refrain from trying to make this a miscarriage of justice. You could recognize that the people need this and confess that you do deserve what's about to happen to you, even if you are innocent of the one crime you've been convicted of. I am. Even if, Hector, it remains true that this country currently experiences about 18,000 murders annually, of which something like 7,000 go unsolved. It would be ideal to have one execution for each, though that will of course never happen, as a certain number of those killings are committed by people responsible for multiples, not just serial killers, but those who kill as part of the cost of doing business. Drug dealers and thieves, and the like. Still, that leaves us with thousands of tragedies that will never approach closure, and if you'd like your death to impact your country in some positive way, as well as ameliorate any damage your innocence does to the institution, you could confess to one or two of those. Hector's head was about to explode. I told you I didn't kill anybody. Ellis flashed a smile, and what hurt Hector most was that it was not a cruel smile, nor a superior one. It was a smile of fraternity, to go along with the sharing of a confidence. He said, I keep telling you I know that, Hector. It's only because I know you're innocent that I'm offering you this opportunity. At the risk of repeating myself yet again, your execution is going to happen. If it's retribution for a brutal crime, then it's retribution for a brutal crime. If it's a miscarriage of justice, then fine, it's a miscarriage of justice. If it's a fraudulent pageant we're putting on in the hope that some relative of a murder victim will feel better, and some other potential murderer will think twice, then fine, it's a fraudulent pageant. You can't change what's happening. You can only change what it means, whether it does any good in the long run. And that, he said, wrapping up, is why my department has done what it now does in every case like yours, for every condemned man or woman who faces this choice. We've come up with a small assortment of unsolved murders you could be liable for, murders that happened to take place in your community and in surrounding areas while you were free. Murders that are because of insufficient evidence or limited police resources are unlikely to ever be solved, to the satisfaction of a community of loved ones who will forever be denied the satisfaction of an identified culprit. You can help people heal, Hector. You can agree to confess, on live television, that one or two of these are yours. You will still be acknowledged as innocent of the crime you're being executed for, but you will lend meaning and resonance to the occasion by offering the divine gift of closure on these others, and by showing everybody who might think of committing murder that the vengeful hand of justice will always come, even if it takes years. Hector failed multiple attempts to speak, but I didn't kill anybody. Be an example, Hector. Your brother and son will receive a further stipend for every name you agree to, up to a maximum of 5. They'll live without the sense of violation that comes with believing you a railroaded victim of the state. It'll be good for the institution, and therefore good for the country. Of course, if it's against your principles, you don't have to. We're just making the offer in good faith. There was absolutely no possibility of Hector agreeing to such a thing. Of that there was no doubt, though he could easily imagine others, some perhaps even more fatalistic than himself, taking the deal. What he really wanted to do, murder this man in some elaborate manner and go to his grave declaring his pride in the act, felt good to imagine, but was of course impossible, and not just because of the physical chains he wore, or his remaining concern for Miranda. He now knew something that had been the cause of any number of descents into despair in this place where the lights were always burning. That even when presented with all possible provocation, he was not what they said he was. Murder was not in him, and never had been in him. He turned his gaze away from Ellis, and toward Miranda, who was once again dry-eyed, but hollow, like an old house that still stood but which had been hollowed out by fire. He said, "Did this really happen to the world when I wasn't looking?" Her gaze was bereft but unapologetic, while all of us weren't looking. "Why did you still continue to work for me, if it no longer matters?" At this point, her eyes went shiny again, but the tears refused to spill over, and when she spoke it was with rage and a look of pure loathing, in Ellis's direction. "It still matters, Hector." Hector had always liked Miranda, in his uncomplicated way, but this was as close as he'd ever come, and he knew, would now ever come, to falling in love with her. It had been a long time since he'd felt that emotion for anybody, and he considered its arrival now a gift, something to remind him what he'd be giving up when he passed from this world to the next. He said, "Are you planning to be with me tonight? Until the end, Hector? Don't. You don't have to do it to yourself, and you need to keep what you have for the next guy, because there will be a next guy." She lowered her eyes. "I don't know if I can still do this, the way things are." "That's up to you," Hector said, and for the first time, he felt his own composure slip, something he avoided only because he didn't want to give this other son of a bitch the satisfaction. "But it sounds to me like the way things are going, there's gonna be a lot of guys like me, and not enough people like you. Take my thanks, and let me die thinking you'll be there. You don't want me to stay here for the rest of this, especially not for the rest of this." "I'm sorry," she said. "I know. Thanks for being my friend." She came around the table and offered him one of those chaste visiting room hugs, the kind that were possible to get away with before one of the watchers came in and told you to quit it. It struck him that it would be interesting to see what happened if she held it just a little longer. It brought to mind a very old joke, one that he'd been told by at least 3 other inmates and 1 guard during his time here. The one about the man standing before a firing squad, who, just before the end, took his opportunity to scream an obscenity. In the joke, the leader tells his men to lower their rifles and approaches the blindfolded man to offer the warning, "Do that again, and you're in big trouble." In a way, this was the same surreal situation facing him. What could they do to him if this one farewell embrace by a woman he'd known half his life lasted just a little bit longer? It did last just a little bit longer than the prescribed safe interval, without any interruption, and then she straightened, gave him a sad smile, and threw Ellis a look that in any sane world would have left him bleeding. Another last glance, and she was gone. Hector found himself under absolutely no illusion that she would quit. There would be doubts in what little time remained, but right now he was sure, and he would do everything he could to hold on to this feeling, between now and the lights going out. Ellis said, "You haven't told me what you've decided to do." Hector faced him, and put everything he had in memorizing that face, one he wanted to be picturing at the end. "Can you answer a couple of questions?" Ellis said, "All right. Is this easier because I'm brown?" The man gave Hector the same bland smile he would have given the arrival of those 2 impotent words, the ones that Hector knew useless against anyone with more power than himself. The rules would be the same no matter who you were, but he provided his answer, even if he didn't know it. "What's your other question?" Hector said, "Will you be there? It's my job to attend. I'm the one who makes sure the condemned remains aware of his options, all the way up to the very end. You may not believe this, but I consider it a serious responsibility. I conduct it with as much respect for the solemnity of the occasion as I possibly can. That's good, Hector said. Me, I didn't know what I was going to do. If I was gonna panic or wet my pants, or walk in screaming that you were making a big mistake. I hear that some guys make brave little jokes, like that guy named French who sat in the chair and said, "French fries." That one's famous. And other guys make total disgraces of themselves, screaming for mercy the whole time. I was always afraid I'd do that, but you've given me a reason to be okay. Because of you, I'm gonna give everybody the smallest possible show they ever saw, and I want you to pay special attention, the whole time. To learn from it. Ellis kept his bland smile. Why? That's it. I want to go back to my cell now. I'm dying for a cigarette. Ellis called the guards, who returned and put him back in the full chains he wore for in-house transport. It was a part of the routine he wouldn't miss, and yet he found a certain pathos in the awareness that this too was a passage, another set of experiences that had always been finite and were now drawing to a permanent close. It was another of many things happening today that were happening for the last time, and he found himself recording it with special care, as if there really were a place he was taking it to, where it could be recorded and played back at leisure. But no, not something he was going to miss, whatever came after this. He asked to take the chips, and they allowed that. He held the little foil bag between two fingers as they each took an arm and led him to the door, leaving Ellis and his smirk still at the table. But just as they were about to exit, Hector murmured a request, and the guards turned him around, so he could say, "Because someday it'll be coming for you." The big man's smirk didn't falter, but for a heartbeat, even if only for a second, it left his eyes. "Watch me," Hector said. "I'm gonna be a good example." And then he let the guards take him to the few hours he had left. The only Ku Klux I ever bumped into was a passel of young Baltimore doctors trying to catch me one night and take me to de Medicine College to permit on me. I seed dem a laying for me, and I run back into the house. Dey had a plaster all ready for to slap on my moof. Yessa. Cornelius Garner, ex-slave, Virginia. Interview by Emmy Wilson and Claude W. Anderson. May 18, 1937. Weevils in the Wheat, 1976 to 102. My arrival in Durham comes on a sweltering August afternoon in 1937. I am here on work with the Federal Writers Project, tasked to conduct interviews of former slaves, to collect their stories, memories, and folkways, as that generation is daily dying out and will soon reach its end. Securing lodgings comes with its usual difficulties, as Jim Crowism is as rampant in this city as any other in the South. From experience, I can assure that if there is anything a Southerner dislikes more than a colored man, it is one who shows education and learning. The proprietor of the local Chanford Motel informs me that he does not rent rooms to niggers, with further invectives, followed by a hail of saliva and pungent chewing tobacco. I wipe the detritus from my spectacles and leave the establishment, not altogether surprised. After some investigation, I am able to secure lodgings in the city at the place of a colored butcher, a squat anvil of a man with arms suited to his profession. He tends to his work while we haggle, hacking at a knuckle of meat with a wide hog splitter and cleanly slicing flesh from bone with a thin knife. "Well, I'll take you on. Mr. Bissett, is it? Gonna have to get your food someplace else though. Mama Else is just round the corner. One of the finest meals you'll ever have in town. Less you like your meat rare." He chuckles, wiping his apron with ham-fisted, bloody smears before showing me up some side stairs. The room is clean but Spartan. A small bed, a closet, and a window that opens to an alley. You can comes and goes as you please. Gonna have to put up with the smell though. When I'm butchering, I surreptitiously sniff the air, where a coppery scent seeps into every pore and crevice. You say you a writer. His eyes move to appraise my supple hands. And you here to ask old folk about slavery times. Government pay colored men for that. I explain that many of the old Negroes prove reluctant with white interviewers. The Works Progress Administration hopes that colored men and women, such as myself, can alleviate their recalcitrance. He laughs. President Roosevelt making a job for everybody. And what you thinkin' to find out about slavery times? That white folk had as much of the devil in him then as now. We share a knowing smile before he departs, the one that unites the colored race across region and caste in our sacred knowledge and unwritten scriptures on the ways of white folk. When he's gone, I open my suitcases, laying out my clothes and removing a leather book that I placed beneath the mattress. Then I set out for dinner, true to the butcher's words. Mama Elsa, a matronly woman who is a wonder in the kitchen, provides me with a fine meal of the Southern Negro variety. Learning I am from the North, she sits to talk with me over jars of iced tea and raisin cake, suggesting where I might find older Negroes who remember slavery. When I return to my room, I plot out my plans for the next day, turn down the lights, and retire. I wake up sometime after 2 a.m. I pick out a white suit from my belongings, a full jacket, vest, and pants with white socks and white shoes. Fully dressed, I grab up a matching cloth bag and make my way down the side passage of the butchery until I step outside. Pulling a white bowler down to keep it firm, I enter into Durham's still night, keeping from the main roads and remaining hidden behind buildings and shadows until reaching my destination. When I rap on the door with a white-gloved hand, the face of the man that greets me looks confused, perhaps from being roused from sleep, or at the sight of a tall Negro man dressed in white, wearing a surgeon's mask. The blur of silver cuts a clean line across the man's throat, spraying bits of crimson onto the white apron I assiduously placed over my wares. He clutches the open wound, shock and pain marring his sharp features. He does not try to scream, not that he can, with the severed trachea. Instead, he tries to hold in the fluid that leaks over his hands, staggering back and knocking over a small stool as he falls. I follow and close the door behind me. The proprietor of the Chantford Motel lies on a disheveled rug, his bare legs kicking from beneath a blue robe. Righting the stool, I seat myself and watch. The condescension that had once filled those gray eyes, when he'd earlier hurled slurs in my face, is gone. There is only fear now, in a gaze that is fixed singly on me as if I have become his whole world. It is an animal's terror, unable to look away from the predator that has captured it. He watches as I remove a cloth bundle from my bag, spreading it upon the floor. The silver instruments within are sharp, made for cutting and slicing. I run a finger over them and am reminded how similar a surgeon's tools are to a butcher's. A wet gurgling comes from the specimen laid out before me. A failed attempt to speak through ruined cartilage. I imagine it is asking why. So I answer. You may think this is vengeance for our earlier uncivil encounter, but I can assure it is nothing so base. I draw out my leather book, opening it to show notations and sketches. I'm a curious man, you see, looking for something. And you, I believe, offer a fine sampling. Those panic-stricken animal eyes remain on me as I cut open the specimen's abdomen. They stay open long after I begin my search within the reek of bile and organs. In my book, I jot down my findings. My first 3 interviews, the next day, yield little result. 2 of the Negroes were children at the end of slavery and remember little of it. A third is so addle-minded, he does little more than glare. It is late afternoon when I arrive at the home of Miss Mattie Shaw, who lives with her granddaughter in a humble shack at the city's edge, near woods untouched by electricity, plumbing, or paved roads. Miss Shaw claims to be 97 years of age. She is an ideal illustration of the old Negro type. Black skin, white teeth, and woolly hair. Her face, with its wide forehead and prognathous jaw, bears a regal countenance that looks descended from the Amazons of Dahomey. She is bound to this place by infirmity and lords over it like a kentake of old marrow. When I tell her why I've come, she is guarded. Can I tell her about slavery days? Show, but I ain't going to. Most of it I can't remember, and the rest's too awful to tell. Don't need to know all that old talk know-how. You got sweeties? I lack sweet things and don't get them too often. At learning I have no sweets, she turns away from me with disinterest. Her granddaughter, younger than myself, though aged unnaturally by a life under Jim Crowism, is my savior. She prods the elder, telling her I've come to put her story into a book. Miss Maddie Shaw shifts in her rickety throne and eyes me contemplatively. Well, I'll tell you some to put down in your book, but not the worst. Where I'm from, was born and raised right here, same as my mammy and pappy, back when this was all Payne land. My old missus, dat be Miss Emma Payne. How she treat me. Like a missus treat all her slaves. She'd slap and beat you with her hands, and every now and den take to you with a switch till you raw. But her husband was the tough one. Hang you up by the thumbs in the barn and den whup you till the blood run. Did he beat women? Why sure he beat dem, just like men. Beat us naked and washed us down in brine on Sundays, right 'fore he gone to church. She makes a bitter face. I ain't gone tell yer much more. No, I ain't. No sense for yer to know about all dose mean white folk. Dey all daid now. Is dey in heaven? Lord no, dey don't deserve heaven nor hell. Wish the night doctors had took him. Those last words jolt my spine. Setting aside my writing pad, I reach into my bag for my leather book and bid her to continue, trying to hold back my eagerness. Night doctors. Oh, dey was a fright round here backin' when dis was Payneland. Night doctors was men, you see, only dey was not men. Used to come round at night and snatch away slaves to experiment on. Best you up and die 'fore the night doctors get you. Dey take you to where dey stay, a great white dissectin' hall, big as a whole city, and cut you open right there and show you all your insides. Old Miss Shaw reads my face as if it were etched with runes, and grins at deciphering them. Oh, I sees what you lack. Ain't stories about slaves and white folk you want to hear. It's stories about haints and witches, raw head and bloody bones. Old Maddie knows dem stories and better. You come back with somethin' sweet, might just tell you more. With that, her face closes. I shut my book in turn and bid her farewell, thoughts of night doctors whispering in my head. Night doctors. Mama Elsa squints at me over the frosted rim of a mason jar. Now what you want with them old stories? I explain that the Federal Writers Project is interested in the folkways of ex-slaves, and I share a particular interest. In fact, I tell her I am collecting such stories for a book. She raises a sculpted eyebrow and removes a flat tin flask from somewhere in her voluminous saffron dress to top off our iced tea. You writer folk show got queer ideas. I just know what the old people say. Night doctors was supposed to be men what snatched away slaves. They'd leave traps to get you. Some of them had black bottles full of ether or needles to prick you with. Other times, they'd put plaster round your face. They'd experiment on you, slice you up while you was still alive even. I ask if she believes such stories. Did when I was little. My auntie used to tell us, said she heard them from our grandmammy. Used to give me a fright. But I knows better now. Night doctors was made up by white folks. Was the masters theyselves, you see, dressing up and scaring the slaves to keep them from running off the plantations. I nod thoughtfully. Night doctors, night witches, night riders, bottlemen, and needlemen. My first hearing of the tale was back in Washington, D.C., in medical school, conveyed to us as a curious superstition of Negro migrants so plentiful in the city. Much as Mama Elsa relates, it's commonly held that the folklore arose with slave masters. Others claim it began with the all-too-common practice of selling deceased slaves to medical colleges as cadavers. Night doctors lingered on with freedom, with some mistaking the Klan for Ku Klux doctors. The stories are common among Negroes throughout the cities of the South: Charleston, New Orleans, Birmingham. And though told with slight variations, they share a remarkable continuity. Suppose you asking about these night doctors because of what's been happening here in Durham. Mama Elsa says, I'd work my face into befuddlement, and she leans forward to whisper,
It's all folk can talk about. 4 white people found dead in the past week. They was cut open and then sewed up, like somebody took the insides out and put it all back in again. I round my eyes to match her alarm, asking if they've caught anyone. She shakes her head. They ain't know who done it, but they saying it got to be some kind of doctor. They check in all the white folk work up at the hospital. I sip from my jar. Of course, in Durham, the culprit would be expected to be white. Negroes were suspected well enough of delinquencies, stealing, robbery, rape, even casual murder. But nothing like this. Nothing that required such skill.
Had anyone cared to look, they would find a pattern to the specimens. The story owner who viciously beat a colored boy of 12 for the offense of not removing his hat in a white man's presence. The public defender that conspired to shuffle his clients into chain gangs. The old carpenter who bragged openly of the Negro he once helped burn alive. The thread that connected them was gleaned from the whispered chatter picked up in spaces like Mama Elsa's of the many sins of this city. Like the others, it should have been easy to see, but was rendered as invisible as the crimes each had committed. Them killings done started up talk about night doctors, Mama Elsa went on. Some saying they even seen a man in white skulking round the back streets at night.
I remind her that she doesn't believe in such things anymore. She returns a wry grin. There's what you don't believe in, Mr. Bissett, and then there's what you're afraid of. She pauses. We used to sing this song about night doctors when we was small. She puts on the wide eyes and hoary voice of an ancient storyteller, mesmerizing her clansmen about the fire. You see that house? That great white house? Way yonder down the street. They used to take dead folks in there, wrapped in a long white sheet, and sometimes when a nigger did stop, they wondering who was dead, them night doctors would come along and bat him on the head and drag the poor dead nigger chilly. Right, and they dissect and all to investigate his liver, lights, his gizzard and his gall, take off that nigger's hands and feet, his eyes, his head, anal, and when them doctors finish up, there wasn't nothing left at all. She finishes with a whoop of laughter. Maybe you can write a book about that.
Perhaps I will, I answer, and I sip my tea. It is a week before I return to see Miss Mattie Shaw. I find her alone, her granddaughter having gone into Durham to do domestic work. I ask if she remembers me. Well, show I do. See you come back to ask more questions for your book. Colored folk show come up high in the world. You get to learn from books in all dem big schools with the white folk. No, a school just for colored folk. Well, ain't that something? What day learn you dar? Medicine, I tell her, discarding my earlier pretenses. I learned how to be a surgeon. But I was a curious man, and I now search for something beyond what my learning could teach me. I tell her I think she might be able to help. She listens and shrugs. If so you say, you brung something sweet. I offer up a bag of caramels, and her old eyes light up. She takes one between thumb and forefinger, plopping it in her mouth and sucking joyfully. I wait for her to finish and ask about the night doctors.
Like I say, they was men that was not men who snatched away the slaves. They come mostly for the sick and old ones. Did Marser Payne know? Pshaw. White folk ain't paying no mind what slaves say. They lose a healthy nigger and they thinking he ran off. They lose a sick or old nigger, just one less mouth at the trough. Did they like to scare us? Show. Nothing made them happier than scaring niggers, except in whipping them. When I was small, Master Payne used to put out a trough and have his little ones eating from it like hogs. Remember, he'd say whoever finished last he gonna cut and hang up like a piglet and have us for Easter dinner. We eat fast then, and he'd just laugh and laugh. He used to scare me powerful, thinking of hanging up in Dad's smokehouse, all salted and ready for Master and Mrs. to eat.
I tell her that I've heard about night doctors too. I tap the leather book in my lap. I explain that I've collected stories about them from old former slaves like her, from all around the country. I ask if night doctors weren't just white men like her master, trying to scare the slaves. She coots at this. Men in sheets. Night doctors not no men in sheets. You figuring some old white man in a sheet gonna scare a big field hand like Jeremiah. Who was he? Only the biggest buck you ever seen. Strong too. One time, the overseer tie him to a tree stump. Jeremiah pulled that stump right out the ground and walk round with it dragging behind. He wasn't scared of nothing or nobody neither, except in the night doctors. Did this Jeremiah see one? I press. A night doctor. She takes another caramel, sucking for a while before answering.
Jeremiah's wife, Adeline, she takes sick. Marster sent out his nigger doctor, same one who look after horses and mules. But he say she burning up with the fever and gun be dead. Was late that same night the night doctors come. Jeremiah hear a knocking outside, and he knows nobody come calling round that time. He shout for them to leave, but night doctors don't heed what you say. They come right in under the door. Yes, under the door is what I say. They can squeeze day bodies like a rat do, right up under your door and appear big as day. When Jeremiah see them, he try to hold on to his wife.
But dem doctors just start talking day whisper talk. That's how they get on, whispering right inside your head. Adeline hear dat whispering and jump out dat bed like she not sick. She start walking to dem. When Jeremiah try and stop her, she turn back to him. But not her whole body, just her neck, all twisted about like an owl. And when she open her mouth, only dat whisper talk come out. Dat just about make Jeremiah crazy. He starts to hollerin', and the other slaves come running. But the night doctors was gone. Take Adeline with dem. My hands are shaking as I write. I've recorded many stories about night doctors, but Miss Shaw tells them with a clarity I've never before encountered. Overcome, I lean forward and spill out my own truths. I too believe these night doctors are more than folk tales, I tell her. And whoever or whatever they are, I believe they can help me in my work, help me in my great search. And what you looking for, Mr. Bissett? What you thinking some night doctors can help you find? Hate, I tell her. I'm looking for hate. Most people would greet my words with bewilderment. They might even think I was mad. But Maddie Shaw only reaches for another caramel and speaks again without prodding. When Adeline was took, Jeremiah swear he gone get her back. He sneak off to see a conjurin' woman what live on a near plantation. She tell him to go into the woods a ways at night and look for the dade angel oak. That's the way to where dem night doctors stay. He gone on do it, traveling to the big white dissectin' hall and get to fussin' wit dem night doctors 'bout Adeline. Dey don't give her, but dey let him come back. When we find him, he 'bout half dead and wit no eyes in his head. Yes, I say, no eyes. Wasn't nothing, dear, but bloody holes staring out at you, and he tell us what he learn, why it is dem night doctors come. She reaches out to grab my arm. The hand that holds me is old, but the grip is tight, marked with scars and calluses, made strong by enduring hardship. It's our sufferin' dey want. See, dey ain't got no feelin's where dey comes from. Dey empty and dried out inside. Don't know nothin' 'bout pain or misery. And ain't nobody seen more pain and sufferin' in these parts than us poor slaves. That's why dey take Jesus. Why dey leave the white folk be. That's why dey take Jeremiah's eyes, 'cause he done looked out on so much misery in his life. That was the bargain what won him free. She releases me then and settles back, but her eyes are as firm as her grip. If you go to see dem night doctors, dey gonna set a price 'fore you can leave, or you don't come back. What you ready to give, Mr. Bissett? That night, I walked the woods just on Durham's edges, a ghost in white. Old Maddie Shaw's instructions play in my head. Find the dead angel oak. I'd know it when I see it. But I had to want to see it, she'd said. And how I wanted that so badly. In medical school, we learned of the discarded notion of humorism, begun by those wise Hamites of Egypt, and passed down to the Greeks, Romans, and onto the Hindus in their Ayurveda medicine. It believed in the existence of bodily fluids that made up each man. Blood was the first and foremost humor of life. Yellow bile was the cause of aggression. Black bile was the source of melancholy, and phlegm, apathy. In our hubris, we've disparaged this wisdom for modernity, and it is our loss, for we are kept ignorant of the human condition. I believe there is another humor yet unaccounted for: hate. I have seen enough of its workings in this world to know that it exists. If it can be found at its source, perhaps its essence can be counteracted or drained away, to ease the senseless and injurious emotion that has caused humanity such incalculable harm. I looked for it in dissecting halls and in the cold cavities of cadavers, but it remained elusive, so I took my search to living specimens. My travels have offered me unique opportunities to continue my pursuit, and these night doctors, who understand the hidden inner workings of the body, have been my inspiration. I cannot say if it is I who find the dead tree or if it finds me, but it stands out suddenly in the shadowed forest, where the hickories that surround it are tall and dark. The dead angel oak is squat and bone-white. Generous branches grow out from its trunk, splitting into further limbs that spill out upon the ground and reach up into the air. The skeletal remains of dead things cover the tree in a decaying moss, and as I draw near, I can see that some are fused to the pale wood, rib cages and the vertebrae of spinal columns, even teeth, all taken from more beasts than I can count. I place my hand to a hefty bough and find it solid but not hard, and warm to the touch. Opening my razor, I draw a gash across the colorless bark. It splits open and oozes blood thick as sap. The dead tree, I decide, is oddly named. I walk to the trunk, wondering fancily if the tree's many appendages might snatch me up like some horrid kraken of the deep. From my bundle of tools, I select the bone saw and set about cutting. The jagged iron teeth tear into red pulp that gives way like tough meat. By the time the hole is made wide enough, I am spattered in arboreal gore. I reach into the fleshy interior, pulling apart hardy muscle and gristle. There is soft, sucking warmth when I push myself into the gaping wound. I take a breath and thrust deeper. For a terrifying moment, there is only suffocating darkness, and I imagine my body becoming trapped within, digested by this monstrous tree, my bones fusing to its pallid branches and left to knock together like chimes in any errant wind. Breaking through, I tumble out onto hard stone, covered in the sweet metallic pungency of my birth blood. I am in a hall. To call it cavernous is to do an injustice. It is gargantuan, and I am but a Lilliputian in turn. Its high walls and ceilings are made of white stone that look continuous, with no bricks or seams, as if carved from one block of massive ivory. The opening I entered through is now a blistering wound, knitting back together like skin before vanishing altogether. I reach a blood-soaked palm to touch where it had been, leaving an imprint on the now unblemished stone. I turn about to look down the hall, and can now make out corridors as well. They are endless and flow on and on like a small city of stone. There is nothing to do now, I surmise, but continue my journey to seek out the masters of this nether realm. As I walk, my shoes reverberate in the silence. It strikes me that there is no sound here, but for the trail of blood left by my footsteps. All is pristine, sterile. I reach the first corridor and peer down its length. It is as swallowing and seemingly infinite as the one I now follow. Another on the opposite side is much the same. There are no windows or doors, and I am left to wonder if this hall is all there is to be found here. I am deciding my next course of action when I hear the first noise other than my own. It is a dull shuffling, like many bare feet running upon stone, and it is growing. Base instinct sends me darting into one of the corridors, wary of being seen. Back flat against the wall, I peek around the edge to find a monstrosity emerging from another passageway. I bite a clenched fist not to cry out. The thing before me is a horror from a fevered nightmare. It resembles a great colorless centipede, easily the width of an automobile, and longer still, with a segmented body of armor topped with a fused spinal ridge. It is so uniformly white, it blends with the stone as it pours out from the corridor, winding along the ceiling on a multitude of legs, each of which ends in a long-fingered hand. Clinging to the wall, it snakes down to the closed opening where I entered. Two protracted antennae twitch as mandibles upon its eyeless head open to lap up my bloodied handprint. It stretches to the ground, half of its elongated bulk still clutching the wall, while a torso of wriggling legs, fingers, and feelers scores the floor clean of the first of my bloody footprints. I turn and run, knowing now that I am being hunted. Panic grips me in my flight. I imagine this monstrosity is the guard dog of this place, or perhaps a scavenger, set to maintain its purity, and I am terrified of my fate were it to find me. I think to remove my blood-stained shoes, cursing at not having the wits to do so earlier. It is as I pause to look over my shoulder to see if I am being pursued that something seizes me. I am pulled off my feet, landing hard on my back. My head strikes the stone floor, and my world threatens to go dark in a blossom of pain. But I chase it away, forcing my mind back to coherency. I am being dragged by my legs, my body limp and arms splayed at my sides. I cry out, thinking the monstrous scavenger has captured me. But when I crane my neck to look up, I find I am held by giants. They appear to my eyes at first as impossibly tall men. Their bodies are draped in long white robes over frames that seem almost skeletal. The hands that hold me are pale with desiccated skin stretched tight over long, slender fingers. I shout, demanding to be released. But when one turns back to me, I am stricken silent. There are no features on that colorless face. No eyes, nose, or even a mouth. There are just folds of wrinkled skin on an elongated head. As I stare into that blank visage, I know then that I have found the beings that I have so long sought, the bottle men and needle men of old Negro folklore who stalk the darkness and shadows, the night doctors. We stop, and I am lifted, deposited unceremoniously atop a raised block of stone. I attempt to rise, but a whisper fills my head, a cacophony of voices that shatter my will. My body obeys this eldritch power, and I lay immobile as six-fingered hands reach to tear away my clothing, discarding my soiled suit and stripping me bare. I am unable even to blink, leaving me to stare as another block of stone descends from above. This one is lined with silver implements, the first hint of color I've seen. One looks like scissors with four serrated blades. Another is cruelly hooked like a scythe. Others are pointed, barbed, or covered in thin needles. The otherworldly lords of this realm arrange themselves about me, each taking one of the silver devices in hand. I know what they are then, the tools of the surgeon. Grasping their intent, I am fast overcome with that animal terror, the very one I have seen in the eyes of my specimens. It threatens to envelop me, drown me in its depths, but I have come too far to end things here. I grapple with the terror-stricken animal within, caging it and wresting back control as a blade descends to part my flesh. Wait, I shout. I want to talk. Wait. I watch the blade move closer and wonder if my words will reach them. Were the amoeba on my picture dish to voice its lament, would I hear? Were the frog in my dissecting tray to cry out to stay my hand, would I listen? I remember then old Matty Shaw's words. They would set a price. I can pay the price. I scream. The blade mercifully stops and hovers. The night doctors turn to regard each other, and the whispering begins again, filling the silence in the spaces of my mind. I do not understand, but when it stops, one of those terrible faces leans down to loom over me. The voice that comes is a whisper, alien and cold, that hammers my skull. Price. What do you know of the price? My words spill out in a rush. I know what you seek. The pain, the misery. I know it. You didn't take me like the others. I sought you out. I came here willingly. Because I know about the price. Fools come here willingly. I'm not certain if it is the same voice or another, but I give answer. I'm like you, an explorer. I search for something. Something more than the misery and pain you've come to savor. Help me find it, and I will offer it to you. One of the cyclopean heads tilt, appearing curious. Name this thing you would offer. Name this new price. Hate, I whisper. I will give you hate. The night doctors share looks and new whispers. I don't need to understand to know their meaning. It is confusion. They turn back to look down at me. You will explain. Hate. I am struck silent. How am I to describe hate to beings such as these? How do I put meaning to the insensible? I am still in my thoughts when the blade descends, cutting deep into my abdomen with a searing fire. A primal scream pours from my depths, and the caged animal howls in unison, throwing itself at its bars. I watch as the glistening ropes of my intestines are pulled free. The night doctors probe its fleshy contours, heedless of my cries. A hand reaches back inside me to retrieve a pink mass I know is my stomach. It is passed around among my hosts, one of whom slits it open to spill out the putrid contents. My liver is poured over by slender fingers, investigated as one would a book. And it is only then that I understand. You will explain. Hate. They are reading me, seeking to comprehend what could not be put into words. It must have been them, I muse, who long ago visited the Babylonians, delivering the lesson of hepatoscopy, the reading of entrails, passed on to the Hittites, Etruscans, and priestesses of old Rome. With this final knowing, I surrender to the pain, my shrieks coming in a holy litany. I sing to these lords of viscera. I tell them of hate, of Negro bodies hung from trees like fruit, in the cooked hearts and severed fingers distributed as souvenirs, in the postcards to celebrate the bonfires made of men and women for no other crime but negritude, in the daily rituals of humiliations and oppressions that engulfs the whole land. I sing to them of the hate that consumes men's souls like a ravaging cancer. When my eyes are plucked free, leaving only tears of blood to streak my cheeks, I am still singing. It is not yet morning when I stand again before Miss Mattie Shaw. I am dressed once more in my white suit, my white shoes, my white bowler hat, and holding my white doctor's bag. She awakens at my presence, blinking up at me. You come back, she says plainly. I give a slow nod. I have been to the place where the night doctors live. Her eyes meet my empty, bleeding sockets. Look like it's so. Her granddaughter murmurs from a pile of blankets on the floor. I whisper a command, and she eases back into sleep. My attention returns to Miss Mattie Shaw. They have shared with me their secrets and returned me to do my work. In truth, they had done more than that. They had initiated me, chosen me as their conduit to this world, to seek out this promised feast of hate. I thank you, I say, for showing me the way. The old woman grunts. Seem like you knows the way long fore I tell you. I grin at this, and she flinches. When I turn to leave, she calls out a question. What you give them to learn these secrets? To let you come back. I look down, beneath the white suit, to a body now emptied of organs and entrails and blood, of all that it once held. All of me, I answer. I gave everything. With those parting words, I collapse, flattening like a rat as I squeezed beneath the door of her cabin and out into the night.